Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh has arrived. I'm requesting you to please go to your seats. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. gentlemen, दोस्तों, thank you very much for joining us here today at the All India Professionals Congress 5th National Conclave. आप सभी लोगों का हार्दिक स्वागत करना चाहता हूं. धन्यवाद, जोहार, नमस्कार. We will be starting off with a small introductory ceremony. I'm going to request our respected senior leaders and dignitaries to come on stage. May I invite Honorable Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Shri Bhupesh Baghel ji, sir, our Chairman Dr. Shashi Tharoor ji, sir, AICC in charge PL Punia ji, sir, Honorable PCC President Chhattisgarh, sir. May I invite Chitil Chandrakar ji, members of the AIPC National Executive, to please come on stage. We will start with the traditional lighting of the lamp.
पीछे करेंगे ना, जाओ पीछे करेंगे. भारत
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा. तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे. गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request you to please remain standing for the state song of Chhattisgarh. Jai. I'd now like to invite the Honorable Coordinator for East Zone AIPC to give her introductory remarks. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please keep your phones on silent. Thank you.
आप सबको मनला जोहार. A gathering of brilliant minds is always inspiring, as it can lead to better action, decisions, and there are a lot of benefit for the ordinary people. 5 years back, AIPC was one such idea which had reached to this level of collective gathering that gives us such a fulfilling mind, though it is only the icebreaker. We have a long way to go for the department, the party, and the country. It is my privilege today to represent the entire national executive of the All India Professionals Congress under the able, inspiring, and charismatic leadership of Dr. Shashi Tharoorji, who is our Honorable Chairman of All India Professionals Congress and Honorable Member of Parliament, along with all my other colleagues of the National Executive. I would like to extend a warm welcome to one of the most performing, unique by his own leadership style, simple, humble, and exceptionally result-oriented, the most popular Chief Minister of India, Honorable Shri Bhupesh Baghel ji, to this function, as well as a great pillar of support to the All India Professionals Congress. And we thank him for the support that he has extended out to the All India Professionals Congress and for allowing us to have this program here today in Chhattisgarh. Thank you so much, sir. Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Bhupesh Baghel ji, Dr. Shashi Tharoor ji, Member of Parliament and Chairman All India Professionals Congress, Shri P.L. Punya ji, Honorable General Secretary AICC, Honorable PCC President Mohan Markham ji, Mohammad Javed ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Salman Soz ji, Deputy Chairman All India Professionals Congress, Rajiv Arora ji, in charge West Zone and Chairman in the Rajasthan government, Chandan Yadav ji, Honorable Secretary AICC, Saptagiri Ulaka ji, Honorable Member of Parliament and Secretary of the AICC, Honorable MLA of the area, Shri Vikas Upadhyay ji, guest of honors, senior party leaders, ministers, All India National Congress fellows from all across India. A hearty welcome to all of you. And I'm thankful to our chairman, sir, for giving us this opportunity to host this mega event, and our immense gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister, Bhupesh Baghel ji. I'm grateful to all the distinguished speakers for sparing time for the AIPC fellows from their busy schedule. This program would not have been possible without the hard work of our AIPC Chhattisgarh State President, Shri Kshitij Chandrakar ji, and his entire team. I would like to also highlight right at the very beginning that Kshitij Chandrakar ji and his team's work during the COVID was applauded not only by the national media, but also the BBC. Their Hamar Beti campaign has been appreciated all over India, even by the opposition party leaders. We are glad to welcome you today to this program. We are very sure that you will always rise and shine and bring appreciation to the All India's Professionals Congress. Our list of speakers, including Raghuram Rajan ji, Shashi Tharoor ji, Bhupesh Baghel ji, will be conversing on economics and development. And it is a once in a lifetime opportunity that we have such luminaries on the same stage. Life in AIPC as an organization is very simple, but it also has its challenges and learning each day, and also a second home for many of us. There's a lot to learn, and each day is a new learning experience. Once again, on behalf of Raipur, Chhattisgarh, and the very proud Eastern Zone of India of the All India Professionals Congress, I welcome you all to this event. Jai Johar, Jai Chhattisgarh.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to request Honorable AICC in charge Chhattisgarh to please say a few words, sir. Sir. Yes, sir. No. आपके आशीर्वाद से
आदरणीय शशि थरूर जी, हमारे आज के मुख्य अतिथि और यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय श्री भूपेश बघेल जी, और डायस पर हमारे सम्मानित महानुभाव और उपस्थित साथियों, बहनों, ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि आज इस नेशनल कन्वेंशन ऑल इंडिया प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस के लिए हम इकट्ठे हुए और मुझे यहाँ पर सम्मिलित होने का अवसर मिला। मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता है कि इसमें रघुराम राजन जैसे इकोनॉमिस्ट भी बुलाए गए हैं और शशि थरूर जी, जिनका अपना मान सम्मान है, एक अच्छे वक्ता भी हैं, अच्छे थिंकर हैं, राइटर हैं, वो भी पूरे समय में आज और कल दोनों दिन रहेंगे। और ये बड़े सौभाग्य की बात है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी में के साथ में ऑल इंडिया प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस भी एक महत्वपूर्ण अंग के रूप में जुड़ी और जुड़ने के बाद अपने आप को मजबूत किया। अगर ऑल इंडिया प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस मजबूत होती है, अपने साथ में जो प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, वो जुड़ते हैं, डॉक्टर्स हैं, इंजीनियर्स हैं, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं, सब अगर सम्मिलित होते हैं तो कांग्रेस पार्टी मजबूत होती है। और चाहे जितनी फ्रंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हों या विभाग हों या जो प्रकोष्ठ हों, सेल्स हों, सभी अपनी अपनी अहमियत रखते हैं, अपने दायरे में रहकर उसको आगे बढ़ने का मौका मिलता है। लेकिन मुख्य उद्देश्य हम सबका यही रहता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी किस तरह से मजबूत हो, और ऑल इंडिया प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस मजबूती के साथ में हर प्रदेश में आगे बढ़ रही है, तो जाहिर है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी इससे मजबूत होगी। बात न कहते हुए मैं सबका धन्यवाद और सुबह सुबह सब लोगों ने यहाँ पर आकर उपस्थिति आकर कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने का काम किया। और सबसे ज़्यादा मैं शशि थरूर जी का आभार व्यक्त करूँगा कि उनकी उपस्थिति से, उनके मेहनत से, उनकी जील और एफर्ट से ये कार्यक्रम और संगठन आगे बढ़ रहा है और इसी तरह से आगे बढ़ता रहेगा।
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Honorable PCC President Chhattisgarh to please enlighten us.
बोलिए भारत माता की, छत्तीसगढ़ महतारी की। ऑल इंडिया प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अधिवेशन छत्तीसगढ़ की पावन भूमि रायपुर में ऑल इंडिया प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष, पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री और सांसद आदरणीय शशि थरूर जी, छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री माननीय भूपेश बघेल साहब, छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के प्रभारी हम सबके मार्गदर्शक आदरणीय पीएल पुनिया साहब, छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के सह प्रभारी आदरणीय डॉक्टर चंदन यादव साहब, आदरणीय सांसद और सह प्रभारी आदरणीय सप्तगिरी शंकर उल्का साहब, हमारे इस शहर के विधायक और एआईसीसी सचिव आदरणीय विकास उपाध्याय जी, आदरणीय सांसद आदरणीय जी, आदरणीय सरिता मैम जी और आदरणीय क्षितिज चंद्राकर जी और पूरे देश से प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस से आए हुए हमारे साथियों और हमारे सभी वरिष्ठ जन और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के साथियों। महात्मा गांधी जी कहते थे, भारत की आत्मा गांव में बसती है, गांव का विकास होगा तो देश का विकास होगा। हमारे यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री माननीय भूपेश बघेल साहब छत्तीसगढ़ के गांवों के लोगों के आर्थिक उन्नति के विकास के लिए लगातार योजनाएं बना रहे हैं। उसी का परिणाम है इस कोरोना काल में भी छत्तीसगढ़ की अर्थव्यवस्था डगमगाई नहीं। लोगों के जेब में पैसा डालने का काम हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी कर रहे हैं और आज पूरा देश की सूबों की सरकार भी छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार की योजनाओं की तारीफ हो रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारी सरकार की योजनाएं आज देश के लिए एक रोल मॉडल बनी है। आजादी के बाद देश के प्रथम प्रधानमंत्री पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू से लेकर डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी तक छत्तीसगढ़ और देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को संभालने का प्रयास किया, मगर जब से मोदी जी की सरकार आई है देश की अर्थव्यवस्था का हाल आप सब लोग देख रहे हैं। जब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी की सरकार थी, तीसरी महाशक्ति के रूप में उभरी थी। अमेरिका, चीन के बाद, दुनिया के बाद हमारा रुतबा होता था, मगर आज जो भारत की स्थिति है, विकासशील देशों में भी हमारे देश को श्रेणी में नहीं रखा गया है। वर्ल्ड बैंक ने पाक, जाम्बिया और घाना जैसे देशों के बराबर हमारे देश के को रखा है। इसका मतलब साफ है, हमारा देश की जो अर्थव्यवस्था जो गर्त में, रसातल में चली गई है। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे आदरणीय आ रहे हैं जो रिजर्व बैंक के पूर्व गवर्नर रघुराजन जी, उसके साथ साथ शशि थरूर जी बहुत अच्छे जानकार हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं हम सबको छत्तीसगढ़ वासियों को उसका लाभ मिलेगा, उनके व्याख्यान हम सबको सुनने को मिलेगा। तो आप सब ने हमें आमंत्रित दिया, उसके साथ साथ छत्तीसगढ़ प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी में आप सबका मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन, हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। हम हमारे अतिथियों का हम सुनेंगे और उन के बातों को आत्मसात करते हुए हम छत्तीसगढ़ में कैसे काम कर सकते हैं उसके बारे में हम काम करेंगे। आप सब ने हमें आमंत्रित किया, आप सबको पुनः धन्यवाद देते हुए मैं अपनी बातों को विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय छत्तीसगढ़।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and a privilege to invite the Honorable Chairperson of the All India Professionals Congress, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament, to the stage. Big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Honorable Chief Minister, Adanya Mantri Ji, Shri Bhupesh Baghel Ji, Shri P.L. Punia Ji, General Secretary, All India Congress Committee, Shri Mohan Makram Ji, PCC Adhyaksh, मेरे Parliament colleagues, Mohammad Javed Ji, Saptakari Ulaka Ji, मेरे AIPC colleagues, Rajiv Arora Ji, Salman Soz Ji, मेरे Deputy, और Zarita Laitlang Ji. यहाँ के मौजूद है हमारी AICC Secretary चंदन यादव भी है, नमस्कार, और सारे AIPC fellows, सारे delegates, friends from all over the country, welcome, good morning, and Jai Hind. I'm very pleased to be with you all today in Raipur, and I want to begin by thanking the people of Chhattisgarh and the organizers, particularly my good friend, the AIPC State President, Kshitij Chandrakar, for having organized such a wonderful welcome. छत्तीसगढ़ में मुख्यमंत्री जी हमें स्वागत का असली अर्थ दिखाया कल से, बहुत अच्छा है. We're very happy to be in your beautiful state. And I'm particularly honored that the Chief Minister is here. मैं उनसे कह रहा था कि देखिए, जब लोग पूछते हैं हमें कि अगर कांग्रेस अधिकार में वापस आया दिल्ली में तो किस किस्म का गवर्नेंस करेंगे आप, किस किस्म की सरकार होगी आपकी, और हम गर्व से कह सकते हैं आइए छत्तीसगढ़ देखिए कैसे विकास चल रहा है, कैसे गवर्नेंस हो रहा है, और किस किस्म की इंटेग्रिटी, कॉन्फिडेंस, एबिलिटी के साथ हमारे नेतृत्व इस प्रदेश को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं. दिस इज द एग्जाम्पल, यह है उदाहरण. आप आए कांग्रेस को मौका दे दीजिए तो पूरा भारत में हम यही करना चाहेंगे. जैसे I am here to really talk very briefly to all of you, particularly my AIPC fellow members, about this journey of 5 years that we've embarked upon. When I came into politics rather late in life with the elections of 2009, it did occur to me that one constituency that the political class was not approaching and not working with was indeed that of the professional community. And the truth is that growing up in India as the son of salaried middle-class father and traditional family, I could sense that there was a very strong chasm, a big gap between the expectations of ordinary people in the professional classes and the political world. It was as if there were two different worlds, and the two were not supposed to meet. And we found a situation in which very often our professionals would do their work, pay their taxes, contribute to the growth and development of the country, but come home at the end of the day feeling alienated from the politicians who are making the decisions and complain about them in the evening. That's the usual experience that many of us growing up in professional families had. And I remember when I used to have a column in the Times of India and the Hindu writing about the fact that it was such a surprise to me, having worked for the United Nations in the US, where the attitude to politicians was exactly the opposite. In fact, in 7 previous presidential elections, the candidates had all been from 2 or 3 of the top universities in America, Harvard, Yale. The best, the cream of the crop, were those who rose to the top in politics. Whereas their equivalents in India were seen as people who stayed away from politics, said politics is not a clean profession, it's not the profession we want, and left it to professional politicians who did nothing else to pursue. And I felt that there was a bridge that needed to be built between these two communities, the political community and the professional community. And I remember survived the issue and once again saw the Congress president. This time we were able to move further forward And when Rahul Gandhi ji was appointed vice president of the party, he took this issue up very seriously. And it was with his active encouragement and blessing that we actually had the establishment of the All India Professionals Congress on the 2nd of August, 2017. Now, creating a new institution in an old party is not an easy job. I think the first challenge, Mohanji will admit, is that the challenge of getting the PCCs to take a new department seriously. Ye kaun aaye, kahan se aaye, kahan paida hua, that attitude is often there. Some PCCs were readier to embrace the new organization. Some others were slower to embrace. We started establishing chapters at different places at different speeds, so that indeed initially we had 5 or 6 active chapters, mainly centered around the bigger cities of India. And it is only gradually that we expanded, so that, for example, we reached Chhattisgarh in full strength just before the COVID pandemic, I would say. So that we were looking at a gradual growth. लेकिन एक नया संगठन को स्थापित करना कभी भी आसान बात नहीं होती है, and especially in an old organization like the Congress, which has established ways of doing things. Everyone knows the Mahila Congress, everyone knows the Youth Congress, but what is the Professionals Congress? People had to get used to the idea. And so we decided that we would focus on quality rather than quantity. I'm proud to say that in these 5 years, the expansion of the organization has taken us to almost 10,000 members in 24 states and 4 union territories around the country. And that has been for us a very gratifying development. We know that not every state is equally strong. We know that not every organizational unit is necessarily as effective. But we are proud that we've been able to attract professionals who are proud of their professions, who are doing serious work in their careers, but who at the same time want to evince an interest in the values, the ideals, the principles for which the Congress Party, as the party of the freedom struggle, has always stood. And these values include the values of an inclusive India, an India that looks beyond divisions of religion, of caste, of creed, of region, of language, and sees us all as one country, one people. It's also an India where we want to look beyond the distinctions of rich and poor, between caste and Adivasis, between Dalits and Brahmins, and all these other divisions that some politicians like to focus upon in a bid to polarize electorates. Our attitude is the Congress stands for bringing everyone together, and everyone must move forward together. None of us can truly be content with our progress if there are others in our society who are not progressing. And the Congress has always believed, even with the big liberalization of the economy that took place in the 1990s, our policy was very clear. Yes, we will liberalize. Yes, we will open up. Maybe the rich will get richer, but in the process, the poor must also benefit. The revenues that come to our government from the new liberalized economy must be distributed to those who do not have anything, so that the marginalized will come in. I made a speech in Parliament saying, never forget that the magic of the market will not appeal to those who cannot afford to enter the marketplace. We have to give them a leg up, give them a chance to come and become participants in our economy, consumers of the future. And that is what I know Bhupesh Baghel ji has been doing in Chhattisgarh with his Nyay program, with the support for farmers, and with trying to extend assistance to the weaker sections of society, so they too can be great participants in the adventure of progress and development in India. This is the journey on which we are embarked, and we know the professionals have a lot to contribute. They have their ideas, their expertise, gleaned from their own qualifications and their own fields. They may be lawyers, they may be doctors, they may well be people from the academic world, teachers, scholars. We can have people of backgrounds that vary from subject to subject, but each one of them, if they're united by the principles and values of what India should be all about, they have a welcome common home in the All India Professionals Congress. I just want to say that it's been an interesting journey. There have been spectacular triumphs. I'm not going to single out any of them, but I'm looking forward to hearing from the leaders themselves, the state presidents and the regional coordinators, about some of the more impressive accomplishments of the All India Professionals Congress in the last 5 years. Whether it is one of the state chapters taking up the issue of pollution, whether it's another one taking up the issue of the impact of the demonetization on the textile mill workers, whether it is many chapters working on the impact of the hasty and botched implementation of GST on ordinary people, whether it is indeed the extraordinary efforts made during COVID, not only to provide relief, which many were doing, and I know that very well done by AIPC Chhattisgarh as well, that apart from providing relief, at a time when mass gatherings and direct meetings were not possible, the professionals were the one group in the Congress that were not handicapped. Right from the very beginning, we used to have very important meetings, virtual meetings, Zoom meetings on the internet, discussing the burning issues of COVID. The first ever internet session discussing with the biotech companies was done by AIPC. The first ever gathering of the big pharmaceutical companies virtually on the internet done by AIPC. Assembling the doctors together with the Indian Medical Association to discuss how to move forward, the vaccination issues, how do we solve the challenges, also done by AIPC. And the first medical hotline, which the Congress Party set up, I'm proud to say AIPC was the one that initiated it, got the people together, and with the blessings of the parent organization, we were able to set up a 24/7 hotline so people with any doubts or fears about COVID could call professional doctors. Not all of them were members and fellows of AIPC. Many were, but some volunteered happily for us because the cause was so good. So there's a lot that has been done, and I would like us all to hear from those who did it, rather than those of us who may be accused of taking credit for their hard work. But I do want to say it has been an eventful 5 years. It has been a productive 5 years. And today, I think I'm pleased to be able to say we have arrived at a certain level of recognition, of competence, and of ability that is widely seen across the Congress Party. And as an evidence of this, I have two messages to read out to you. First, from the Congress President, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji. The second from the leader who did a lot to establish AIPC more than anyone else, Rahul Gandhi ji. So let me read these messages to you. From the Congress President. On the auspicious occasion of the first annual conclave of the All India Professionals Congress, I send my warm greetings to all of you gathered at Raipur. Together, you represent an enormous range of professions, from science and technology to the arts to social work, the law, academics, and the liberal arts. You form a gathering of our brightest, most creative minds who believe strongly in our founding principles of liberty, equality, pluralism, and social justice. You are here as a member of the AIPC because you believe politics is the way for you to make a difference, to make a better India, and to serve the nation. Over the 5 years since AIPC was formed, you have enriched the Congress Party immensely with your contributions on a variety of policies and strategies. Now this conclave presents a valuable opportunity for all of you from different parts of India to meet and exchange ideas. And I'm sure the results will be most fruitful both for the Congress Party and for each of you. As we prepare for the 2024 general elections, we count on you, the members of AIPC, to play an important role in meeting our goals. As you strengthen the Congress Party with your ideals and ideas, your hard work and talents, so that we can fulfill our dream of healing the dangerous wounds and divisions created in the past 8 years and take up with renewed vigor the task of building the India of our dreams. Signed, Sonia Gandhi. And then there is a shorter message from Rahulji. I would like to congratulate the All India Professionals Congress AIPC on its 5th anniversary. When we established AIPC in 2017, it embarked on an ambitious mission to bring together professionals committed to an inclusive and progressive idea of India. Over the last 5 years, AIPC has carved a space for professionals to engage meaningfully with our political and policy processes. It is heartening to see fellows from across India congregate for the National Conclave. I hope that this conclave will pave the way for many of our fellows to cooperate and collaborate on some of the most pressing issues of our times. As our country faces an unprecedented attack on our democratic ideals, it is critical to not just fight against the attacks on our institutions and values, but to offer an alternative vision for the better future. I hope that AIPC proactively strives to involve professionals from all walks of life to help forge this vision. I would also like to congratulate the chairperson, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, and the team at AIPC for their dedication and hard work. I wish you all success in your future endeavors. Jai Hind, Rahul Gandhi. So these messages are an affirmation that all that you are doing in AIPC is recognized, appreciated, and that your strengthening is a priority for our organization and our leadership. So let us, over the next couple of days, focus on the big issues we're going to have to discuss. We'll have a chance to hear from the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh about his experience of governing the state as an outstanding Congress Chief Minister. We will hear from the renowned economist Raghuram Rajan about the importance of liberal democracy for the economy and of a good economy for the democracy of India. We're going to hear from our own AIPC leaders and colleagues, and I hope above all, we're going to hear from you. The fellows, there will be opportunities after each session to raise your questions and issues. Obviously, because of the numbers involved, not everyone may get a chance to speak, but we'll try and make sure that 3 or 4 voices are heard by the leading speakers at every issue. And before I conclude, I do want to ask you all to rise for a brief moment of silence for the brave AIPC colleagues who passed away during COVID. We have lost 5 colleagues from our organization around the country. Heads in silence for 1 minute. Thank you all very much. I mention this particularly because some of them made the sacrifice of catching COVID because of their services during that time. And it's really a humbling moment for all of us to realize that working for AIPC and doing the work that people need to do doesn't always come risk-free. There are challenges, there are important goals to be reached, important achievements to be made, and I hope that their memory will help us all to rededicate ourselves with conviction and passion to the work of AIPC in the future. Sonia Gandhi ji has mentioned, I have the names of those who've gone. Shri Abhinav Bakshi, Shri Nitish Sharan Bhaktawar, Dr. Laitan Punya, and Wing Commander Nafis Veer Chakra. These are some names that have been submitted to us from various AIPC chapters, and I want to once again pay tribute to their memories. Let me conclude by reminding you that Sonia Gandhi ji, in her message, drew attention to the general elections of 2024. I know that many professionals have professions to undertake, but as members of the Professionals Congress, I think we should all remember that there is an important task ahead of us. Already we've seen in the destroyed 2 weeks of the current parliament session that some are sharpening their knives for our party and for the opposition as a whole. It is important that those of us who believe in certain ideals and values for the nation work together and enable us to have a credible and I hope ideally ultimately successful effort to take this country in the right direction in 2024. During one of the sessions, we'll hear from those colleagues who actually worked in state elections in recent years and will tell you about their experience where PCCs have invited AIPC to come and conduct manifesto consultations, to write manifestos, and even to lead outreach efforts in many states, most recently in the Uttarakhand election. We will learn from those experiences, and I want to thank all of those here who have already done the legwork in such states, that perhaps tomorrow, all of us in every state will have a big responsibility to carry forward the challenges facing the Congress Party, the opposition, and every one of us who believes in an inclusive and progressive India the challenges of 2024. With these words, once again, thank you all for being here. I look forward to our deliberations over the next couple of days. Thank you. Namaskar. Johar. Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege I now invite the Honorable Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Shri Bhupesh Baghel ji, to give the keynote address. Round of applause, please.
दो दिवसीय अखिल भारतीय प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस का सम्मेलन रायपुर में और यहाँ पधारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष शशि थरूर जी, आपका स्वागत है छत्तीसगढ़ में। आदरणीय पीएल पुनिया साहब, आदरणीय मोहन मरकाम जी, सलमान जोशी जी, राजीव अरोड़ा जी, जनीना मैडम, हलेन जी, हमारे प्रभारी सचिव चंदन जी, सप्तगिरी शंकर उल्का जी, क्षितिज चंद्राकर जी, आदरणीय प्रदीप चौबे जी, केसरीलाल वर्मा जी, रामगोपाल जी, दुप्पड़ जी, भाई विकास उपाध्याय जी, सभी उपस्थित देवियों, सज्जनों और सभी अतिथियों का छत्तीसगढ़ की धरती में मैं स्वागत करता हूं। मुझे आप सब जानते हैं, कभी लोकसभा का सत्र चल रहा है, फिर भी शशि थरूर जी, जावेद जी, उल्का जी सांसद होते हुए भी यहाँ पधारे, समय निकाले, उसके लिए मैं उनका धन्यवाद करता हूं और आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं। आदरणीय साथियों, राहुल जी ने 2018 में प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस का निर्माण किया, एक ऐसा मंच जिसमें समाज के जो प्रोफेशनल हैं उन लोगों को मंच दिया जाए, वो अपनी बात कहें, उनकी बात संगठन तक पहुंचे और कांग्रेस पार्टी उनसे क्या अपेक्षा करती है वो बात भी इस मंच के माध्यम से समाज के जो विशेषज्ञ हैं उनके बीच ये बात पहुंचे। और तब से आदरणीय शशि थरूर जी उसका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं और पूरी, जैसा कि अपने भाषण में उन्होंने बताया, नया संगठन खड़ा करना कोई आसान काम नहीं, लेकिन थरूर साहब ने पूरे देश भर में भ्रमण करके संगठन का निर्माण किया। प्रारंभिक दौर में छत्तीसगढ़ में भी आए थे, यहाँ भी कार्यक्रम हुए थे। आज दूसरी बार शशि थरूर जी यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस के कार्यक्रम में, तो मैं उन्हें बधाई देता हूं। आदरणीय साथियों, आज से 8-9 साल पहले देश में चर्चा चली थी गुजरात मॉडल की। पूरे देश में 2014 के लोकसभा चुनाव के पहले गुजरात मॉडल की पूरे देश में चर्चा रही, लेकिन 9 साल बाद आज कोई नहीं बता सकता कि गुजरात मॉडल है क्या। गुजरात मॉडल का देश में क्या प्रभाव पड़ा, उसका लाभ क्या हुआ। जिन लोगों ने बहुत जोर शोर से गुजरात मॉडल की बात की थी, आज उसकी चर्चा भी नहीं करते, उन्हें कुरेदने के बाद भी कुछ नहीं बताते। लेकिन देश देख रहा है कि गुजरात मॉडल का हश्र क्या हुआ। जो 47 से लेकर 2014 तक जितनी परिसंपत्तियां विभिन्न सरकारों ने, राज्य सरकारों ने, भारत सरकार ने, विभिन्न राजनीतिक दल के नेताओं ने, श्रमिकों ने, किसानों ने, व्यापारियों ने, उद्योगपतियों ने, हमारे प्रोफेशनल्स की जो मेहनत है उससे रघु राजन जी आ रहे हैं, हम आरबीआई के पूर्व गवर्नर, उनका स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं। ये हमारा सौभाग्य कि आरबीआई के पूर्व गवर्नर एपीसी के कार्यक्रम में छत्तीसगढ़ में पधारे हैं। मैं पुनः आप सबसे जोरदार ताली बजाकर उनका स्वागत करने का अपील करता हूं। मैं अर्थव्यवस्था की बात ही कर रहा था कि रघुराजन जी का आगमन हुआ और वो बात मैं कह रहा था कि गुजरात मॉडल की बात रघुराजन जी, शशि थरूर जी बेहतर जानते हैं। उसी की मैं चर्चा कर रहा था कि गुजरात मॉडल है क्या। पूछने पर कोई नहीं बताता, लेकिन उसे हम सब भोग रहे हैं। कि देश की सारी परिसंपत्तियां एक एक करके बिक रही है और उसके कारण से देश में बेरोजगारी, गरीबी, कुपोषण, इसमें लगातार वृद्धि हो रही है। ऐसे समय में देश और दुनिया के अर्थशास्त्रियों ने डीएफटी की बात कही। 2018 आते आते राहुल जी ने न्याय योजना की बात कही, जिसमें न्यूनतम आय हर व्यक्ति के पास होना चाहिए। राहुल जी ने तो 72,000 रुपया प्रति परिवार की बात कही। उस चुनाव में लोगों ने इसको ध्यान नहीं दिया। हम सब इमोशनल मुद्दों पे चले गए। सही मायने में इसकी चर्चा भी लोगों तक के पहुंची नहीं। लेकिन हमारी छत्तीसगढ़ की सरकार ने न्यूनतम आय के साथ साथ न्यूनतम आवश्यकता क्या है, उस पर हमने जोर दिया। न्यूनतम आय और न्यूनतम आवश्यकता दोनों में थोड़ा सा अंतर। न्यूनतम आय आप यदि सीधा आम आदमी के पास वो पैसा आप ट्रांसफर कर देते हैं तो वह व्यक्ति बाजार जाएगा, सामान खरीदेगा, वह व्यक्ति उपभोक्ता हो सकता है, बाजार मजबूत हो सकता है, लेकिन वह व्यक्ति आर्थिक रूप से मजबूत नहीं हो सकता, कमजोर ही होगा। लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ में हमने न्यूनतम आवश्यकता को जोड़ दिया। आय तो हो और उसके साथ आवश्यकता। आवश्यकता क्या? भोजन जो सुपोषित हो, साथ ही उसके आवास, शिक्षा, रोजगार और उसके साथ उसकी उद्यमता कैसे बढ़े, इस पर हमने जोर दिया। और आपने देखा होगा किसानों के ऋण माफी के साथ साथ जो न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य है उसे हमने 2500 रुपया किया। धान का हमारा प्रदेश धान उत्पादक राज्य है। बीच में भारत सरकार ने रोक लगाया कि आप समर्थन मूल्य से 1 रुपये भी ज्यादा खरीदेंगे तो आपका चावल आपके राज्य से नहीं खरीदा जाएगा। तो हमने राजीव गांधी किसान न्याय योजना 9,000 रुपये प्रति एकड़ हिसाब से देना शुरू किया। वो अपनी आवश्यकताओं को पूरा कर ही रहा है, लेकिन साथ साथ उसकी उद्यमता भी बढ़ रही है। जो खेती करेगा उसी को हम पैसा दे रहे हैं, नहीं करेगा तो नहीं देंगे। मतलब मेहनत को, श्रम को हमने जोड़ा। दूसरी बात, यदि आप उद्यमता करना चाहते हैं, मेहनत करना चाहते हैं, तो सबसे पहला घटक है वो पानी है, जल है। तो इसलिए हमने पिछले 3 सालों में लगभग 12,000 नाला को वाटर रिचार्ज किया। हमने 12,000 नालों। क्योंकि पानी यदि जंगल में रुकता है तो आपके जंगल हरे भरे होंगे, जंगल में लघु अनुपज का उत्पादन बढ़ेगा। लघु अनुपज उत्पादन बढ़ने से वहां जो जंगल में रहने वाले लोग हैं उसके आय में वृद्धि होगी, उसको वैल्यू एडिशन करने से उसको रोजगार भी बढ़ेगा। और दूसरा, वही नाला यदि गांव में आकर रुकता है, पानी गांव में हम रोकते हैं पानी, तो फिर कृषि समृद्ध होगा, मछली पालन होगा, आजीविका के और भी साधन शहर में आता है तो आजीविका के साधन और समृद्धि भी बढ़ती है। जल स्तर जहां जहां नीचे गया है आप देखेंगे वहां कृषि, उद्योग, व्यापार सब प्रभावित हुआ है। तो पहला घटक ही जल है। और इसलिए हमारे जो नारा है, छत्तीसगढ़ के चार चिन्हारी, नरवा गरवा घुरवा बाड़ी, एला बचाना है संगवारी। तो नरवा पहला है, नाला पहला है, पानी पहला है, उसके बाद गरवा, पशुधन। जल यदि हमारे पास है तो हमारा जंगल भी सुरक्षित रहेगा, हमारे कृषि भी संवर्धित होगा, हमारे उद्योग और व्यापार के लिए भी जल उपलब्ध होगा और साथ ही शहर के विकास के लिए भी आवश्यकता की पूर्ति होगी। ये जल है, नरवा है। फिर कृषि, फिर आ गया पशुधन। आज जब गोबर खरीदी की बात करते हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथी हमारे हंसी उड़ाते हैं कि गोबर को राज चिन्ह बना दो। लेकिन उसके पीछे जो उद्देश्य है, गोबर खरीदना मात्र उद्देश्य नहीं है। गोबर यदि खरीदेंगे तो जानवर को, यदि गोबर आप बेचना चाहते हैं तो जानवर को चारा खिलाना पड़ेगा। बिना चारा खाए गोबर देने ही वाला नहीं। गोबर से यदि आप उनके इनकम, किसी भूमिहीन श्रमिक का, गरीब आदमी का, यदि गोबर से उसके आय में वृद्धि हो रही है तो केवल उतना ही उद्देश्य नहीं है, बल्कि धरती के भी, जमीन की जिस धरती से हम ले रहे हैं, अनाज ले रहे हैं, खनिज ले रहे हैं, सब कुछ हम प्रकृति से लेते जा रहे हैं, लेकिन वापस देने का काम कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं। आज पराली जलाने से दिल्ली परेशान है। यदि पंजाब में, हरियाणा में कि पराली जला दे तो दिल्ली परेशान। सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक की बात आती है कि पूरा गैस चेंबर बना दिया आपने। हमारे यहाँ गोबर खरीदेगा, उसके बाद गौठान, गौठान के बाद हम किसानों से कहते हैं कि आप पैरा जलाइए मत, पैरा दान करिए। किसान पैरा दान कर रहे हैं, वो कार्बन जो उत्सर्जन हो से बचा भी रहे हैं और मवेशी की चारा की व्यवस्था भी कर रहे हैं और गोबर के माध्यम से फिर धरती में देने का काम कर रहे हैं। तो जमीन की उर्वरा शक्ति भी बराबर बनी हुई। आज देश में किसी राज्य के पास 75 लाख क्विंटल गोबर नहीं, हम 2 साल में खरीद के बता दें, और 20 लाख वर्मी कंपोस्ट बना के बता दिए। और यही श्रम जो हमने पैसा दिया है गांव में, उस पैसे से रूरल इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क गांव में हम बना रहे हैं। जंगल के गांव हैं, वहां महुआ के लड्डू भी बन रहे हैं, चिक्की भी बन रहे हैं, वहां इमली के पेस्ट भी बन रहा है, इमली की कैंडी भी बना रहे हैं, 4 चिरौंजी, और मिलेट्स हमारे यहाँ उसके एनर्जी बार बना रहे हैं। उसके समर्थन में खरीदी की व्यवस्था भी हो रही है। तो वनवासियों के जो अर्थव्यवस्था, उसमें बड़ा परिवर्तन आया। मनीष शर्मा जी बैठे हैं, जगदलपुर से आते हैं, वहां की इकोनॉमी में क्या परिवर्तन आया बस्तर में, वो बता सकते हैं। या अभी जो नर्तक दल आए हैं बस्तर के, उनसे भी बातचीत करेंगे तो उसे पता चलेगा उसके जीवन में क्या बदलाव आया। छत्तीसगढ़ में कृषि के क्षेत्र में हमने आज आवारा पशु की जो समस्या उसे दूर किया है। जो फसल, जो एक फसल, 2 फसल तो ले ही नहीं सकते, एक फसल बचाना मुश्किल था। इसलिए न्यूनतम आय ही नहीं, न्यूनतम आवश्यकता की पूर्ति, और वो जो राशि दे रहे हैं वो केवल उपभोक्ता न रहे, बल्कि हम उसे उत्पादक भी बना रहे हैं और उपभोक्ता भी बना रहे हैं। तो गांव में उत्पादन होना शुरू हो गया। और उसके उत्पाद को हम सी मार्ट के माध्यम से, आजकल डी मार्ट सुनते हैं तो हम लोग छत्तीसगढ़ में सी मार्ट बना दिया, हर जिले में हमारे सी मार्ट है। 3 साल पहले तक के यहाँ 150 प्रकार के चीजों को उत्पादन करते थे, आज 600 प्रकार के सामग्रियों के जो लघु वनोपज से जुड़े हो चाहे कृषि से जुड़े सब चीजों से 600 प्रकार के उत्पादन कर रहे हैं, इसी विक्रय की व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं। नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में भी हम जाना चाहते हैं, उस दिशा में भी हमारा प्रयास चल रहा है। तो न्यूनतम आय से केवल उपभोक्ता हमको नहीं बनाना है, बल्कि न्यूनतम आय के साथ न्यूनतम आवश्यकता और न्यूनतम आवश्यकता के पूर्ति के साथ साथ वो व्यक्ति जो समाज के अंतिम छोर में है वो केवल उपभोक्ता न रहे बल्कि उत्पादन में सहयोग करे, उत्पादक भी बने और मजबूत उपभोक्ता भी बने। और यही कारण है कि आज छत्तीसगढ़ मॉडल की चर्चा होती है, देश में चर्चा इसीलिए हो रही है। शुरुआती दौर में जरूर हमने ऋण माफी किया, 2500 रुपया क्विंटल में धान खरीद करने शुरू किया, तो निश्चित रूप से हमारे अर्थव्यवस्था में भार पड़ा। लेकिन आज मैं 3-3.5 साल बाद ये कह सकता हूं, किसी भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित राज्य के इकोनॉमिक से आप तुलना करेंगे किसी पैरामीटर में, किसी पैमाने में, तो छत्तीसगढ़ कहीं पीछे नहीं है। उसका फायदा ये हुआ, हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था में सुधार तो हुआ ही, उसके साथ साथ सबसे ज्यादा जो परिवर्तन आया है वो यहाँ के किसानों के, यहाँ के मजदूरों के, यहाँ के जंगल में रहने वाले लोगों के, और सबसे ज्यादा जो खुशी और चेहरे में चमक और आत्मविश्वास से भरा यदि कोई चेहरा दिखाई देता है तो दुनिया के आधी आबादी महिलाओं के चेहरे में, जो स्व सहायता समूह के माध्यम से जो काम कर रहे हैं उसके चेहरे में दिखाई पड़ती है, जो आत्मविश्वास दिखाई पड़ता है वो अद्भुत है। तो ये गुजरात मॉडल तो हम लोगों ने देख लिया। अब शशि थरूर जी छत्तीसगढ़ मॉडल की बात किए हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से ये मॉडल सोनिया जी का, राहुल जी का मॉडल है, ये कांग्रेस का मॉडल है, ये हम सब का मॉडल है, जो हम सबको समृद्धि को, शिक्षा से, स्वास्थ्य से, रोजगार से जोड़ने का काम ये मॉडल कर रही है। मैं पुनः छत्तीसगढ़ में आप सबका स्वागत, अभिनंदन करते हुए, 2 दिन का सत्र है और 2 दिन के सत्र में आप सब इसमें भाग लेंगे। एक नई दिशा इस मंच के माध्यम से, हमारे प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस के माध्यम से पूरे देश को मिलेगा। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ पुनः शशि थरूर जी का, रघुराजन जी का, आदरणीय पुनिया जी का और सभी दूसरे प्रदेश से आए हुए अतिथियों का स्वागत करते हुए अपनी वाणी कहीं विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय छत्तीसगढ़।
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to rise while the Honorable Chief Minister exits. He unfortunately has the affairs of state to deal with. We'd like to give him a round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We're just going to wait for the Honorable Chief Minister. Thank you so much, sir. I request our colleagues in the AIPC to please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, respected colleagues of the All India Professionals Congress, we are just going to have a small token of gratitude being mentioned to you from our State President Kshitij Chandrakar. A little word from myself to you, and then we will break for a tea, and then we will welcome back Raghuram Rajanji and Dr. Shashi Tharoor for their interactive session, which will also include an audience Q&A. So if I could request you to please go back to your seats. Colleagues, friends, can you see me? Hi. It feels so good. It feels so good to see you all. For the better part of 5 years, I've been traveling this country, this beautiful country of ours, meeting with you, talking to you, comparing notes with you. And thanks to you and thanks to this great organization, falling in love with my country once again every single day. So as a young Indian, can I please say thank you to you for giving me the absolute best job in the world. And Dr. Shashi Tharoor, thank you very much for trusting me with this responsibility. It is perhaps telling that no fewer than 20 different states are represented here today. Though we are a fraction of the total size of the strength of the All India Professionals Congress, we are a coherent manifestation of the potential of this strength. I say life goes full circle sometimes. When we set out to start this great adventure called Professionals Congress, as the chairman mentioned, we had literally no idea what we were in for. I remember sitting in the meetings, figuring out how to operationalize something that's never been done before. And the only thing we had going for us was the best practices. Well, I'm pleased to say, judging by the talent in this room and the talent I see in every single one of our conclaves, every single one of our conversations, we not only have the best practices, but we have the best people. I'd like you to give a round of applause to yourselves. लोगों को लगता है कि मैं कल पैदा हुआ था. हाँ, मैं युवा नागरिक हूँ, मैं मानता हूँ, मगर मैं परसों पैदा हुआ था. एक दिन में बहुत फर्क है भाई. And that one day has been 5 years of progress under Congress. Professionals Congress is a testament to the largesse and the kindness of this great country. From Kanyakumari to Kashmir, quite literally, from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, we have colleagues here today. Many of you are going to meet each other for the first time. Many of you are going to talk to each other for the first time, but you will be familiar in that first time interaction, almost like meeting a family member. Have you ever thought, why is that? I'll tell you why. It's because we all want the same thing. Progress. It speaks many languages, but it has one vocabulary: kindness. My special thanks to Dr. Shashi Tharoor, my big brother Salman Soz, Zarita ji, Rajiv ji, and a special shout out to Dr. J. Geeta Reddy ji, who we are missing very dearly here today. Dr. Geeta Reddy, if you're watching this, we hope you get well soon. There is an empty seat for you. We hope that we will see you back in that seat as soon as possible. Round of applause, please, for Dr. Geeta Reddy ji. We will take a little bit of time to get into the groove of this event, and through AIPC style, there's always a little functional chaos, but that's fine. We have, of course, one of the most eminent economists in the world, Raghuram Rajanji, who's come all the way from Chicago here. On a personal note, I'd just like to say that I have had the great privilege of interacting with many people, including presidents and prime ministers, but never have I met someone as humble as Mr. Rajan. So, sir, I want to thank you for inspiring a young professional with your kindness and your humility. Colleagues, I will not gild the lily any further, but I simply wish to compare one final note with you. We are witnessing an unprecedented scale of confrontation and confusion in our great national discourse. I have unfortunately seen far too many acts of violence in my own life, whether it is the loss of a family member, the loss of a colleague, some of whom were mentioned here by the chairman today. I am trying to constantly readjust myself to the new normal that occurs every day. There is nothing more powerful than an absolute loss. I'm looking at some of you colleagues here. We spent hours talking to each other about what that loss meant. Everyone in this audience, everyone in this country, in fact, everyone in the world has been affected by COVID-19. We've all lost someone, we've all lost friends. We've all realized the meaning of life. We have with us here today about 24 hours worth of quality programming brought to you by the Professionals Congress. It is but a moment, but that moment is a very important one. It allows us to compare notes as colleagues and as friends. Let me also highlight to you the alternative. Loss is absolute. Lose someone to death, absolute. There's nothing we can do to change that. But there is an equally more powerful power, hope. And when I see you here today, when I see these leaders here today, when I see these people talk with the kind of conviction, it gives me great hope. The fact that you have taken the time and trouble and expense to come all the way here to Chhattisgarh from all over the country gives me hope. I want to thank you for reminding me every single day why this country will always be more than the sum of her parts. You, my fellows, my fellow countrymen, my fellow colleagues of AIPC, inspire us. As the chairman said, this event is about you. Violence today comes in many forms, unfortunately, and it is only compounded by the vulgarity of income inequality. As a rapidly increasing indifference occurs institutionally, we're only further deteriorating the caliber of our society, the kindness of that society, the largesse of that society. When a parent has to choose between school fees and rent, when a pensioner needs to choose between medicine or essentials, then you and I have failed this great society of ours, and we have failed to discharge our duty, our most sacred duty, far more important than power, than politics, is Desh ki Nagrikta, citizens of this country. We have a choice, you and I. We can continue to fight amongst ourselves and bicker and other one another, or we can realize that what unites us is far more powerful and far more universal than what divides us. Don't take my word for it. Look to the left of you and look to the right of you. And you will see someone who's come from another part of the country because they believe, like you, that this country is great. Ours is a civilization, my friends, that is great not because of our monuments. It's certainly not because of the fancy buildings or gentrification. It is great because of the scale of our dreams. Every one of you is a parent and you want your children to do well. Well, one day I hope to be a parent too, and I hope for my country to do well. Lastly, I just want to say, as you know, I am one of the youngest colleagues that you have, but I'm also one of those people with the most responsibility. I want to thank you for never making me feel like I don't know what I'm talking about or like I'm out of my depth. Your kindness, my colleagues, your kindness is why I'm still here. Thank you for being kind. Thank you for collectively working together to figure things out. It is in that spirit that I conclude and say this. My fellow Indians, my fellow fellows of AIPC, my fellow warriors for progress, my professionals for progress, let us work with the power of hope. Let us work with a concerted effort to find, to seek, and to never yield. I think someone said that there is only death and taxes in life. Well, I want to add and say there's also hope. Because without it, we are truly hopeless. And there's no such thing as being hopeless. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here today. मैं आपका आभारी हूँ. I'd like to finally call my good friend and colleague, Mr. Kshitij Vijay Chandrakar, on stage to give his final welcome address, and then we'll break for a tea. Thank you.
Thank you, Alim Bhai. And thank you everyone for making the trip to Chhattisgarh. I would like to welcome you again. Most of you I've met in person. I've welcomed you. We've shaken hands, but the ones who I haven't met, welcome to Chhattisgarh. I'm Kshitij Chandrakar, AIPC President. I've been instructed to keep this short. So these next 2 days are going to be incredible, full of wisdom, and would be the times that you would remember and cherish for the rest of your life. Chhattisgarh being one of the few states which is doing exceptionally well in all indexes. There is a lot to say about Chhattisgarh, not in just sense of a place of being a venue for you, but in terms of adjectives, what it could mean and what defines the state, but I'm not going to get into it. We will slowly uncover over the period of next 2 days what Chhattisgarh has to offer for you and where we've gotten so far. So I hope you enjoy, and I hope we are able to provide you with the best accommodations and best facilities that we can. Jai Johar, Jai Chhattisgarh, and I hope you guys. All right, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We were hoping to have a slightly larger break, but we've run over. So we're going to do a 5-minute break and then back here with Dr. Shashi Tharoor and Sri Raghuram Rajan. Thank you. To show you, they are some of India's tallest and greatest leaders, essentially the people who built modern India. I'm going to point to them, and if you can tell me who they are. Starting with the first one. Any clues?
I think Rajiv Gandhi.
This is indeed Rajiv Gandhi, a former Prime Minister of India.
That's Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel.
Absolutely correct.
That's Dr. B.R. Ambedkar.
Indeed, the father of the Indian Constitution.
That's Pandit Jawahar Nehru.
Nehru ji was in fact India's first Prime Minister.
That's Dr. Manmohan Singh.
One of the most intellectual Prime Ministers India has ever had. What about this one? Anyone? Well, I'm sure you've all heard of the name, Sarojini Naidu. Well, now that we've learned who these people are, every one of them had something in common. Could you tell me what that is? They were all professionals. Each and every one of these people was a professional, gave up a career and answered the call to service. Let's try and find out what their professions are. What do you think Rajiv Gandhi ji did before he became Prime Minister of India? Well, late Rajiv Gandhi ji was a commercial pilot. Iron Man of India, Sardar Patel, was a barrister. Dr. Ambedkar was one of India's most eminent lawyers, but he was also an economist. Apart from being a very accomplished author, Pandit Nehru was also a lawyer. Dr. Manmohan Singh was an economist. In fact, he's one of the most qualified prime ministers. Sarojini Naidu was a very accomplished author and poet. It's professionals like them who built India, and it's professionals like you who build India. Be a professional for progress. Join the movement and be a professional for Congress. Join the All India Professionals Congress. Hi, I'm Alim, and as we're celebrating 75 years of India's independence, I have a few portraits here I'd like to show you. They are some of India's tallest and greatest leaders, essentially the people who built modern India. I'm going to point to them, and if you can tell me who they are. Starting with the first one. Any clues?
I think Rajiv Gandhi.
This is indeed Rajiv Gandhi, a former Prime Minister of India.
That's Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel.
Absolutely correct.
That's Dr. B.R. Ambedkar.
Indeed, the father of the Indian Constitution.
That's Pandit Jawahar Nehru.
Nehru ji was in fact India's first Prime Minister.
That's Dr. Manmohan Singh.
One of the most intellectual prime ministers India has ever had. What about this one? Anyone? Well, I'm sure you've all heard of the name, Sarojini Naidu. Well, now that we've learned who these people are, every one of them had something in common. Could you tell me what that is? They were all professionals. Each and every one of these people was a professional, gave up a career and answered the call to service. Let's try and find out what their professions are. What do you think Rajiv Gandhi ji did before he became Prime Minister of India? Well, late Rajiv Gandhi ji was a commercial pilot. Iron Man of India, Sardar Patel, was a barrister. Dr. Ambedkar was one of India's most eminent lawyers, but he was also an economist. Apart from being a very accomplished author, Pandit Nehru was also a lawyer. Dr. Manmohan Singh was an economist. In fact, he's one of the most qualified prime ministers. Sarojini Naidu was a very accomplished author and poet. It's professionals like them who built India. And it's professionals like you who build India. Be a professional for progress. Join the movement and be a professional for Congress. Join the All India Professionals Congress. Hi, I'm Alim, and as we're celebrating 75 years of India's independence, I have a few portraits here I'd like to show you. They are some of India's tallest and greatest leaders, essentially the people who built modern India. I'm going to point to them, and if you can tell me who they are. Starting with the first one. Any clues?
I think Rajiv Gandhi.
This is indeed Rajiv Gandhi, a former Prime Minister of India.
That's Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel.
Absolutely correct.
That's Dr. B.R. Ambedkar.
Indeed, the father of the Indian Constitution.
That's Pandit Jawahar Nehru.
Nehru ji was in fact India's first Prime Minister.
That's Dr. Manmohan Singh.
One of the most intellectual prime ministers India has ever had. What about this one? Anyone? Well, I'm sure you've all heard of the name, Sarojini Naidu. Well, now that we've learned who these people are, every one of them had something in common. Could you tell me what that is? They were all professionals. Each and every one of these people was a professional, gave up a career and answered the call to service. Let's try and find out what their professions are. What do you think Rajiv Gandhi ji did before he became Prime Minister of India? Well, late Rajiv Gandhi ji was a commercial pilot. Iron Man of India, Sardar Patel, was a barrister. Dr. Ambedkar was one of India's most eminent lawyers, but he was also an economist. Apart from being a very accomplished author, Pandit Nehru was also a lawyer. Dr. Manmohan Singh was an economist. In fact, he's one of the most qualified prime ministers. Sarojini Naidu was a very accomplished author and poet. It's professionals like them who built India. And it's professionals like you who build India. Be a professional for progress. Join the movement and be a professional for Congress. Join the All India Professionals Congress. Hi, I'm Alim, and as we're celebrating 75 years of India's independence, I have a few portraits here I'd like to show you. They are some of India's tallest and greatest leaders, essentially the people who built modern India. I'm going to point to them, and if you can tell me who they are. Starting with the first one. Any clues?
I think Rajiv Gandhi.
This is indeed Rajiv Gandhi, a former Prime Minister of India.
That's Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel.
Absolutely correct.
That's Dr. B.R. Ambedkar.
Indeed, the father of the Indian Constitution. Well, I'm sure you've all heard of the name Sarojini Naidu. Well, now that we've learned who these people are, every one of them had something in common. Could you tell me? Well, late Rajiv Gandhi ji was a commercial pilot. Iron Man of India, Sardar Patel, was a barrister. Dr. Ambedkar was one of India's most eminent lawyers, but he was also an economist. Apart from being a very accomplished author, Pandit Nehru was also a lawyer. Dr. Manmohan Singh was an economist. In fact, he's one of the most qualified prime ministers. Sarojini Naidu was a very accomplished author and poet. It's professionals like them who built India, and it's professionals like you who build India. Be a professional for progress. Join the movement and be a professional for Congress. Join the All India Professionals Congress. Hi, I'm Alim, and as we're celebrating 75 years of India's independence, I have a few portraits here I'd like to show you. They are some of India's tallest and greatest leaders, essentially the people who built modern India. I'm going to point to them, and if you can tell me who they are. Starting with the first one. Any clues?
I think Rajiv Gandhi.
This is indeed Rajiv Gandhi, a former Prime Minister of India.
That's Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel.
Absolutely correct.
That's Dr. B.R. Ambedkar.
Indeed, the father of the Indian Constitution.
That's Pandit Jwala Nehru.
Nehruji was in fact
Okay, if I can ask all our friends and colleagues to settle down. We have a distinguished visitor who, in addition to everything else, had to fly through the night to be with us, and he is showing great good grace in allowing us to go ahead with the previously scheduled program. Air India, I'm afraid, delayed his flight by 12 hours, and he's thankfully not showing any visible ब्रेक में कर सकते हैं जो कुछ आप कहना चाहते थे या फोटो लेना चाहते थे तो बाद में करेंगे आइए बैठिए come everyone sit down. I don't think Raghuram Rajan needs any introduction. He is one of the most distinguished economists in the world, as young Alim pointed out. He has served all the leading international institutions at the highest levels as their chief economic advisor. He has served as the governor of our Reserve Bank. And he has served our own government before that as chief economic advisor. So he not only understands economics as a well-regarded professor, but is also somebody who has been a practitioner in trying to apply his economic ideas to the real world, and in particular to the realities of our country. I'm going to invite Raghuram Rajanji to make his remarks in the lecture format. He could go to the podium perhaps and speak to us all. And then I will engage him in a brief conversation, following which we will have a conversation, all of us, with him, so that those of you who have questions about what he's going to say are invited to send the questions in writing. We will then, and with your names, obviously, we will call out whatever number of questions we have time for, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, depending on how good your questions are. We'll call out the people's names, and then you will get a mic to ask them. We're trying to keep some control of how the time is well spent. Now, I'm urging you all to please sit down without any further delay while we welcome to the podium, with much gratitude and appreciation, Dr. Raghuram Rajan. Thank you.
Namaskar, good afternoon. मैं हिंदी में बोल सकता हूँ, लेकिन हिंदी में भाषण देने की आदत नहीं है, तो इसलिए मैं अंग्रेजी में बोलूँगा, और बाद में अगर प्रश्न हिंदी में आते हैं तो हिंदी में बोल सकता हूँ। Distinguished guests, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, members of the Congress, and friends. What I want to talk about today is something that's on all our minds, which is what is happening to liberal democracy in this country? And is it really that necessary for Indian development? I will argue it is, and we absolutely must strengthen it. But the reason I thought this would be an interesting topic of discussion is there is a feeling among some quarters in India today that democracy holds back Indian growth. And India needs strong, even authoritarian leadership with few checks and balances on it to grow. And we seem to be drifting in this direction. I believe this argument is totally wrong. It is based on an outdated model of development that emphasizes goods and capital, not people and ideas. I argue that recent underperformance of our country in terms of economic growth, and it has been happening for some time, certainly seems to indicate the path we're going on needs rethinking. I will make the argument that, in fact, our future lies in strengthening our liberal democracy and its institutions, not weakening them. And this is, in fact, essential for our growth. Now, there are, of course, many other reasons why we must confront and defeat majoritarian authoritarianism. For one, any attempt to make second-class citizens of a large minority will divide the country and create internal resentment. In this age of geopolitical turmoil, it will also weaken us and make us vulnerable to foreign meddling. We only have to look south to Sri Lanka to see the consequences when a country's politicians try to deflect from their inability to create jobs by attacking a minority. It doesn't lead anywhere good. And of course, there's a moral reason to have a just, liberal, democratic society. It's what enables each and every one of our citizens to flourish socially and politically. Now, I must emphasize before I get into the meat of my talk that liberalism is not anti-religion. The essence of every major religion is to seek out that which is good in everyone. In many ways, that is also the essence of liberal democracy. Now, with that as preamble, let me talk about the economic rationale for why we need a liberal, argumentative democracy. Start first with where we are. India is rebounding today. Though the consequences of war in Ukraine, the inflation, the rising interest rates around the world are all casting a shadow. Now, any growth that we have should be celebrated, but we cannot ignore the fact that the rebound that we're having is from disastrous numbers posted in the last 2 fiscal years. India's poorest citizens, and especially their children, continue to suffer. And they've suffered during the pandemic, they continue to suffer during a K-shaped recovery that we're having. The scarring of India's lower middle class households and MSMEs will mean that domestic demand will remain subdued after an initial rebound. So we need to figure out how to get growth up. Now, I want to emphasize that India's slow growth is not all the fault of the pandemic. Our underperformance predates the pandemic. Indeed, for about a decade, probably since the onset of the global financial crisis, we haven't been doing as well as we could. The key measure of this underperformance is our inability to create the good jobs that our youth need. Think, for example, of the protests that were triggered by the government's recently announced Agnipath scheme. This is suggestive of how hungry our youth are for jobs. Just a while ago, you saw 12.5 million applicants for 35,000 railway jobs. Now, it's particularly worrisome that India has a scarcity of jobs when so many of our women are not working outside the house. India's female labor force participation is amongst the lowest in the G20 at 20.3% in 2019. In fact, we had only one country which was keeping pace with us, which was Saudi Arabia. And now Saudi Arabia's female labor force participation is 33%. So we are alone. Think how much richer India would be as a country and how much less frustrated our youth would be if there were good jobs for all. So I want to ask the question, where has India gone wrong? But before I try and answer it, let me emphasize that there is much to praise about India's economic record. In the 2 decades after the 1991 reforms initiated by Prime Minister Narasimha Rao and Dr. Manmohan Singh, India had 7% growth for 20 years. That's something very few large countries have achieved. And even in the last decade of relatively slow growth, India has had notable successes. Remember, the Aadhaar scheme was conceived of by Nandan Nilekani, and he added to it the Aadhaar stack, which has had multiple applications. Now, this was an early innovation of the UPA government, and it's paying off today. Think about the universal payment interface that many of you have used, or UPI. We have over 4 billion transactions a month now on UPI. We started UPI in 2016 when I was at the RBI. The equivalent FedNow will start at the Federal Reserve only in 2023. UPI is now studied across the world by central banks intending to implement fast retail payments. The point I want to make is not so much that this is the one thing we've done. There's so many things we've done. But when India puts its mind to it, it is second to none. The examples of successes abound, such as our farmers, ISRO, a fantastic organization which has put a satellite around Mars, our various unicorns, and our Thomas Cup badminton team. But we can't indulge only in chest thumping. If we don't assess our failings critically, we will increase the chances of continuing to underperform. So in that spirit of constructive criticism, let me ask, if Indians and India have so much potential, why are we faltering today? Why aren't we creating those jobs that we desperately need? So let's start by asking what worked for us in those 2 decades after liberalization when we grew so wonderfully. I would say at least 3 things. First, we enabled our people with capabilities and empowered them to seek out better futures. We trusted our people. Second, we freed up their access to opportunities. And third, we governed with a dynamic and sensitive touch, with an openness to criticism and a willingness to learn and correct course. Think, for example, about the things that went right in the decade of the 1990s and the 2000s. What few people realize is that we simply did not just tear down the license permit Raj in those years. Between 1990 and 2010, we nearly doubled the years of schooling in our population, from 3.6 years on average to 6.6 years. And since then, we've made some progress, more so amongst men than amongst women. Of course, the steady liberalization of tariffs and regulations did make it easier for businesses to grow, and it allowed our better educated workers to get good jobs. Infrastructure investment helped. Prime Minister Vajpayee's Golden Quadrilateral Highway building program opened up India, and further, the UPA's Gram Sadak Yojana and many such yojanas, including in Chhattisgarh, opened and connected India. And as many of you know, once you have a paved road connecting a village to the rest of India, it does wonders for the village economy. Overnight, you see dairy and poultry farming taking off because milk, eggs, and chicken can be transported to markets. Shops start stocking the latest goods. You see phones coming about, you see SIM cards, you essentially see commerce taking over the village. Development occurs before your eyes as people take charge. Our citizens' control over government was further strengthened by the implementation of Panchayati Raj and the UPA's Right to Information Act. And importantly, government tried to reduce the extent to which the economy was controlled from on top. Instead, it tried to energize people from the bottom. We moved to letting the energy of the people and competition between businesses decide, rather than deciding from on top which industries and industrialists were to be favored. Now, this led to 7% growth over 2 decades. But this is the past. What are we doing now? So I think it's important to understand what the current government is trying to do, at least as far as its vision on growth goes. And I would argue its vision centers around the term Atmanirbhar, or self-reliance. Now, to the extent it emphasizes better connectivity, better logistics, better roads, and devotes more resources to it, in some ways this seems a continuation of the past reform decades. And that is good. But in many ways, when you look at what Atmanirbhar is trying to achieve, it takes us back to an earlier and failed past, where we focused on physical capital, not human capital, on protection and subsidies, not on liberalization, on choosing favorites to win, not letting the most capable succeed. It also means that we have a misplaced sense of priorities. What do I mean by that? Think about what we're not spending money on today. There is a tragedy overtaking our school children, especially the poorer ones. Many, not having been to school for 2 years, are dropping out of school. Their human capital, which is their and our most important asset in coming years, is something that we're neglecting. We're failing them by not devoting enough resources to remedial education. Now, perhaps the central government thinks state governments will take care of children. Certainly, education is also a state subject. Indeed, the state I work with, Tamil Nadu, has come up with an innovative scheme, Ilam Thedi Kalvi, to hire 1.75 lakh local workers to offer children remedial learning and draw them back to school. In Tamil Nadu, which has one of the better education systems in the country, workers discovered that over 5 lakh children had dropped out, and these are now being coaxed back. Now, if Tamil Nadu has this problem, think how much worse the problem is across the country. Why aren't we doing more to focus on our children? Why aren't we spending more on our children? And given that states are strapped for finance, the center should be providing more resources to this. So the question we have to ask is, what is the center devoting its money to? One of the big items on the center's agenda in terms of funding is called production-linked incentives, which are subsidies to big manufacturing industry. So let's look at the PLI scheme and ask, what exactly does it do? And why do I say it is a reversion to the past rather than forward thinking? Now, giving credit to the government is very much worried about jobs. And that's why it's trying to energize manufacturing in the country. The scheme it has in mind is PLI. Now, clearly, if you think about what PLI does, is it basically argues our industry is uncompetitive. Our manufacturing cannot compete with the world. And on the Ministry of Electronics website, it says we can't compete because of lack of adequate infrastructure, because we have inadequate availability of power, limited design capabilities, not enough focus on R&D by industry, and inadequacies in worker skills. There are all these problems. Therefore, what do? How do we get manufacturing? We offer tariff protection and subsidies. We raise the tariffs on manufactured goods so that our domestic manufacturers have protection, and offer them subsidies so that we can get more manufacturers to come to India and produce. So, for example, take cell phones. In 2017, the tariffs on cell phone imports were raised from 10% to 20%. That gave manufacturers a 20% margin over the world. In addition, in 2020, the PLI scheme was implemented, which gives 6% of the cell phone's invoice price as a subsidy to the manufacturer. And remember, the value added in a cell phone is about 20 to 25% of the cell phone. So you're adding essentially a 6% margin to producers who are actually producing 20 to 25% of that value. In other words, the profit margin they get is about quarter to 1/3 of the value added. Given all this, in addition, states are offering power subsidies, land subsidies, capital expenditure subsidies to get manufacturers coming in. So cell phone manufacturers have a great deal, which is why a number of them are willing to set up in India. The question you have to ask for yourself is, how sustainable is this? And who is paying for all this? Clearly, because of tariffs, consumers in India pay more than the international market price for cell phones. That, of course, becomes a direct profit to the manufacturers. I checked the price of a popular cell phone, which is available for both in the US and India. It's priced at 43% more in India than it's priced in the US. That's the margin the manufacturer gets for producing it in India. Tells me the domestic citizen is paying a lot for the privilege of having cell phones manufactured in India. In addition, of course, the taxpayer is paying 6% in production subsidy for every cell phone produced in India, and the state taxpayer pays for state subsidies. So no wonder foreign manufacturers are willing to flock in. And of course, this may be worth it if a cell phone industry emerges in India which matches world costs. The key issue then for whether the PLI scheme succeeds or not is whether manufacturers become more efficient over time so India can remove the protection and subsidies. What does history tell us about this? Well, it tells us we tried something like this before. It was called the License Permit Raj, and it failed. Why did it fail? Because in the License Permit Raj, there was no impetus for our industry to get efficient, because protection never ended. Given that protection never ended, they said, we'll always get subsidies, why become more efficient? Now, in PLI, there is an ostensible end date when the subsidies end. And hopefully, at that time, the tariff protection that they have will also end. These are hopes. But the real question you should ask is, will they end? In the meantime, government has done little to remedy the deficiencies that render India uncompetitive, for example, increasing the skill base of the workers. So producers will not be competitive when PLI ends. Already firms are lobbying for PLI schemes to be extended to compensate for the pandemic period. And remember, in a few years, there'll be a lot of Indian workers at risk when the subsidy scheme ends. So the political temptation to end them will be considerable. That's one reason why I think the jury is still out on the PLI scheme. Will it make India a manufacturing giant, or will it take us back to the License Permit Raj? It's quite possible it's the latter. The other problem, however, with schemes like the PLI schemes is in an attempt to get Indian manufacturing in certain areas, they increase costs to other areas also. So for example, there's a PLI scheme currently being contemplated for chip manufacturing in India. $10 billion of subsidies for getting chip manufacturing into India. Now, the problem, of course, is as the PLI scheme is implemented, the cost of chips to other Indian manufacturers will go up. And those manufacturers now become less competitive. Think of car manufacturing. Lots of chips go into cars. If they have to pay 20, 30, 40% more for chips, the cars that are produced in India become uncompetitive. Ultimately, the entire economy becomes high cost and inefficient if you spread these costs through the economy. This was what we discovered during the license permit Raj. We're trying that experiment again. Last point, I said one of the things that our reform movement did was it created competition. It was no longer who you knew that determined how well you did, but what you produced, how efficiently you produced. With production-linked subsidies, again, the process about which industries get PLI is non-transparent and completely discretionary, leading to the possibility that taxpayer money goes to subsidize well-connected industrialists rather than sectors where India may have a natural advantage. So the broader point is that we are trying an experiment which failed with some minor modifications, which may be enough to make it work. But really, one should worry about the larger aim. Should India try and become a manufacturing powerhouse, given how much protectionism there is today on manufacturing export-led growth? Put differently, across the West, across the world, you're seeing increasing protectionism because countries are simply unwilling to accept another China storming its way into their domestic markets. If India is to grow, it has to become another China because that's the size of its workforce. And the West is not open to another China coming into their markets. So even if PLI is effective, we become a manufacturing giant, where are our markets going to be given the kind of protectionism that is emerging, given that China already is there? So what should we do? How do we grow, given that growth is essential? I would say, let's go back to what worked and push it in new directions. What worked? Put people first. Help our people improve capabilities and empower them to seek out better futures. That's number one. Number two, increase their access to opportunities. Number three, govern with a dynamic and sensitive touch. Now, where does all this take us? I would argue that instead of manufacturing-led growth, why not think of a new Indian way? Why not think of service-led growth? If India plays its cards right, it doesn't need to emulate China. It doesn't need to tread along the same path, which is now, as I argued, blocked. It can leapfrog much of the manufacturing stage and go directly to services. Now, let me explain in a little more detail. First, what do I mean by putting people first? When I say putting people first, India has to draw from every person that it has. And in order to draw from every person that it has to give everyone a fair chance, starting from our biggest minority, that is women, and going on to religious minorities like Muslims and disadvantaged castes and tribes. For we know that a discriminatory society is not just immoral, it's weak, as I said earlier. But history also tells us that no minority treated as second-class citizens will stay docile in the face of oppressive behavior by the majority. Equal treatment is not just appeasement. It makes absolute sense. It is the right thing to do. It is also what will take our economy in the right direction. It will allow it to put its best foot forward. Now, so the first element of putting people first is treat people fairly, treat people equally. Second, because of our fiscal resources being strained, we must prioritize. So for example, rather than spending $10 billion on production-linked incentives to create chip factories with some small probability of succeeding, today the US is spending $50 billion. We have TSMC in Taiwan spending $30 billion on new factories. So there's a lot of spending on factories going on. Instead of us spending $10 billion in starting from scratch without any assurance of success, why not spend $10 billion on 100 new universities or on 200 old universities upgrading their talents, upgrading their labs, upgrading their facilities, or on 2,000 high schools. Today, chip manufacturing is becoming a commodity business. Where there is value is in chip design. By getting 100 new universities, you get 10,000 new engineers. 10,000 chip engineers can do far more than one chip factory. In other words, when we're thinking about where we prioritize, should we not spend money on people, on their capabilities, on ideas, rather than on subsidizing some industrialists to try making chip factories? As we put people first, as we think about an agenda which increases their human capital, we have to also ask, why is it we haven't done so well on providing public goods to people? Why is it our healthcare systems are deficient? Why is it our schools are not stronger? And I would argue that part of the reason is because people need more power in their hands to be able to affect change. We heard earlier today about one way of empowering people, which is cash transfers to them, giving them the ability to command with the money in their hands better services, because now they can pay for it and they can ask people to provide those services. So cash transfers of the kind that Chhattisgarh is doing are one step in empowering people. A second is to decentralize government. Today, when a teacher doesn't show up in a school in a village, who do you complain to? The teacher is not employed by anybody who has power in the village. The teacher is employed at the state level, and you have to go to the state capital to get redress. If instead there was decentralization, if each panchayat, each municipality had more power over the workers in that panchayat or municipality, would there not be more local control and local responsibility from those functionaries? In other words, can we decentralize funds, functions, and functionaries to the local area? Something the Congress started doing with Panchayati Raj in the late 1980s, but that experiment needs to be continued, because at this point, it is essentially, we have limited the amount of funds, functions, and functionaries that are transferred to the local area. Again, Chhattisgarh is doing some of that, for example, giving local panchayats decision power over sand mining, but more decision powers can be allocated to the local area so that people feel more empowered and can actually take actions on their own futures. Third, if you want to empower people, we also have to put much greater weight on individual rights and freedoms and push courts to enforce them. We have seen in many situations the weaponization of laws, of draconian laws like UAPA and the sedition law. We have seen Section 295A of the Indian Penal Code being used to oppress certain communities and suppress free speech. Now, these laws, if they used well, can help protect the public from criminals and terrorists. But if they're misused, they protect the lazy, the incompetent, and the corrupt in government from the public, or enable the government to hound those it does not like. We've seen both sides of it. And I would argue that going forward, if we want to put people first, we want to give them the ability to protest against ineffective government, we allow them to criticize local government, we need to change these laws, to amend them or repeal many of them, so that people do not fear being put in jail just because they protest. We have to improve access to opportunities. There's so many ways we can improve access to opportunity once people have capabilities. Improving access to markets, to self-employment, to finance, etc. On the agricultural side, technology extension, services, investment and marketing support. On the infrastructure side, we can build out much more infrastructure. Again, the Gram Sadak Yojana that the Chhattisgarh government is working on. But one of the biggest problems in in accessing opportunity is the difficulty of doing business. The other day, I was visiting a hill station, and at the lodge, I met the proprietor. And the proprietor said that he had been looking for new lodges to develop. But because he had no idea what the rules governing lodges were, what kind of permissions there were, who he should get permissions from, he decided to buy an existing lodge, even though it was run down, because the alternative of looking for something new, more spacious, was just impossible. It wasn't that the regulation was stifling. He didn't know what the regulations were. He didn't know who to approach to change the regulations. This is something that plagues small business across India. What are the real regulations that we have to adhere to? What are the inspectors we have to meet? What are the inspections we have to pass? And, in much of this, as you know, there's also a certain amount of corruption. All these are things we need to work on in order to enable our people to create jobs for themselves, to create the kind of entrepreneurship that is very important going forward. So that's the creating opportunity. Third, we need a learning, transparent government. In the path that we're trying to take, in this new path, which tries to take us out from the tested manufacturing-led growth to something different. We need a government which is willing to experiment, which is willing to try things at a small scale, then roll it out more widely, which is willing to allow data to be gathered both on its successes and failures, which is willing to listen when it goes off track. Now, this requires, therefore, a government that is willing to take criticism. It requires a government that doesn't govern only from the center, from a small coterie which doesn't listen very widely. Instead, decisions should be advised more widely by experts, by discussion in parliament, by debate more broadly. Otherwise, we get very narrow decisions which don't have broad public support. Government should also not suppress unfavorable data. Today, we have no idea what unemployment in India is, because we have absolutely no surveys which collect data on unemployment. We have no idea what the deaths from COVID was. The number that is officially out there is about 500,000. The number that studies estimate is between 3 and 5 million. It's a big difference between the two. And knowing where the deaths are, how they're occurring, allows government to be responsive. If you suppress the deaths, you have no idea where to act, how to act. The broader point I'm trying to make is data, free speech, criticism, debate, all these are not inessential to government. They're essential to good government because they allow us to find out what's going wrong, allow us to change. Liberal democracy offers governments the best environment to learn and be more effective. This is something that all complex countries have discovered and are taking action on, strengthening their democracy rather than weakening it. And that's the direction we should go. Now, let me end in the last 3 to 5 minutes. If we do all this, if we put people first, we create opportunities for them, we strengthen government by making it more sensitive and willing to adapt to the realities on the ground, where should we go? How should we create these jobs? Now, we should certainly continue what we're doing. We're building our infrastructure. We're trying to expand manufacturing. We shouldn't do it through subsidies, but following the old path of creating more competition, opening up the economy, trying to encourage more growth in that way. But I also think that we have a new potential path, which is focusing on service-led growth. Let me explain why the environment has changed to favor service exports. By the way, today, India exports 400 million in goods. We export 250 million in services. We have a deficit on goods exports. We have a huge surplus on service exports. We have a comparative advantage in services. So the real question is, if we're trying to put the emphasis, where should we put the emphasis? On manufacturing goods or on services? And I would argue we can do it in services. Let me explain why the environment has changed. During the pandemic, it became easy to provide high value-added services at a distance. If a consultant can work from home in Chicago to service clients in Austin, can't she work from Hyderabad to service those clients in Austin? The market for services like consulting, legal and financial advisory, education, and telemedicine are ripe for globalization. And unlike goods, services delivered online cannot be stopped at a physical border. Furthermore, when we talk about protectionism, the biggest suppliers of services in the world are the United States and Europe. And therefore, it is not in their interest to be overly protectionist, to erect barriers to services. In fact, it is in their interest to be more open. Second, India has a key asset in providing services. It's liberal democracy. Think, for example, when you provide medical services, one of the biggest elements in medical services is data and data privacy. The patient on the other side doesn't want her data to be just spread around without any notion of privacy. She also doesn't want your government to be looking at her data. Her government doesn't want you to be looking at her data. So if you want to provide medical services across border, one of the things you have to assure the other side is you will have strict controls on the data. You will protect that data. The data will stay within the provider, and it will even be protected from your own government. What countries can give better assurance of this kind of data protection? Typically, transparent, tolerant democracies which are governed by the rule of law. So if, for example, we can convince other countries that our own government cannot see our data without going through the courts, our own firms can be sued in a court if they spread the data around, we have a much better chance of getting into data-intensive services, something that a country like China cannot get into because there are no checks and balances on the Chinese government. The US today will not allow China to provide financial services in the US. In fact, a number of Congress people in the US are saying we should put restrictions on TikTok because it gathers up so much data. When data is the new oil, think about countries that have much greater ability to commit that the data will stay private. Those countries will have an advantage in providing services. Add to that the fact that India is already known for providing services across the world. Our software engineers have done wonders for us here. And a final reason for why focusing on services rather than manufacturing is the world is growing green. Services are expanding. Manufacturing cannot expand at that pace because it's impossible for the world to grow its consumption of goods as it did in the past. More of the consumption basket will increasingly consist of services. Why don't we focus more on spreading services across the world? So what does this mean in terms, and this is where I'll end, what does it mean in terms of what we need to do? Well, certainly we need to improve the capabilities of our people, but we also need to, for example, when we're talking about telemedicine, we need Indian degrees to be recognized across the world. We need, therefore, the process by which Indian doctors get qualified in the US to be made easier, that Indian doctors shouldn't have to travel there, that exams be offered across the world so that Indian doctors can qualify. Similarly, in terms of insurance, one of the biggest things in medicine is that national insurance typically pays for medical services. We need the national health system of the United Kingdom to pay for Indian doctors. We need Medicare, Medicaid to pay for Indian doctors. For that, our government has to take it up with those countries and say, we want to do this. And it'll be good for you because we will be providing medical services, taking some of the burden off your overclogged medical services in the National Health Scheme in the UK. It takes 6 months to get an appointment for this and that. If we could take some of the pressure off that by providing medical services from India, that would be good, but for that we need to negotiate with them. The broader point is, instead of just focusing on manufacturing, if we start moving to services and think, what do our service providers need for us to open up the doors to them across the world? Now, last question, you're going to ask, is this going to provide enough jobs? Yes, it can provide jobs to doctors. Yes, it can provide jobs to our well-educated young people who become consultants or lawyers. What about Aam Janata? Is it going to provide jobs for them? Well, first, typically any high-level job in India creates 5 or 6 more jobs. 5 or 6 more jobs around because there are people who help that doctor, nurses, assistants, clerks, cooks. There's lots of jobs of that kind created. So that's one. Second, those jobs themselves, as they provide incomes, allow those households to educate their children. And the leap forward for that next generation of children is tremendous. At the RBI, for example, I used to see our class 4 employees, typically the peons, when they used to come to our house, they used to bring their children with them. The children were often bank managers working for Infosys. They were successful way beyond their parents. They had made the jump because their parents could put them in reasonable schools and give them a good education. They went on to college, got good jobs. So the point I'm trying to make is we need to create jobs of any kind with reasonable incomes and then use education, use good healthcare to elevate that next generation so that in 20 years they leapfrog their parents and we get a far stronger, far richer, far better economy. So let me end by saying we need an Indian growth path that draws on the capability of Indians and builds on India's historic culture of tolerance and respect for all. It's a growth path that builds on India's liberalism, on our ability to debate, to criticize, to essentially argue with one another. Now, I think this will improve the quality of India's governance, but as important, it will make India trusted by citizens elsewhere in the world. In other words, I'm suggesting that India can become a Vishwaguru, not just based on the basis of ideas of the past, but because it has a new vision of green, inclusive, local-led growth and development, and based primarily on services rather than manufacturing. And it persuades the rest of the world that this works by essentially doing it. This path will not be easy given the current ruling ideology, but I think it can be a manifesto for change, and I'm happy to answer questions from Dr. Tharoor. Now, this is our 75th year of independence. Let me end by saying I believe India's best days are still ahead, but we really have to work to make it so. I think we can, but that work has to start now. Let me start.
Thank you very much, Raghu. That was an amazing tour de force, covering a vast, vast area, far bigger, in fact, than just the topic that was officially announced. But I'm going to start just by touching base on some of the points you made so that we can take it forward from there. And then I'd really like to hear from the audience as well. So those of you who have questions, I think, Alam, you've dropped the idea of the papers, right? I think we'll just ask you to raise your hands.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay, but we'll come to that when I've asked Raghu a couple of questions myself. So the first one, Raghu, is really the somewhat intriguing, and I might even say counterintuitive finding that the production-linked incentives, the PLI, actually raise the cost of goods for Indian consumers. So are you essentially advocating then that we do away with PLIs? Because this is one issue that the government has not only got away with, but got away with fairly consensually. The opposition parties have tended by and large to hail this as something that makes more manufacturing in India possible and therefore welcome. No one seems to have cottoned on to this particular argument that it's raising the price for Indian consumers.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I think the PLI starts first with the tariff. You're going to increase the tariff on the stuff you're going to produce domestically. That immediately raises the cost. Add to that the fact that beyond that tariff increase, you're also offering subsidies to those people. That's increasing the cost to the taxpayer. Now, the hope is you create those jobs producing cell phones. Now, remember, the cell phone is not produced using all Indian manufactured equipment. In fact, as I said, the value added is 25%. 75% of the cell phone is imported. So our import bill also goes up. Now, the hope is that in addition to selling some of those cell phones domestically, they'll export some of those cell phones. And they're doing that. But think of how much it costs you for them to export. You're giving them a 6% in the first year subsidy on the, let's say they go to the full value added, 25%. You're giving them 6% on that 25%. Which manufacturer would not love a 25% margin on what they're doing? So this is a very, very lucrative scheme for manufacturing. You're paying a lot for those jobs. And you hope and pray that when the scheme ends, those jobs will still stay. Will they stay? That's the, at this point, $200 billion question. Will those jobs actually stay without the subsidies, without the tariffs? If they stay only with the tariffs, you've committed to a high-cost manufacturing throughout. Because those tariffs were implemented, you need to bring them down. The subsidies theoretically will go away. But even then, these guys are starting to lobby. Oh, we can't survive without those subsidies because you haven't done anything. I mean, they have a good argument. You haven't improved the quality of the labor force. You haven't made power more. All those deficiencies they listed, they'll say nothing has changed on that. How can you just take away the subsidies? So the government says if they manufacture here in a big way, the cost will come down. That's a theory. Let's wait and see. I hope it is right. If it's not right, we're back to we've just subsidized the high-cost manufacturing.
That's an interesting thought. And of course, the people here are themselves purchasers of mobile phones, and you just opened their eyes to the realization. But let me take you in a philosophical direction. Is the lowest cost necessarily the only social objective of a democratic government? Is there some argument to be made that yes, the Indian taxpayer or the Indian consumer may need to pay more in order to fulfill the larger desirable social objective of having manufacturing in India and employing more people in that process, even if it means paying more? Because, the other side of the argument, Raghu, we always hear is, my God, even the idols of gods we buy in Indian markets are made in China.
Right.
Why hasn't the government prevented that? Why can't our traditional artisans and sculptors and everybody else be getting this business that now is all going to China? So the question often is that there is a certain value to some things being done in your own country.
Right. I was reading about that. We were complaining about idols being manufactured in Japan in the 1930s. We've just changed the country we complain about. Well, if they manufacture the idols in a reasonable way, it's good. The question is, are there other things that we could do? Do we have to force the manufacturing of idols in India? Or are there things we could do more effectively? And that's the question we should be asking. Put differently, how much does it cost us to get these jobs into India? And are they highly skilled jobs? Or are they low-skilled assembly jobs? If they're low-skilled assembly jobs, where you're not paying these workers very much, do we need that amount of subsidy to get that in? What is the per worker cost of doing this? Now, you would be amazed when the US applied tariffs to keep steel worker jobs in the US. It was realized the cost per job was $300,000. for keeping those jobs. So tariffs are not innocuous. When you raise them and force the customers to pay more, you're forcing, 500 million Indians who buy these cell phones to pay for those 5,000 jobs that are created. Now, it doesn't seem like a lot for the 500 million Indians, but you put 20% per cell phone, add it up, divide it by 5,000 jobs. It's a lot to pay for those 5,000 jobs. So the amazing thing I have discovered is nobody in India, nobody in government has done a study on this, has actually found how much it costs to create these jobs. And of course, we don't know yet whether these jobs will stay once the subsidies are lifted and once the tariffs are lifted. The worry I have, and this is why I say experiment before you roll out. We're rolling it out in a big way.
Yeah.
Now we're doing 10 billion for chip manufacturing. We don't even know what kind of chips we'll get for 10 billion. Now, chip manufacturing is a very capital intensive business.
That's right.
And countries are putting 30, 40, 50 billion at it and still not being satisfied. Intel wants that 50 billion that the US government is putting, even though it has state of the art factories already. Because to make the next leap, it has to do far more. The worry I have in all this is in these kinds of very capital intensive manufacturing, the number of jobs you're going to create is a pittance. Any chip factory is going to take maybe 500 people, 1,000 people. And it's not even clear you become self-sufficient because the critical problem is not the low quality chips. It's the high quality chips. If you're doing defense equipment, you need those high quality chips. You're not going to be able to manufacture those at, even with a 10
I
billion
think we sort of
subsidy.
saw the Chinese moving into that area and said, my gosh, if they can do it, why can't we? Because you remember there was a time in the 70s and 80s when China was practically manufacturing nothing of their own. Everything was imitative, and this was something too complicated to imitate. Now they're actually world leaders. The Taiwanese and the Chinese together have pretty much cornered 80, 90% of the semiconductor chip manufacturing process.
The Chinese are not at the frontier yet. They're
No.
behind. And that's why they want Taiwan. Because with Taiwan, they get to the frontier. But the Chinese have spent 50 to 100 billion
Yeah.
in the last couple of years on trying to get more chip manufacturing. And they're still not at the frontier. So if you want to play this game, the amount that you have to spend,
It's not worth the credit.
10 billion will get you nothing.
Yeah.
But 10 billion will get us 200 high quality universities. Do we want those 200 high quality universities, or do we want, one big factory somewhere?
Fair point. Okay. So then let's just move on from that particular argument to one of the solutions. You gave us a diagnosis and a prescription. One of them was, let's improve our production of and export of services. But again, there is a question of how many jobs can you create in services? And secondly, have you skilled enough people to provide the services that the world now needs? And in both questions, I fear there is a particular challenge.
It is a challenge. It's not going to be easy. But I would say, therefore, let's start today. Let's start investing far more in things like education, in things like healthcare than we are doing. Recognizing that our people are going to be our greatest strength. And therefore, that's why I'm saying, I find the complete neglect of this fact that our children have missed 2 years. And Pratham or Acer basically says 2 years in school that you've missed means you're 4 years behind because you've forgotten also in the 2 years that you were there. So our kids, that cohort, that entire cohort, except for the ones in really good schools with access to iPads and computers, the rest actually are failing at this point. And to rescue them, we need a substantial amount of investment in remedial education. And we're not doing that. We're going to push them up. They'll keep getting promoted, but they won't understand anything in class. We'll get more dropouts. Tamil Nadu had 500,000 kids dropping out. They had to be coaxed back into class. I don't know if we're doing surveys like that elsewhere in the country, but if we're not, we risk a lost generation. And so I would argue, start first with saving our existing kids. then work on increasing their opportunity to do far better. They should have access to many more high quality colleges, many more high quality schools with the right labs, with the right supports. And thereby, we can actually increase the quality of our human capital significantly. And that's going to be where we create the jobs. That's going. I mean, think about a university. I work with a university in the south today.
Which one?
Kriya. It's a new university. You know, university employs maybe 120 faculty. It employs another 300, 400 support staff, right? And with that, you're training kids to get a bachelor's degree. Those kids will go out and get a whole set of new jobs because they're now trained up to world standards. Some of them will go for higher education, but many of them can become your consultants, your these things, your supports to investment banks and so on. Those kids will create another 5, 6 jobs apiece. So my sense is, you know, manufacturing provides far less when you think about it. That, you know, little unskilled assembly is something that, yes, provides jobs, but doesn't provide growth. And the kind of growth providing manufacturing that one can have is very limited.
Well, the other challenge I've noticed is that technology also overtakes some of our success stories. Now, you remember the time when medical transcription was a big sunrise industry and we cornered 90% of the world market on that. Here you had American doctors dictating their notes at the end of the day into a computer, and it was zinged over to India while the American was asleep, and some fairly qualified Indian chap transcribed the whole thing and sent it back. And when the American woke up in the morning, his notes were there, complete and accurately typed. Much cheaper and more effective than hiring a secretary. And then comes voice recognition software, and suddenly the American doesn't need the guy in India. He can just dictate into his computer and it understands his accent and reads, types out for him automatically. Now, suddenly a business where India thought they were thriving, where we had mushrooming companies being established and people investing in homes and cars expecting to have this job for the next 25 years, suddenly they're all unemployed and the companies are out of business. Now, that's the kind of challenge for which I don't know whether we have enough answers in India, but how would you tackle that kind of phenomenon if you were making policy?
Every country has that problem. And the thing is obviously to keep adapting, right? To keep adapting to what the new needs are. And that means constant learning. So Scandinavia, these are countries that are small, that are buffeted by trade shocks every few years. And what they do is they try and keep their workers constantly learning. So you're here today. What is it that you need to learn? What is it that you need to learn to keep your skills up? What are the forces that are coming to hit you? That is called an active labor market. Now, we're very far from that. But the question is, if we want to succeed in this world which is dynamic, where things are changing all the time, we have to be able to impart new skills all the time, even when those skills aren't currently needed. You have to remember your job will become obsolete in 5 years, given the pace of change. So take radiologists, right?
They used to be reading MRIs from America, and now they're no longer needed, right?
Well, but even in the US, right? MRIs now can be read by machine because AI is increasingly developing capabilities. That said, what the doctor there does is provide the last view. What is happening still is nobody trusts the machine to get it right. So the machine provides the input to the doctor, who at the end determines whether this is right or not. There is still a last channel. But it does mean that, increasingly there will be less space for doctors doing that particular activity, because the machine does most of the analysis and the doctor finally decides whether it's right or not, which means we have to retrain in something else. Now, there's no dearth of demand for medical services in the US, right? Try getting a doctor, it takes you, 3 months to get a doctor's appointment. So the demand is very high. And that's why I'm saying making it easier to provide those services, whether at a distance or by machine, there's still plenty of demand for that kind of thing.
Well, there's also some demand for one very old-fashioned thing we're doing reasonably well at even today, and that's medical tourism. We do operations of high quality, cheaper, and we look after patients better than most Western hospitals can do. And we are actually attracting people to come just to have their hips replaced or their knees replaced or even bypasses done in India for a fraction of what it would cost them, and with swifter appointments than they would get in the West.
Absolutely, which is why I'm saying, why don't we negotiate with the US and with the UK? Not just about the, oh, we'll keep, we want to protect our culture and this and that. But talk about them paying for patients who come to India to get their hip replacement. Talk about national insurance paying for these kinds of services. That, to my mind, will be an advance. We will get a lot more demand for our hospitals, and of course, it'll be win-win. But more, I mean, when we think about services, I'm not talking just about the kind of services that are high value-added services. Tourism is a service which is very, very important. We can do far more of that. But again, tourism requires us to have a liberal image. Not that we're a harsh, oppressive government, but we are a liberal government which loves everybody from across the world. We invite everybody.
And we look after them well when they come.
And we look after them well. This is our historical reputation. It would be a shame to lose it. I think it's very important to convey that kind of image. Another service is construction. Construction is another service. And we need a lot of construction. We are seeing some attempt to do what is necessary, but there's far more that can be done. Homes for the poor, various Awas Yojanas. There is various roads, ports, airports.
But that's Indians doing things in India for other Indians.
That is also part of the services. What I'm saying is there's so much we can do with services. And let's focus on manufacturing because that's the way to go, and let's pay what it takes to get it done. I think we need to at least test that hypothesis.
Well, sir, that's been a profound insight I think we've all gained from this excellent lecture and conversation. I've got 3 members of the audience who have asked for the floor with questions. So let me go to them one by one. When I call out your name, if you don't mind standing up so they can hand you a mic and you can read out your question. First is Uwais Ali Khan. I think right there. Who has a mic, Alam?
Mic will come to you. Can we get the mic there, please?
And just for all the other colleagues, Uwais, can you tell us which chapter you've come from of AIPC and what you do, and then ask your question. You have to press some button, I think, to make it work.
Try it now.
Alam, this should have been taken care of earlier.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rajan, Dr. Tharoor. First of all, warm welcome to the National Conclave of All India Professionals Congress. I am Uwais Ali Khan, Chartered Accountant by profession, and also the Secretary of Uttar Pradesh West Professionals Congress, and also heading the Finance Professionals Vertical of All India Professionals Congress. Sir, we are discussing the challenges and problems in Indian economy these days almost at every level. My question from you is, if you were the finance minister of the country at present, which we wish soon you became, what key steps you would have taken to reclaim our lost economic glory? Thank you.
Thank you, Uwais. Raghu, if you don't mind, shall we take all 3 questions? Sure. Because the clock has ticked past 1:30. Sure. Rukshmani Kumari. Right in the front row here, can you pass the mic? And third will be Venkatram Reddy, if he can also stand up and show where he is. There he is. So the mic has to go back there afterwards.
Welcome, sir. I'm Rukshmani Kumari, and I head the All India Professionals Congress for Rajasthan. I have a question for you, sir. I wanted to tell you about me. I run an NGO called Star Foundation, and I also run hotel. So my question is, if China succeeds without liberal democracy, and India has fallen behind despite having liberal democracy, then how can you argue that liberal democracy is essential to successful economic growth?
Excellent. We get some philosophical questions in there. And the last one, Mr. Venkatram Reddy, right at the back. Somebody could take the mic to him, please?
He's got it. I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm from AIPC Telangana. I have a question, sir. We are talking about manufacturing, less manufacturing and more of services. But are we ignoring the big market we have here in India itself? Today, protectionism is a big thing everywhere. And what if it's not that we have a demand, and what if the supply would not come to us? Not having a strong manufacturing base, would it impact us in the long term in that sense? Thank you.
So those three questions, perhaps, Raghu, before we break for lunch.
Yeah. So start first with, do you need a manufacturing base? I'm not saying do away with it. I'm saying don't mollycoddle it. Going back to the infant industry, we need to protect it. We need to, these were the old arguments that were made. I would say by all means, we should have manufacturing. Whatever we can do, which is sensible, makes sense, we should do it. But let's not overly subsidize it. Let's figure out what we need to spend on. And that leads to the question, shouldn't we be spending more on education, on healthcare, so that we create more human capital in the country? And that can then either do more manufacturing, but I would argue that can also go into services. Certainly the world needs more services, but India also needs more services. So I'm not saying do away with manufacturing, don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is, if you want to put your spending, which basket do you put your spending in? Do you subsidize the manufacturers and do you sort of protect them? Or do you try and encourage more human capital building in the country? And I would say the latter rather than the former, which goes back to the first question, which was what, what kind of policies would you follow? I certainly think that one of the most important issues for us today is really how do we encourage more human capital building in the country, right? Which is how do we push more resources to education and healthcare. And that's something we need to think about. And I'm not just saying government spending. How do we get more private sector spending in those areas? For example, if we're talking about healthcare, how do we get the private sector to provide more high quality healthcare? One of the problems often is the private sector provides healthcare, but it's not particularly high quality. So those are the things we need to think about. How do we get more human capital building in the country? On the issue of what else would you do, one of the things we need to really think about is the business environment. How do we make it easier for a small guy to start up in the country and to have a strong business? We just heard about a private entrepreneur. We need so many more of those. Now, everybody is looking for the government to create jobs, but the government can create only a small number of jobs. The reality is much of the jobs have to be created outside the government. And big business is not creating too many jobs. It has to be created by small enterprises growing big. How do we create the environment which allows for that? And that's why I'm saying we need to move away from the top down. These are the industrialists I'm going to favor. These are the ones I'm going to help. To how do I create the environment, the business environment that allows a lot more people to flourish? How do I give them certainty that they will not be troubled by a tax inspector? They will not be troubled by somebody who asks to inspect their boilers? How do I tell them which rules they have to obey? How do I make it easier for them to get finance? Those are the things. We need to think about how to encourage small business in this country much more than we're doing today. So that is another thing I would focus on. On the, we could go on, but I need to answer the last question. Your question was, why do you think liberal democracy? I would argue we've had an imperfect liberal democracy. And I would say the clear example of it not working is how little we spent on education in the first so many years. If you look at the first 3 decades of India, our education attainments were miserable. We didn't improve the quality of the years of schooling significantly. If you think about the one big difference between China and India, when they started liberalizing, China started liberalizing in early 80s, India in the late 80s. The big difference was China had people with much greater schooling than India had. For India, it was liberalization which helped create the jobs that required more schooling. People looked for more schooling, and that happened. But in China, they had already been educated by the communist system to much higher levels of education. There was a huge difference. And so I would argue we had a democracy, but it wasn't working in the broader interests of people. Over time, it has done more of that, but we need to ensure that keeps going by strengthening our democracy, by making sure it works for the people rather than it works for a narrow elite. And that's the work we need to do.
But even if one agrees with that point, China's success is still a repudiation of the democratic evangelists, isn't it?
Well-
Because they really don't have a democracy at all in any meaningful sense of the term. And yet they have grown and outstripped every other democracy.
So I would argue the following, and you can hold me to this. I think we've seen peak China. That China has benefited tremendously from what they did right on encouraging manufacturing. But now they have to make the next step, which is a service-oriented economy. And that's where I think some of the advantages of democracies will come in. The fact that there are checks and balances, the fact that the government cannot determine everything. One of the problems with China today, of course, is that President Xi has some very set views on the direction China has to take. And those views, even the zero COVID policy, but before that, the policy against the private sector and the attack on the private sector.
On the bigwigs in the private sector.
Bigwigs in the private sector was popular, but the broader, we should determine what is good, what is not, has the old central planning view. And my sense is those are things which sort of hit against what made China successful so far. And therefore, I would say unless China sort of rediscovers a new path, the old path has reached its limits. And as a result, growing further in this direction may be really difficult. Now, people have called time on China many times and been wrong. But I would argue that China has reached the limits of that manufacturing-led growth. Even for political reasons, the West is not willing to accept anymore.
That's right. And in any case, you don't have a track record of being proved wrong. You've actually been pretty right in most of what you said. Colleagues, sorry, we are going to extend this slightly. Alam is saying that 4 colleagues from 4 different states have again asked for the floor with questions. I think I don't want to deprive ourselves of Raghu's wisdom. So we'll just extend it by a few more minutes, and I'll take your 4 questions and ask Raghu to give us quick answers. So the first one is Kranti Naidu from AIPC Andhra. Where are you? I'll mention everyone, so you can please just stand up and show yourselves to the mic. Second one is Pradeep Sharma, Special Advisor to CM Chhattisgarh. Where are you, sir? There you are. You already got the mic in your hand? Okay, then let him ask it first. Oh, you've got your mic too? All right, go on, Kranti Naidu. I asked you first. Okay.
So thanks for giving this opportunity. I am Kranti Naidu from AIPC Andhra. Our question is regarding Nyay scheme. How much it is reliable and useful we want to know, sir. Because in our AP also, based on this only, they had started AP Navratnalu one scheme, it is going on, sir. Based on that, they are giving money directly to the people on different schemes like education, Ammavadi scheme like that. Some schemes are there which they are giving directly to the people, and they are not concentrating on other schemes like corporation funds, etc., which are also useful for the people to become self-reliant, like they can start their own business like that. But they are not concentrating on other schemes, and they are directly giving, the government is directly giving money to the people. How much it is reliable and how it increases the economy of the state. Now we are debt-driven, and our Andhra Pradesh state is the most debt-driven state in the country now. How Nyay scheme can overcome this one, and how it is connected? Is any connection between like that?
Yeah, adding to the debts of the state. I get you. Pradeep Sharma, Chhattisgarh.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan. It's a very enlightening lecture. My question is that India contributes almost around 8% of minerals in the whole world, whereas we have only 2.5% of contribution of GDP of these minerals in the whole budget of India. So don't you think that still we have lots of scope for mineral-based production systems in this country, one. Second, in the service industries, don't you think that only a huge portion of elite Indian would be benefited rather than the general people?
Thank you, Pradeep. Manish Khanduri, AIPC Uttarakhand. Can you give him the mic on this side?
Behind you.
Hello. Yes. Thank you. As a very quick aside, my name is Manish Khanduri and I'm from Uttarakhand. As a very quick aside, I want to say that I never had the privilege of hearing you speak when I went to the business school that was to the south of Booth. But I can now say that although I never heard you with Dr. Deepak Jain at Kellogg, I have had the privilege of hearing you with Dr. Shashi Tharoor in Raipur, Chhattisgarh. My question to you is, you've already spoken on the subject. Now, it's a very wide-ranging lecture, and you've spoken about social democracy, and you've spoken about service-oriented economy. What is the role you think of possibly of crypto as a technology in driving all of this that you've mentioned? Now, I want to be very careful. I'm not speaking of it as an investment opportunity, nor am I asking you which is the best one, obviously. But essentially, the role of crypto in everything that you've said for a country like India.
And finally, and this is the last question before lunch, if any of you are burning to ask, save it for a later session. Bhushan Bendre Kalyan. Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Can we get the sound? Please have a look.
Hello. 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 Yes. Hello, Dr. Raghuram Rajan ji, Dr. Shashi Tharoor ji. I am Advocate Bhushan Bendre, a lawyer from Kalyan and Secretary of Kalyan AIPC. Sir, I have two questions, one for Dr. Raghuram Rajan ji and one for Dr. Shashi Tharoor ji. I'll start with Dr. Shashi Tharoor ji. Sir, Dr. Raghuram Rajan ji gave a mention in his speech about that data is the new oil. We have seen that data have been harnessed so rigorously that even we go and ask for a burger in McDonald's, they first ask about our number and then only they generate the bill. So data privacy is a serious concern. I just want a suggestion from you. I may be wrong, sir. You are very senior and veteran parliamentarian. So can we bring a data protection bill through a private member's bill in the parliament? I know that numerically we are very less in both the houses of the parliament, but still we can create an impact. Even if the bill falls down in the parliament, we can create an impact that, see, we have an intention of protecting the data of this country, but this ruling government doesn't have that kind of intention. This answer I want from you, Dr. Shashi Tharoor ji. I'll be very glad to hear it from you. And the second one, to Dr. Raghuram Rajan ji, that I have seen that few generations before, my father was a government employee working for a national bank. My grandfather was working for Indian Railways. The recent data have come, which were answered in the parliament by Dr. Jitendra, that the government employments opportunities which were created in the country were only 7 lakh till date 2021-22. And the applications which had come were over 22 crores for government, central government jobs. So can we create something for that? The trend is very dangerous, that since 2014, the government employee have been seriously collapsing like anything. Thank you, Dr. Shashi Tharoor ji, for giving a professional like me an opportunity to be the part of AIPC. I had earlier been very reluctant in the politics, but now I have become very interested in politics. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you for that kind word. I must say that this is exactly why we created AIPC, to give professionals like you an outlet and a connection to the political world. I'll quickly answer the question you asked me directly, and I might add that this figure of 7 lakh jobs and 22 crore applications is one that I had come across, was planning to ask you, so I'm glad that, that Mr. Bendre did. Very simply, I myself have introduced a personal data protection private members bill, first in 2017 and reintroduced it with a new Lok Sabha in 2019. But needless to say, private members bills simply don't take off. That's part of the challenge we have in our politics. The government's data protection bill had a couple of very serious flaws, which we pointed out. But rather than bringing that bill to my committee, the IT committee, which is of course chaired by a congressman, the government preferred to create a select committee chaired by a BJP member and they were able to outvote us when we opposed that proposal, because obviously we knew it was designed only to take the bill away from an opposition-led committee. That's what our politics has become now. But anyway, to cut a long story short, after 1 year or 2 years, delayed also by COVID, they finally came up with an extensive report, and all the Congress members in that select committee dissented. So we don't have a particularly happy outcome. Since then, that select committee's version of the bill has been sitting with the government for almost a year, and they've done nothing about it. When I spoke to the minister unofficially, so I ask you to treat this as an unofficial statement, his reply was that there were some problems because it would be a powerful disincentive for IT companies to operate in India if the bill as drafted by the committee were to go ahead. So the government was still mulling over how to change the draft. So I think we have a genuine problem, but the bigger problem, as I see as a parliamentarian, is the government is passing other bills day after day, which actually need the underpinning of a data protection bill to keep our consumers safe. For example, the DNA bill. DNA is also data. And if the government can collect and store your DNA every time that you're caught for a speeding offense or anything, what are the laws under which that is going to be preserved? Where are the data protection guarantees? There are no satisfactory answers. I've raised this very question in Parliament. So we need the data protection bill to underpin a whole lot of other legislation that has come and may come in future. But as you say, in the meantime, both the government and the private sector are busy connecting data left, right, and center. They are sort of digging their oil wells on the backs of our information. And some of the basic principles of data protection, that data should belong to he or she who generates it, that once the government has a right to take it for a particular purpose and that purpose is served, thereafter the data should be destroyed or returned to the person who owns it, that if there is a dispute, there should be an independent data protection authority. The government has only proposed one, where the data protection authority is not independent but is made up of government officials. All of these questions, these basic core principles, are so far being bypassed by the government. So whenever the bill comes, there is another worry, which is that we will point all this out in debates on the floor of the House. But because of their brute majority, they'll probably pass a bad bill, and the country will have to live with the consequences. These are the challenges I see in this particular issue. Sorry to give you a dispiriting answer, but I'll get that out of the way and then turn back to Raghu for the 4 economic questions.
So just on those questions, one, is Nyaya a good scheme? Well, no scheme can be divorced from the circumstances in which it is implemented. Generally giving people cash transfers so that they can decide what they want to do with it is a form of empowerment, but also relies on them making good decisions, which typically we found actually happens. So studies generally suggest that people can make those decisions. So I think in general it's a good thing, but then you're asking the question, what if it comes at the expense of other investments the government has to make? And clearly, the government cannot sort of put everything in this basket and not make investments in roads, in ports, and all the other kind of necessary work the government has to do. So this has to be seen as part of the function of the government. And I would say, by and large, the more targeted it is, the more it's going to help particular segments, and therefore it can be more generous to those segments rather than having a thin sort of subsidy to everybody. Have it more focused on the truly needy, but sufficient to lift them up in a proper way. I think that, to my mind, would make it more effective. On the notion that minerals, of course, the problem, of course, with many minerals is they are found in tribal areas. And then the question of tribal protection becomes a big issue. What safeguards do we have that their concerns, their livelihoods, their hunting grounds, all those are preserved in a way? What kind of compromise can be reached with them? And I think you understand the issues certainly there. But of course, especially some of the high value minerals in the country, we certainly should think of ways of exploiting them without impairing the livelihoods of others. I think the point about services being elite is an important one. It doesn't have to be so. That there are lots of services which I think, first, tourism, for example, can go right down to every, to the unskilled level and employ very many people. So we can do far more of those. Yes, there are some elite services, but manufacturing is also becoming elite. Today, much of the when you talk to a Bajaj, there's not a whole lot of workers employed there. Typically, they're people keeping the machines running. That's a highly skilled job. So manufacturing has also become elite, but I would say services has the ability to spread across much more. Because in fact, if we have the ability to lift people up through reasonable schooling and through a decent university, we can immediately make them capable of getting high quality jobs across the world, especially with working at a distance. However, there is work to be done. A lot of our graduates don't have strong skills because the colleges aren't teaching them adequately. So we need to upgrade the quality of our colleges, our universities, but even before that, upgrade the quality of our schools so that children come out of school waiting to learn more rather than being tired of learning. So lots of work to be done, absolutely, but it doesn't have to be elite. It can be much more broad-based. Cryptocurrencies, I suspect the question is from the perspective of, can cryptos work in improving things like, data, like registries for property and so on? Can crypto be used for, elections? Look, I mean, at the heart of it is the notion that here's a decentralized ledger, doesn't need a central authority, can be operated without that central authority. So there are lots of things that can be applied for. I agree with that notion, but I think before we get to this being the solution to everything, there are in many situations more direct solutions at present. Longer run, perhaps this can reduce costs, but at this point, and I'm saying it's not cryptocurrency, but the underlying technology.
Blockchain.
Blockchain,
Blockchain, you're
decentralized ledger.
but I mean, the difficulty will be that, for example, something like land records,
Yeah.
government needs to have some authority to control and be
That-
aware of it,
that-
whereas blockchain by definition is beyond the government's control.
Exactly. So in other words, a permission system rather than a permissionless system may work, with the permission system being sort of governed by the government. You have a centralized ledger. It's not a decentralized ledger, but that would work as well. In fact, that's maybe the only solution in that case. Last question, government employment. India actually, if you look at the number of government employees relative to the size of the population or to the size of the GDP, is relatively small. But I would argue that what we need is to figure out what kind of government jobs we really need more of. Typically, they're more at the local level rather than the central or the state level. We need far more local officials to carry out the various programs the government is engaged in. And there, we need to also make sure that those officials actually do the work that is required. So that's where I'm talking about decentralization. Decentralization, local government jobs would actually, in my view, be something that could improve the governance in this country. So I agree with the point, we probably need more government jobs, but I wouldn't treat them as government jobs just because we need jobs, but jobs because we need government to do more. And therefore, we need to put them in the right places. We can't all, we can't have significantly more jobs in Delhi. It has to be jobs in the local municipality, in the taluka. That's where we need the jobs.
It's a real challenge, and there are other complications we haven't had the time to address. Some of the applicants, in fact, the majority of the applicants are overqualified for the jobs they require. So you'll have, for example, a police constable job requiring a 10th grade pass, and you have PhDs applying for it because they can't get any jobs. And the skill mismatch, or even at least qualification mismatch, has become a serious problem. The other problem is that we have an astonishing tail to teeth ratio in our government. Unlike other governments, we have jobs for chaprasis, for peons to carry files from one desk to another and so on, which actually don't require very high qualifications, but those are the jobs which by and large our government is trying to cut down upon and dispense with, but there's natural resistance because too many people are unable to do anything else. So, I mean, these are all aspects of that. It's a very problematic issue on which it'd be wonderful if you or one of your doctoral students could spend some time, because it is, and you know, Sarkari Naukri has been a dream of every Indian from a poor family.
Well, absolutely. And one of the tragedies in India is precisely these students sitting for exam after exam after exam until they superannuate from being able to give another exam for in another government exam. So at age 32, they've given all the exams they can, but now cannot take any more exam. And what do they do at that point? At that point, they start looking for a job in the private sector. I mean, we really need to create more jobs. Absolutely.
Well said. I want to just congratulate Raghuram Rajan ji for the extraordinary range and breadth of insights he has shared with us today. I'm sorry I can't take any more
सर एक
questions.
सवाल हिंदी में ले लीजिए सर, बहुत देर से इंग्लिश के सवाल थे।
देखिए, सही बात है, आप तो
छोटा सा
पूछ
सवाल।
सकते थे पहले, लेकिन अब तो 2 बज गया। आपको पता है कि 1:30 बजे सब लोग को लंच
एक
देना
छोटा सा एक क्वेरी सवाल
पूरा
लेंगे।
दिन बिगड़ जाएगा। माफ कीजिए।
ओके,
अब दोपहर को आपको मौका दे दूंगा।
ठीक सर,
मैं
thank
आप
you,
देखा हूं कि आप कैसे हैं, मैं आपसे आपको मौका दूंगा। Thank you all very much for this extraordinary session, for all those who contributed with their questions, and Raghu for your amazing insights. Thank you very much. Adjourn for lunch. We're going to shorten lunch by 15 minutes, so you can be back in half an hour to
Sorry,
resume.
ladies and gentlemen, just so that you know, you can exit on the right over here, on this side, for your lunch. It's all the way there in the back. We also have a photo opportunity session with the chairman. Today, that will be with the AIPC East and West zones. Tomorrow, North and South. Today is AIPC East and AIPC West. Your coordinators will be there to help you sort it out. Thank you very much. See you back in 1 hour at 3 o'clock for a session with the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. No one on stage, no one on stage.
I'm Shashi Tharoor. I too have been a professional and I'm now in politics. But there aren't enough of us who make that transition. So many people in our country have abdicated the world of politics, feeling that professionals need to study hard, pass their exams, do their jobs, pay their taxes, and leave politics to others. But in fact, if we want our country to benefit from the skills, the awareness, the expertise that professionals can contribute to our country's governance, then we need to see professionals in politics too. I am delighted that the Congress Party has decided to create a professionals Congress to give professionals a platform and a forum in which they can develop and engage their political interests. The purpose of the Professionals Congress is to allow professionals a way into the Congress Party's deliberations, to give them an opportunity to discuss issues that matter to them, to network with like-minded professionals of the same sort of inclinations, to conduct monitoring of government programs in their areas, to articulate policy suggestions, and to also do their own outreach programs in their areas. A sort of political Rotary Club, as it were, for like-minded professionals from around India. The Professionals Congress is intended to be your home. If you are interested, sign up on this site and let us have your support. Join the Professionals Congress. Jai Hind, Jai Congress. Your support. Join the Professionals Congress. Jai Hind, Jai Congress.
कोशिश हमारी पैनल डिस्कशन का मुद्दा भी यही है कि क्या वाकई में सूरत बदलनी चाहिए। जी हाँ, जैसा कि मैंने अपने इस तकरीर की शुरुआत में ही आपसे कहा, जी हाँ, जैसा कि मैंने अपने इस तकरीर की शुरुआत में ही आपसे कहा,
I view the Congress party, AIPC, as a family. When we came in, when we started this conversation, I remember that meeting. What was the essence of it? The essence of it was that there are many, many professional people who cannot find a way into the maze that is called politics in India. That's the what we're trying to do, right? And I can see that you guys have come a long way in navigating that maze and in opening a couple of the doors that need to be opened. And there are different manifestations of it. You've now built a foundation. You now need to scale the foundation. And I don't mean scale the foundation in numbers. So I'm not saying get 200,000 members now. You can scale it in whatever way you want. You can scale it in terms of quality. You can scale it in terms of ideas. You can scale it in terms of impact. But now think about cracking open some of these doors and opening, bigger spaces inside the political maze. Right? That's what happened. So all these people who, Vinoba Bhave, these were all AIPC members. They were talented professionals who were sent in and said, now go to Gujarat, go to Anand. I mean, I know the story of Anand. Anand was basically a British milk company that was ripping off the people of Anand. And Gandhiji sent a professional person there saying, listen, go figure this out, figure out the business dynamics and do something. And he created Amul. Tribhuvan Patel. So realize that that's really your power. So realize that that's really your power. The monopolization of India is almost complete. We are today, I checked and I was like, okay, which is the country that had the highest level of monopolization in modern history? Do you know which country that was? It was Nazi Germany. Right? So please realize that economic monopolization leads to political monopolization. They are linked. The reason the BJP is doing so well politically is because there are economic monopolies that are helping them, who are not helping us. So political concentration follows economic concentration. The monopolization of India is almost complete. We are today, the monopolization of India is almost complete. We are today, the monopolization of India is almost complete. We are today, in our minds, we have that vision. We understand it. Intuitively, we understand it. We know broadly what that vision is going to look like. It's going to have a evolved Manrega. It is going to have an evolved idea of Nyaya. It is going to have it is going to think about making unicorns out of small and medium companies. So it is going to think about how to empower you to become a unicorn, not the other way around. So it is going to think about how to empower you to become a unicorn, not the other way around. In our minds, we have that vision. We understand it intuitively. In our minds, we have that vision. We understand it intuitively.
अरे गौ माता के गोबरला जे सोना कस चमका दे। अरे गौ माता के गोबरला जे सोना कस चमका दे। अरे गौ माता के गोबरला जे सोना कस चमका देस। ओ सीएम नहीं है, ओ सीएम नहीं है, ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर का काहे सुन लेते संगवारी। ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर का काहे सुन लेते संगवारी। अरे किसान मन के कर्जा माफी, भूमिहीन किसान के साथी। अरे किसान मन के कर्जा माफी, भूमिहीन किसान के साथी। 2500 दिलवादिस। ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर बेटा है, सुन लेते संगवारी। ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर बेटा है, सुन लेते संगवारी। अरे ताई दीदी क्लिनिक ला के माँ बहिनी के लाज बचा के। अरे ताई दीदी क्लिनिक ला के माँ बहिनी के लाज बचा के। घर घर सब सुविधा देस। ओ सीएम नहीं है, ओ सीएम नहीं है, ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर भैया है, सुन लेते संगवारी। ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर भैया है, सुन लेते संगवारी।
मानेल पढ़ी संगवारी हो, काका है तब भरोसा है। मानेल पढ़ी संगवारी हो, काका है तब भरोसा है।
नरवा गरवा घुरवा और बाड़ी छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य की एक ऐसी योजना जिसने ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था की तस्वीर ही बदल के रख दी है। सशक्तिकरण और प्रकृति को नया जीवन देने वाली इस योजना की गूंज आज पूरे देश में हो रही है। छत्तीसगढ़, जहां प्रकृति ने अपना श्रृंगार खुद से किया है और यहाँ की प्राचीन परंपराएं सदा से ही प्राकृतिक जीवन शैली का राह दिखाते आई है। पर गुजरते वक्त के साथ प्राकृतिक संसाधनों और परंपराओं की अनदेखी ने सब कुछ होते हुए भी छत्तीसगढ़ को प्राकृतिक रूप से कमजोर और समस्याग्रस्त बना दिया था। गिरता हुआ भूजल स्तर, खेती में लागत की बढ़ोतरी, मवेशी के लिए चारा संकट, ऑर्गेनिक साग सब्जी, महंगाई आदि ने स्थिति को और भी भयावह बना दिया था। फिर साल 2018 में प्रदेश की कमान माटी और किसान पुत्र भूपेश बघेल के हाथों में आई, जो ये बात बहुत अच्छे तरीके से जानते थे कि प्रदेश में विकास का सफर ग्रामीण सशक्तिकरण और प्रकृति के रास्ते से ही तय किया जा सकता है। इसके लिए सबसे पहले मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेश बघेल ने छत्तीसगढ़ के 4 चिन्हारी नरवा, गरवा, घुरवा और बाड़ी एला बचाना है संगवारी का नारा देते हुए नरवा, गरवा, घुरवा और बाड़ी योजना की शुरुआत की, जिसका उद्देश्य नरवा, नाला, गरवा, पशु एवं गौठान, घुरवा, उर्वरक एवं बाड़ी, बगीचा, इनको संरक्षण प्रदान करते हुए इसके जरिए आर्थिक तरक्की का सफर तय करना था। इस योजना के अमल में आने के बाद आज राज्य के सभी हिस्सों में भूजल रिचार्ज हुआ है, सिंचाई और खेती में मदद मिलने लगी है, किसानों को दोहरी फसल लेने में आसानी हो रही है और पशुओं का उचित देखभाल भी हो रहा है। परंपरागत किचन गार्डन एवं ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में मजबूती दिखाई देने लगी है।
नरवा, गरवा और घुरवा और जो कंपोस्ट खाद बनेगा तो बाड़ी हमारा अपने आप सुधरेगा।
हमारे गांव में गौठान बने हैं, बहुत ही सुंदर सुंदर गौठान है
और हम लोग साग सब्जी भी उगाते हैं।
प्रकृति के संग चलकर विकास का ये सफर जारी है। नरवा, गरवा, घुरवा और बाड़ी समृद्ध और खुशहाल छत्तीसगढ़ की ये 4 चिन्हारी हैं। कुपोषण को मात देकर आगे बढ़ रहा है छत्तीसगढ़। सुपोषण के जले दीप में जगमगाता रहा है छत्तीसगढ़। हाल ही में राष्ट्रीय परिवार स्वास्थ्य सर्वेक्षण द्वारा जारी परिणाम में छत्तीसगढ़ में कुपोषण की दर 6.4% कम होकर 31.3% पर आ गई है, जो 2015-16 में 37.7% तक थी। वहीं पिछले 2.5 साल में 5 साल तक के 1,60,000 बच्चे कुपोषण से मुक्त भी हुए हैं। एक समय था जब प्रदेश में कुपोषण ने अपनी जड़ें जमा ली थी। ठोस और स्पष्ट नीति के अभाव में कुपोषण से हमारे नौनिहाल ग्रसित होते जा रहे थे। पर एक दिन आया वो समय भी जब कुपोषण के खिलाफ जंग का यलगार किया गया। अक्टूबर 2019 में महात्मा गांधी जी की 150वीं जयंती के अवसर पर प्रदेश के मुखिया श्री भूपेश बघेल के नेतृत्व में मुख्यमंत्री सुपोषण अभियान की शुरुआत की गई। मुख्यमंत्री सुपोषण अभियान के प्रदेश में शुरू होने के बाद से लगभग 4,39,000 बच्चे, 2,59,000 महिलाओं को गर्म भोजन और पूरक पौष्टिक आहार से लाभान्वित किया गया। स्थानीय उपलब्धता के आधार पर महिलाओं और बच्चों को फल, सब्जियों सहित सोया और मूंगफली की चिक्की, पौष्टिक लड्डू, अंडा सहित मिलेट्स के बिस्किट और स्वादिष्ट पौष्टिक आहार दिया गया। मुख्यमंत्री जी के निर्देश पर विगत वर्ष कोरोना काल में प्रदेश में घर घर जाकर आंगनबाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं और सहायिकाओं ने पूरक पोषण आहार और रेडी टू ईट वितरण कर महिलाओं और बच्चों के पोषण का ख्याल रखा। वहीं वर्तमान में कोरोना की तीसरी लहर को देखते हुए मुख्यमंत्री ने 4% से अधिक कोरोना पॉजिटिव दर वाले जिले, जहां कोविड संक्रमण की रोकथाम के लिए आंगनबाड़ी तथा मिनी आंगनबाड़ी केंद्रों को बंद किया गया है, वहां सभी श्रेणी के पात्र हितग्राहियों को रेडी टू ईट वितरण जारी रखने के निर्देश दिए गए हैं। इसके साथ ही गर्भवती माताओं एवं 3 से 6 वर्ष के बच्चों को घर घर जाकर टिफिन व्यवस्था के माध्यम से गर्म भोजन प्रदान करने कहा है। कुपोषण के खिलाफ जंग जारी है और जंग जीतेंगे भी हम। सुपोषित और विकसित बच्चों का नवा छत्तीसगढ़ गढ़ेंगे हम।
I view the Congress party, AIPC, as a family. When we started this conversation, I remember that meeting. What was the essence of it? The essence of it was that there are many, many professional people who cannot find a way into the maze that is called politics in India. That's what we're trying to do, right? And I can see that you guys have come a long way in navigating that maze and in opening a couple of the doors that need to be opened. And there are different manifestations of it. You've now built a foundation. You now need to scale the foundation. And I don't mean scale the foundation in numbers. So I'm not saying get 200,000 members now. You can scale it in whatever way you want. You can scale it in terms of quality. You can scale it in terms of ideas. You can scale it in terms of impact. But now think about cracking open some of these doors and opening, bigger spaces inside the political means. Right? That's what happened. So all these people who, Vinoba Bhave, these were all AIPC members. They were talented professionals who were sent in and said, now go to Gujarat, go to Anand. I mean, I know the story of Anand. Anand was basically a British milk company that was ripping off the people of Anand. And Gandhiji sent a professional person there saying, listen, go figure this out, figure out the business dynamics and do something. And he created Amul. Tribhuvan Patel. So realize that that's really your power. So realize that that's really your power.
अरे गौ माता के गोबर ला
जे सोना कस चमका दे।
अरे गौ माता के गोबर ला
जे सोना कस चमका दे।
ओ सीएम नहीं है,
ओ सीएम नहीं है,
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर का काहे सुन लेते संगवारी।
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर कका है सुन लेते संगवारी।
अरे किसान मन के कर्जा माफी,
भूमिहीन किसान के साथी।
अरे किसान मन के कर्जा माफी, भूमिहीन किसान के साथी, 2500 दिलवादिस।
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर बेटा है सुन लेते संगवारी।
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर बेटा है सुन लेते संगवारी। अरे ताई दीदी क्लिनिक ला के,
माँ बहिनी के लाज बचा के।
अरे ताई दीदी क्लिनिक ला के, माँ बहिनी के लाज बचा के, घर घर सब सुविधा दे।
ओ सीएम नहीं है, ओ सीएम नहीं है, ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर भैया है सुन लेते संगवारी। ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर भैया है सुन लेते संगवारी।
मानेल पढ़ी संगवारी हो, काका है तब भरोसा है। मानेल पढ़ी संगवारी हो, काका है तब भरोसा है।
अरे गौ माता के गोबर ला
जे सोना कस चमका दे।
अरे गौ माता के गोबर ला
जे सोना कस चमका देस
ओ सीएम नहीं है
ओ सीएम नहीं है
ओ सीएम नहीं है मोर का काहे सुन लेते संगवारी
ओ सीएम नहीं है मोर का है सुन लेते संगवारी
अरे किसान मन के कर्जा माफी
भूमिहीन किसान के साथी
अरे किसान मन के कर्जा माफी भूमिहीन किसान के साथी 2500 दिलवा देस
ओ सीएम नहीं है मोर बेटा है सुन लेते संगवारी
ओ सीएम नहीं है मोर बेटा है सुन लेते संगवारी अरे ताई दीदी क्लिनिक लाला के
माँ बहिनी के लाज बचा के
अरे ताई दीदी क्लिनिक लाला के माँ बहिनी के लाज बचा के घर घर सब सुविधा देस
ओ सीएम नहीं है ओ सीएम नहीं है ओ सीएम नहीं है मोर भैया है सुन लेते संगवारी ओ सीएम नहीं है मोर भैया है सुन लेते संगवारी
मानेल पढ़ी संगवारी हो काका है तब भरोसा है मानेल पढ़ी संगवारी हो काका है तब भरोसा है
नरवा गरवा घुरवा और बाड़ी छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य की एक ऐसी योजना जिसने ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था की तस्वीर ही बदल के रख दी है। सशक्तिकरण और प्रकृति को नया जीवन देने वाली इस योजना की गूंज आज पूरे देश में हो रही है। छत्तीसगढ़, जहां प्रकृति ने अपना श्रृंगार खुद से किया है और यहाँ की प्राचीन परंपराएं सदा से ही प्राकृतिक जीवन शैली का राह दिखाते आई है, पर गुजरते वक्त के साथ प्राकृतिक संसाधनों और परंपराओं की अनदेखी ने सब कुछ होते हुए भी छत्तीसगढ़ को प्राकृतिक रूप से कमजोर और समस्याग्रस्त बना दिया था। गिरता हुआ भूजल स्तर, खेती में लागत की बढ़ोतरी, मवेशी के लिए चारा संकट, ऑर्गेनिक साग सब्जी, महंगाई आदि ने स्थिति को और भी भयावह बना दिया था। फिर साल 2018 में प्रदेश की कमान माटी और किसान पुत्र भूपेश बघेल के हाथों में आई, जो ये बात बहुत अच्छे तरीके से जानते थे कि प्रदेश में विकास का सफर ग्रामीण सशक्तिकरण और प्रकृति के रास्ते से ही तय किया जा सकता है। इसके लिए सबसे पहले मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेश बघेल ने छत्तीसगढ़ के 4 चिन्हारी नरवा गरवा घुरवा और बाड़ी एला बचाना है संगवारी का नारा देते हुए नरवा गरवा घुरवा और बाड़ी योजना की शुरुआत की, जिसका उद्देश्य नरवा नाला, गरवा पशु एवं गौठान, घुरवा उर्वरक एवं बाड़ी बगीचा, इनको संरक्षण प्रदान करते हुए इसके जरिए आर्थिक तरक्की का सफर तय करना था। इस योजना के अमल में आने के बाद आज राज्य के सभी हिस्सों में भूजल रिचार्ज हुआ है, सिंचाई और खेती में मदद मिलने लगी है, किसानों को दोहरी फसल लेने में आसानी हो रही है और पशुओं का उचित देखभाल भी हो रहा है। परंपरागत किचन गार्डन एवं ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में मजबूती दिखाई देने लगी है।
नरवा गरवा और घुरवा जो कंपोस्ट खाद बनेगा तो बाड़ी हमारा अपने आप सुधरेगा।
हमारे गांव में गौठान बनी है, बहुत ही सुंदर सुंदर गौठान है
और हम लोग साग सब्जी भी उगाते हैं।
प्रकृति के संग चलकर विकास का ये सफर जारी है। नरवा गरवा घुरवा और बाड़ी समृद्ध और खुशहाल छत्तीसगढ़ की ये 4 चिन्हारी हैं। कुपोषण को मात देकर आगे बढ़ रहा है छत्तीसगढ़। सुपोषण के जले दीप में जगमगाता रहा है छत्तीसगढ़। हाल ही में राष्ट्रीय परिवार स्वास्थ्य सर्वेक्षण द्वारा जारी परिणाम में छत्तीसगढ़ में कुपोषण की दर 6.4% कम होकर 31.3% पर आ गई है, जो 2015-16 में 37.7% तक थी। वहीं पिछले 2.5 साल में 5 साल तक के 1,60,000 बच्चे कुपोषण से मुक्त भी हुए हैं। एक समय था जब प्रदेश में कुपोषण ने अपनी जड़ें जमा ली थी। ठोस और स्पष्ट नीति के अभाव में कुपोषण से हमारे नौनिहाल ग्रसित होते जा रहे थे। पर एक दिन आया वो समय भी जब कुपोषण के खिलाफ जंग का यलगार किया गया। अक्टूबर 2019 में महात्मा गांधी जी की 150वीं जयंती के अवसर पर प्रदेश के मुखिया श्री भूपेश बघेल के नेतृत्व में मुख्यमंत्री सुपोषण अभियान की शुरुआत की गई। मुख्यमंत्री सुपोषण अभियान के प्रदेश में शुरू होने के बाद से लगभग 4,39,000 बच्चे, 2,59,000 महिलाओं को गर्म भोजन और पूरक पौष्टिक आहार से लाभान्वित किया गया। स्थानीय उपलब्धता के आधार पर महिलाओं और बच्चों को फल, सब्जियों सहित सोया और मूंगफली की चिक्की, पौष्टिक लड्डू, अंडा सहित मिलेट्स के बिस्किट और स्वादिष्ट पौष्टिक आहार दिया गया। मुख्यमंत्री जी के निर्देश पर विगत वर्ष कोरोना काल में प्रदेश में घर घर जाकर आंगनबाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं और सहायिकाओं ने पूरक पोषण आहार और रेडी टू ईट वितरण कर महिलाओं और बच्चों के पोषण का ख्याल रखा। वहीं वर्तमान में कोरोना की तीसरी लहर को देखते हुए मुख्यमंत्री ने 4% से अधिक कोरोना पॉजिटिव दर वाले जिले, जहां कोविड संक्रमण की रोकथाम के लिए आंगनबाड़ी तथा मिनी आंगनबाड़ी केंद्रों को बंद किया गया है, वहां सभी श्रेणी के पात्र हितग्राहियों को रेडी टू ईट वितरण जारी रखने के निर्देश दिए गए हैं। इसके साथ ही गर्भवती माताओं एवं 3 से 6 वर्ष के बच्चों को घर घर जाकर टिफिन व्यवस्था के माध्यम से गर्म भोजन प्रदान करने कहा है। कुपोषण के खिलाफ जंग जारी है और जंग जीतेंगे भी हम। सुपोषित और विकसित बच्चों का नवा छत्तीसगढ़ गढ़ेंगे हम।
अरे गौ माता के गोबर ला
जे सोना कस चमका दे,
अरे गौ माता के गोबर ला
जे सोना कस चमका दे।
ओ सीएम नहीं है,
ओ सीएम नहीं है,
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर का है सुन लेते संगवारी।
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर कका है सुन लेते संगवारी।
अरे किसान मन के कर्जा माफी,
भूमिहीन किसान के साथी,
अरे किसान मन के कर्जा माफी, भूमिहीन किसान के साथी 2500 दिलवादिस।
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर बेटा है सुन लेते संगवारी।
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर बेटा है सुन लेते संगवारी। अरे दाई दीदी क्लिनिक ला के,
माँ बहिनी के लाज बचा के,
अरे दाई दीदी क्लिनिक ला के, माँ बहिनी के लाज बचा के, घर घर सब सुविधा देस।
ओ सीएम नहीं है, ओ सीएम नहीं है, ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर भैया है सुन लेते संगवारी। ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर भैया है सुन लेते संगवारी।
मानेल पढ़ी संगवारी हो, काका है तब भरोसा है।
नरवा, गरवा, घुरवा और बाड़ी छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य की एक ऐसी योजना जिसने ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था की तस्वीर ही बदल के रख दी है। सशक्तिकरण और प्रकृति को नया जीवन देने वाली इस योजना की गूंज आज पूरे देश में हो रही है। छत्तीसगढ़, जहां प्रकृति ने अपना श्रृंगार खुद से किया है और यहाँ की प्राचीन परंपराएं सदा से ही प्राकृतिक जीवन शैली का राह दिखाते आई है। पर गुजरते वक्त के साथ प्राकृतिक संसाधनों और परंपराओं की अनदेखी ने सब कुछ होते हुए भी छत्तीसगढ़ को प्राकृतिक रूप से कमजोर और समस्याग्रस्त बना दिया था। गिरता हुआ भूजल स्तर, खेती में लागत की बढ़ोतरी, मवेशी के लिए चारा संकट, ऑर्गेनिक साग सब्जी, महंगाई आदि ने स्थिति को और भी भयावह बना दिया था। फिर साल 2018 में प्रदेश की कमान माटी और किसान पुत्र भूपेश बघेल के हाथों में आई, जो ये बात बहुत अच्छे तरीके से जानते थे कि प्रदेश में विकास का सफर ग्रामीण सशक्तिकरण और प्रकृति के रास्ते से ही तय किया जा सकता है। इसके लिए सबसे पहले मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेश बघेल ने छत्तीसगढ़ के 4 चिन्हारी नरवा, गरवा, घुरवा और बाड़ी एला बचाना है संगवारी का नारा देते हुए नरवा, गरवा, घुरवा और बाड़ी योजना की शुरुआत की, जिसका उद्देश्य नरवा नाला, गरवा पशु एवं गौठान, घुरवा उर्वरक एवं बाड़ी बगीचा, इनको संरक्षण प्रदान करते हुए इसके जरिए आर्थिक तरक्की का सफर तय करना था। इस योजना के अमल में आने के बाद आज राज्य के सभी हिस्सों में भूजल रिचार्ज हुआ है, सिंचाई और खेती में मदद मिलने लगी है, किसानों को दोहरी फसल लेने में आसानी हो रही है और पशुओं का उचित देखभाल भी हो रहा है। परंपरागत किचन गार्डन एवं ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में मजबूती दिखाई देने लगी है।
नरवा, गरवा और घुरवा जो कंपोस्ट खाद बनेगा तो बाड़ी हमारा अपने आप सुधरेगा।
हमारे गांव में गौठान बनी है, बहुत ही सुंदर सुंदर गौठान है
और हम लोग साग सब्जी भी उगाते हैं।
प्रकृति के संग चलकर विकास का ये सफर जारी है। नरवा, गरवा, घुरवा और बाड़ी समृद्ध और खुशहाल छत्तीसगढ़ की ये चार चिन्हारी हैं। कुपोषण को मात देकर आगे बढ़ रहा है छत्तीसगढ़। सुपोषण के जले दीप में जगमगाता रहा है छत्तीसगढ़। हाल ही में राष्ट्रीय परिवार स्वास्थ्य सर्वेक्षण द्वारा जारी परिणाम में छत्तीसगढ़ में कुपोषण की दर 6.4% कम होकर 31.3% पर आ गई है, जो 2015-16 में 37.7% तक थी। वहीं पिछले 2.5 साल में 5 साल तक के 1,60,000 बच्चे कुपोषण से मुक्त भी हुए हैं। एक समय था जब प्रदेश में कुपोषण ने अपनी जड़ें जमा ली थी। ठोस और स्पष्ट नीति के अभाव में कुपोषण से हमारे नौनिहाल ग्रसित होते जा रहे थे। पर एक दिन आया वो समय भी जब कुपोषण के खिलाफ जंग का यलगार किया गया। अक्टूबर 2019 में महात्मा गांधी जी की 150वीं जयंती के अवसर पर प्रदेश के मुखिया श्री भूपेश बघेल के नेतृत्व में मुख्यमंत्री सुपोषण अभियान की शुरुआत की गई। मुख्यमंत्री सुपोषण अभियान के प्रदेश में शुरू होने के बाद से लगभग 4,39,000 बच्चे, 2,59,000 महिलाओं को गर्म भोजन और पूरक पौष्टिक आहार से लाभान्वित किया गया। स्थानीय उपलब्धता के आधार पर महिलाओं और बच्चों को फल, सब्जियों सहित सोया और मूंगफली की चिक्की, पौष्टिक लड्डू, अंडा सहित मिलेट्स के बिस्किट और स्वादिष्ट पौष्टिक आहार दिया गया। मुख्यमंत्री जी के निर्देश पर विगत वर्ष कोरोना काल में प्रदेश में घर घर जाकर आंगनबाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं और सहायिकाओं ने पूरक पोषण आहार और रेडी टू ईट वितरण कर महिलाओं और बच्चों के पोषण का ख्याल रखा। वहीं वर्तमान में कोरोना की तीसरी लहर को देखते हुए मुख्यमंत्री ने 4% से अधिक कोरोना पॉजिटिव दर वाले जिले, जहां कोविड संक्रमण की रोकथाम के लिए आंगनबाड़ी तथा मिनी आंगनबाड़ी केंद्रों को बंद किया गया है, वहां सभी श्रेणी के पात्र हितग्राहियों को रेडी टू ईट वितरण जारी रखने के निर्देश दिए गए हैं। इसके साथ ही गर्भवती माताओं एवं 3 से 6 वर्ष के बच्चों को घर घर जाकर टिफिन व्यवस्था के माध्यम से गर्म भोजन प्रदान करने कहा है। कुपोषण के खिलाफ जंग जारी है और जंग जीतेंगे भी हम। सुपोषित और विकसित बच्चों का नवा छत्तीसगढ़ गढ़ेंगे हम।
I request you to please cooperate. It's very important that we maintain that sensibility. Other than that, we really appreciate it. The Chief Minister is just about to arrive. As soon as he does, they will first come sit here, then we'll invite them on stage, and then we'll begin with the event. After that, we will have the AIPC National Executive conversation, followed by which we will have what we fondly call the Khichdi session, which is where all our AIPC state presidents will be on stage with Zarita ji and me, and we'll be having a conversation. Then the chairman will come in, do his concluding remarks, and then we disperse for the day. If you have any questions or if you have any challenges, logistics or anything other than that, particularly AIPC fellows who've come from outside the state, you have my number, you can get in touch with me or any one of the ROOs or the Chhattisgarh state team. Thank you very much once again. Also, a lot of this is being broadcast live on social media. So if you've got colleagues of yours wanting to know where they can see this event on social media, please go to either the AIPC social media handle, the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh social media handle, the Congress social media handle. One of the three will be covering all events at all points. You can share that with them on Twitter, Facebook, and I think Please bring them in. Yes, please. Awaiting. The same chair. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from the AIPC, I request you to please take your seats. Please take your seats. Can I request Salman ji to please come on stage? Namaskar, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could request you to please take your seats, doston, please baithiye. Namaskar. We're pleased to welcome you to one of the highlight keynote sessions of this great event of ours, Rajiv Gandhi Nyaya Yojana, a rethink of universal basic income. In this session, Honorable Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Shri Bhupesh Baghel ji, will be in conversation with Shri Raghuram Rajan ji, moderated by Shri Salman Soz ji. Once their session is over, we will attempt to take a few questions from the audience if there is time. Salman ji, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alim. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all. Thanks for being here. It's great to see you. Congratulations on 5 years of AIPC. वज़ीर आला साहब, जो हम उर्दू में कहते हैं वज़ीर आला साहब, मुख्यमंत्री जी, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप आए दूसरी बार आज हमारे पास। हमारा छोटा डिपार्टमेंट है कांग्रेस का, लेकिन हम काम काफ़ी करते हैं और आप यहाँ आए, इससे हमारे जो लोग हैं थोड़ी इंकरेजमेंट मिलती है और मुझे लगता है कि 2024 के इलेक्शन के लिए तैयारी अब शुरू होगी। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच। Introductions to करेंगे नहीं। Everybody knows Dr. Raghuram Rajan, and I'm grateful that he's here. He arrived this morning from the United States, and he's leaving tomorrow evening back to the United States. But it is his greatness that he agreed to come to our event, and because he believes in liberal democracy, and he knows that that is what we aspire to have in this country. And thank you, Dr. Rajan, for being here. तो जब हमने प्रोफेशनल्स कांग्रेस को शुरू किया, अल्टीमेटली इसका मीनिंग क्या है? We want some element of professionalism in politics. तो अगर आप एक ऐसा सोचेंगे, ये पॉलिसी मेकर हैं हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब, और वहाँ पे रघुराम राजन जी हैं, ये एक एडवाइजर हैं, एक्सपर्ट हैं. तो मे बी दैट इज हाउ वी शुड यूज दिस सेशन. तो मैं शुरुआत इससे करूंगा कि बघेल जी से हम पूछेंगे कुछ, जो छत्तीसगढ़ में जब ये चीफ मिनिस्टर बने, इनका क्या विजन था और उस विजन में क्या मेन एलिमेंट्स थे. और आपको थोड़ा फॉर 4-5 मिनट्स आप बोलेंगे कि क्या इनकी जो आपके यहाँ पे इनिशिएटिव्स थे, इंक्लूडिंग राजीव गांधी किसान न्याय योजना, तो जो ये इनिशिएटिव्स हैं, आपके मेन इनिशिएटिव्स क्या हैं, वो आपने क्यों शुरू किए और उनका क्या नतीजा निकल रहा है. उसके बाद हम डॉक्टर राजन के पास जाएंगे एज एन इंडिपेंडेंट एक्सपर्ट, उनसे सीखेंगे कि क्या है उनकी राय इस बारे में.
देखिए, छत्तीसगढ़, सबको नमस्कार. खासकर रघु राजन साहब यूएसए आए हैं और सीधा यहाँ पहुँचे हैं, तो मैं छत्तीसगढ़ के मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते मैं आपका स्वागत करता हूँ, और सभी साथियों का, शशि थरूर जी का और सभी उपस्थित देवियों सज्जनों का मैं स्वागत करता हूँ. छत्तीसगढ़ बने 22 साल हुआ, बहुत ज़्यादा दिन नहीं हुआ, बहुत पुराना नहीं छत्तीसगढ़. तो छत्तीसगढ़ के बारे में थोड़ा सा 1-2 मिनट में बात करना चाहूँगा. छत्तीसगढ़ 1,35,000 वर्ग किलोमीटर फैला हुआ प्रदेश, जनसंख्या भी 2,85,00,000. करीब 75 से 80% लोग कृषि पे आधारित हैं. 44% भूभाग है वो हमारे जंगल है, और 32% ट्राइबल है. यहाँ 2 प्रकार की वर्षा होती है. एक तो आपके बॉम्बे से जो मानसून आता है वो भी होता है, बंगाल की खाड़ी से आता है. तो बरसात के दिनों में हम कोई दूसरी फसल नहीं ले सकते. सिंचाई का रकबा भी दूसरे प्रदेशों की अपेक्षा यहाँ कम है, 30% के आसपास रकबा सिंचित है. ऐसे में यहाँ के जो किसान हैं वो एक फसल पर ही निर्भर है. यदि पानी एक बार साल, चौथे साल में एक बार सूखा जरूर पड़ जाता है छत्तीसगढ़. और ऐसे में किसान को संभलने में 2 साल संभलता है और तीसरे साल फिर तीसरे चौथे साल अकाल हो जाता है. तो फिर जहां है वहीं. तो ये स्थिति है. दूसरी स्थिति ये है कि 40% लोग गरीबी रेखा के नीचे जीवन यापन करते हैं. 37% बच्चे हैं वो माल न्यूट्रिशन से पीड़ित रहे हैं. ये 2018 के पहले के मैं आपको आंकड़े बता रहा हूँ. 41% महिलाएं हैं वो एनीमिक हैं, खून की कमी उनके शरीर में. तो ऐसा हमारा प्रदेश है, और नक्सल प्रभावित भी रहा है. तो ऐसी स्थिति में जो हम लोगों ने, दूसरा हमारा प्लस ये है कि 40 से 50% तक की वर्षा होती है. दूसरा, जमीन हमारे पास पर्याप्त है, बहुत ज्यादा है. यदि आंकड़ों के हिसाब से देखेंगे तो बहुत आदर्श स्थिति है. जितने भौगोलिक स्थिति है और जो जनसंख्या है वो बहुत आदर्श स्थिति है. उत्तर प्रदेश या बिहार जैसे हमारे यहाँ ओवर क्राउडेड नहीं है. अब बात आती है कि हमारा फायदा क्या है, हमारे पास ताकत क्या है. तो जमीन तो है ही ताकत, पानी भी पर्याप्त है, जंगल भी 44. सोना है, यूरेनियम है, तो सब प्रकार के हमारे पास खनिज संसाधन छत्तीसगढ़ में. खनिज संसाधन का उपयोग आप देखेंगे आज़ादी के पहले भी होता रहा, और आज़ादी के बाद नेहरू जी ने भिलाई स्टील प्लांट बना के इसकी शुरुआत की. पावर प्लांट यहाँ मध्य प्रदेश में से बिजली उत्पादन यहाँ से होता था, बिजली खपत वहाँ. तो ये स्थिति हमारे प्रदेश की है. लेकिन उसके बाद भी गरीबी बहुत. अभी जो भारत सरकार ने एक्सप्रेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो बनाया, आकांक्षी जिला, 100 जिले हैं पूरे देश में, उसमें 10 जिला हमारे छत्तीसगढ़. और वो क्षेत्र जहां सबसे ज्यादा खदान है, दंतेवाड़ा, उसमें भी वो आकांक्षी जिले में आता है. कोरबा, जहां सबसे ज्यादा पावर उत्पादन होता है, वो भी आकांक्षी जिला में. तो ये जो संपत्ति का असमान वितरण के कारण से हमारे यहाँ गरीबी है। और इस बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए 2018 का जब चुनाव हुआ उस समय राहुल जी यहाँ आए थे और उन्होंने घोषणा की कि हम ऋण माफी करेंगे। फिर हम लोगों ने कहा कि हमारे यहाँ छत्तीसगढ़ में केवल धान का फसल होता है, इसका 2500 रुपये जो स्वामीनाथन कमेटी की जो रिपोर्ट है, जो 1.5 गुना होना चाहिए उत्पादन लागत से, 1.5 गुना उसका कीमत होना चाहिए, तो उस हिसाब से हमने लोगों ने उस समय करीब 1700 था, तो उस समय हमने 2500 रुपये प्रति क्विंटल की घोषणा की। यहाँ की जनता ने हम पे विश्वास किया और 3/4 बहुमत से हमारी सरकार बनी। अब अर्थव्यवस्था सुधारने के लिए ये बात सही है कि ऋण माफी किए और 25 रुपया क्विंटल में धान जब खरीदी के सरकार पे दबाव, अर्थव्यवस्था काफी दबाव पड़ा, लेकिन एक दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति के कारण से हम लोगों ने कहा कि हम जब कमिटमेंट किए उसको करेंगे और दूसरे जो वित्तीय जो अनुशासन है उसे बना कर रखेंगे। तो वो काम भी हमने किया। तो हमने फिर 2500 रुपये में भारत सरकार ने रोक लगा दी कि आप 25 समर्थन मूल्य से 1 रुपये भी ज्यादा देंगे तो आपके चावल हम नहीं खरीदेंगे। तो हमारे सामने दूसरी संकट, एक तरफ किसानों से हमने कहा था कि हम कब 2500 रुपये देंगे, दूसरी तरफ भारत सरकार कहती है कि आप 1 रुपये भी ज्यादा दोगे तो आपका चावल हम FCI में जमा नहीं करेंगे। और 1-2 साल ऐसा हुआ भी कि हमको बाजार में नीलाम करना पड़ा और हमको सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए का नुकसान उठाना पड़ा, फिर भी हम अपने कमिटमेंट में बने डटे हुए थे। इससे ₹300 और खरीदी की व्यवस्था की। एक तरफ ये हो गया कृषि से जुड़ी हुई चीजें, जिसमें जो किसान है वो आत्मनिर्भर हो गया है, संपन्न होते जा रहे हैं हमारे किसान। एक तो उऋण हो गया और दूसरा उसके पास पैसा पर्याप्त आ गया। उससे हुआ ये कि जो गांव से पलायन होकर शहरों में जो लोग आते थे वो रिवर्स माइग्रेशन हुआ, शहर से अब गांव की तरफ जाने लगे लोग। तो आंकड़े ये बता रहे हैं कि 2017 में 15 लाख किसान हमारी सोसाइटी में धान बेचने के रजिस्टर्ड थे, अब वो बढ़ के 23 लाख हो गया। और जो धान का रकबा था 22 लाख हेक्टेयर बढ़ के हो गया 30 लाख हेक्टेयर। जो धान बिक्री है वो 60 से 70 लाख मीट्रिक टन से कभी अधिक नहीं गए थे। हम पिछले साल 98 लाख मीट्रिक टन धान खरीदी किए और अभी ये सीजन में हमने जो टारगेट किया है, लक्ष्य बनाया है, वो 1 करोड़ 10 लाख मीट्रिक टन का। तो उत्पादन भी बढ़ा, रकबा भी बढ़ा, कृषकों की संख्या बढ़ी, लोगों के रिवर्स माइग्रेशन हुआ। दूसरी तरफ ये है कि जो लघु अनुपज है, 44% हमारी जंगल है, तो हमारे पास सब प्रकार के लघु अनुपज। तो पहले केवल 7 प्रकार की खरीदी करते थे, हमने 65 प्रकार के लघु अनुपज के समर्थन मूल्य घोषित किया। झाड़ू से लेकर महुआ, चार, चिरौंजी, काजू, इमली, तिखुर, सब प्रकार पास आने लगा। और उसके साथ साथ केवल उसको खरीदी भर नहीं किए, बल्कि उसको वैल्यू एडिशन किए। मान लो महुआ है तो महुआ से केवल शराब भर नहीं बनती, महुआ के हमने लड्डू बनाया, मध्याह्न भोजन में भी दिया, उसके शरबत भी बनवाई। इमली है, इमली ऐसी बेच देते थे तो उसको फोड़ने की व्यवस्था की, उसकी पेस्ट बनाने का शुरुआत कर रहे हैं, उसकी कैंडी बनवा रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ तिखुर होता है, तिखुर पहले ऐसे बेच देते थे, काजू 50-60 रुपए किलो में बेच देते थे, अब उसका प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट लगाए, अब वो 1900 रुपए किलो तक बेच रहे हैं। तो इस प्रकार से वैल्यू एडिशन करने से लोगों को रोजगार मिला और ज्यादा कीमत भी मिला। तो ये लघु उपज की खरीदी की व्यवस्था। और तीसरा, गोधन न्याय योजना हमने शुरू की, जो 2 रुपये किलो में गोबर खरीदी। आज पूरे देश में गाय एक समस्या बन गई, मवेशी एक समस्या है, खुले में जानवर घूम रहे हैं, एक्सीडेंट भी हो रहा है, फसल की बर्बादी भी। तो हमने फैसला किया कि हर गांव में गौठान बनाएंगे। 11,000 हमारे पंचायतें हैं, तो करीब 10,000 पंचायतों हमने गौठान स्वीकृत किया, जिसमें 5 से 10 एकड़ जमीन हमने आरक्षित की और उसमें गौठान बनाए। गौठान में मवेशियों को डे केयर के रूप में रखा, उसे चारा की व्यवस्था, पानी की व्यवस्था, और उसके साथ गोबर खरीदी। 2 रुपये किलो में गोबर। दुधारू गाय देती है, दूध देती है, इसलिए सब लोग रखते हैं, लेकिन जो जानवर दूध नहीं देती उसको हकाल देते हैं, वही आवारा पशु के रूप में सामने आता है। तो गोबर तो सभी को देना है, चाहे दूध दे या ना दे, लेकिन गोबर तो सभी को देना है। और जब गोबर की कीमत मिलेगा 2 रुपये किलो, तो फिर उसे चारा भी खिलाएंगे, तो जानवर के देखभाल भी करेंगे, बिठा कर रखना पड़ेगा। तो रोड एक्सीडेंट में कमी आई और फसल चराई भी रुका। अब हम गौमूत्र भी कर रहे हैं। अभी 28 तारीख से, परसों से हमने गौमूत्र भी खरीदना शुरू किया। 2 साल के भीतर में करीब 75 लाख क्विंटल गोबर हमने खरीदा। अब गोबर खरीदने करना क्या है, तो उसका भी वर्मी कंपोस्ट बनाना शुरू किया। स्व सहायता समूह की महिलाओं को ट्रेनिंग दिए, टांका बनवाया, कैसे उसके वर्मी तैयार करना है, वर्मी कंपोस्ट कैसे बनाना है। तो 20 लाख क्विंटल हमने वर्मी कंपोस्ट बनाया और उसको खेतों तक पहुंचा भी दिए। उसे लोगों को करीब 60,000 महिलाएं काम कर रही हैं आज की तारीख में। अब जब गौठान है ही हमारे पास, जमीन आरक्षित हो गया, तो फिर वहां दूसरे भी काम होने लगे कि वर्मी कंपोस्ट के साथ साथ कोई साबुन बना रहे हैं, कोई अगरबत्ती भी बना रहे हैं। अब हमने उसको रूरल इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क के रूप में डेवलप कर रहे हैं। 1 एकड़ जमीन उसमें आरक्षित कर रहे हैं और उसमें तेल मिल भी लगा रहे हैं, हालर मिल भी लगा रहे हैं, धान कूटने का दाल मिल भी दे रहे हैं। तो ये सारे मशीनें वहां लगा रहे हैं। तो उससे क्या है कि लोगों, उपभोक्ताओं को शुद्ध सामग्री भी मिल रहा है और उन लोगों के जो किसान हैं उसको ज्यादा कीमत मिल रहा है, चाहे सरसों हो, अलसी हो, तिल्ली हो, वो सब चीज उत्पादन करते हैं, उसको कीमत भी मिल रहा है और दूसरे लोगों को रोजगार भी मिल रहा है। तो इस प्रकार से जो रूरल, महात्मा गांधी के जो ग्राम स्वराज्य की जो कल्पना थी, उसको साकार कर रहे हैं और हजारों लोगों को उस माध्यम से काम देने का। तो एक हो गया गोधन न्याय योजना और उसको रूरल इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क, रीपा। चौथी बात है कि जो भूमिहीन जो श्रमिक हैं, यहाँ खूब पलायन होता है, क्योंकि बरसात में एक फसल में काम हुआ, उसके बाद काम नहीं, तो हमने उसके लिए भी 7,000 रुपया सालाना, पूरे देश में कहीं नहीं है, लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ में हमने 7,000 रुपया सालाना देने का फैसला किया। तो इस प्रकार से ये जो पैसा है, सरकार का पैसा गया किसानों के पास, जो उत्पादन कर रहे हैं, जो मेहनत कर रहे हैं, उसके सही कीमत मिल रहा है और सही कीमत मिलने के साथ साथ वो उत्पादक भी बना। यदि हम केवल उसको पैसा भर दे देते तो उपभोक्ता भर रहता, लेकिन हमने उसको उत्पादक बनाया और उत्पादक बनाने के साथ साथ वो उपभोक्ता भी बढ़िया। तो इस कारण से पूरे देश में मंदी का असर रहा, पूरे देश में। आप शोरूम है वो बंद होने लगे, लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ में शोरूम की संख्या भी बढ़ी, चाहे मोटरसाइकिल हो, चाहे ट्रैक्टर हो, चाहे कार जीप हो, सबके शोरूम भी बढ़े, विक्रय भी बढ़ा। अकेले एक साल में हम 76,000 ट्रैक्टर हमने बेचा, खरीदा, हमारे किसान खरीदे। तो ये समृद्धि आई और उसके कारण से जब किसानों के पास पैसा मिला तो वो फिर और दूसरे काम भी करने लगे, अपने खेत के घेरा भी करने लगे, समतलीकरण करने, ट्यूबवेल भी लगाए, घर के संधारण भी कर रहे हैं, सामग्री भी कर रहे हैं, तो संपन्नता आई। तो छत्तीसगढ़ में के बाजार में भले लॉकडाउन रहा हो, लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ में मंदी का असर नहीं रहा।
तो very fascinating overview of what the Chief Minister and the government have been trying to do in Chhattisgarh. इससे पहले कि मैं डॉक्टर राजन के पास जाऊं, मैं आपसे एक दो और चीजें पूछना चाहता हूं। एक तो ये कि आपने जब वो पहले स्टैटिस्टिक्स दिए उसमें आपने 37% malnutrition की बात की, आपने 41% एनीमिया की बात की, आपने 40% पॉवर्टी की बात की। आपने एजुकेशन की बात नहीं की। वो आपने यहाँ पे आपके एक इनिशिएटिव है स्वामी आत्मानंद स्कूल, लेकिन जनरली हेल्थ और एजुकेशन में आपकी गवर्नमेंट का क्या रोल रहा है? क्योंकि वो इसलिए भी मैं पूछ रहा हूँ क्योंकि अगर आप डॉक्टर राजन से पूछेंगे या मुझ जैसे लोगों से पूछेंगे, हम तो कहेंगे हेल्थ एंड एजुकेशन दे आर द फाउंडेशन फॉर अ मॉडर्न इकोनॉमी।
शुरू में मुझे 5 मिनट बोलने के लिए कहा था तो मैं उतने देर में समेट दिया अर्थव्यवस्था पे। अब जहां तक के हेल्थ और एजुकेशन के क्षेत्र में भी हमने बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है, उसका उदाहरण मैं बता रहा हूं कि बस्तर में आप सब जानते हैं नक्सल प्रभावित है। एक समय था जब मीडिया के साथी ये तुलना करते थे साल भर का आंकड़ा निकाल के कि जवानों की जो मृत्यु है वो मलेरिया के मच्छर काटने से मलेरिया से ज्यादा मौत हुई या नक्सलियों की गोली चलने के कारण से शहादत हुई। मतलब इतना अधिक मलेरिया हमारे यहाँ था और उसका जो आंकड़ा आप करेंगे 4.26% रहा है। तो हमने मलेरिया मुक्त बस्तर और मलेरिया मुक्त छत्तीसगढ़ का अभियान चलाया। अब वो आंकड़े 4.26 से घट के तो रायपुर शहर है, राजधानी हो गया, लेकिन यहाँ तो सब सब्जी 12 महीने मिलता है, लेकिन साप्ताहिक बाजार जिस मोहल्लों में भरते हैं ना वहां जरूर जाते हैं लोग। तो बस्तर में या दूरस्थ अंचलों में निश्चित रूप से हाट बाजार में लोग जाते हैं, हॉस्पिटल नहीं जाते। जिला अस्पताल में या PSC CSC में लोग नहीं जाएंगे, हाट बाजार जरूर जाएंगे। तो हमने क्या किया कि हाट बाजार क्लिनिक की योजना शुरू की और उसमें सभी हाट बाजार में हमारे जो हॉस्पिटल डॉक्टर की पूरी टीम और पूरी जांच करी, 40 प्रकार के जांच और दवाइयाँ, मुफ्त में दवाई मुफ्त में इलाज। और वो हाट बाजार में जाके कम से 4 घंटा 5 घंटा वहाँ रुकते हैं। और अभी तक के करीब 20 लाख से अधिक, कोरोना काल में ही हम लोग शुरू किया, 20 लाख से अधिक लोग अभी तक के इलाज करा चुके हैं, मुफ्त में दवाई भी लिए, इलाज भी कराया। उसके कारण से हुआ क्या कि मृत्यु दर में भी कमी आई, मलेरिया में भी कमी आई। और ये सीजन है, रेनी सीजन है, जिसमें उल्टी दस्त की बहुत शिकायतें आती हैं। अब वो ग्रामीण अंचलों में शिकायतें आने लगभग बंद सी हो गई। तो हेल्थ में हमने शहरी क्षेत्रों में आप देखेंगे नगर पंचायत में श्री धन्वंतरी योजना जो जेनरिक मेडिसिन है उसकी दुकान हमने खोला और 50% से 72% सब्सिडी में जो जितने भी हमारे बड़े कंपनियों की जो दवाइयाँ हैं वो सब मिल रहा है, जो 50% से 72% सस्ते दर पे जेनरिक मेडिसिन। शहरी क्षेत्रों में भी हमने शहरी स्लम स्वास्थ्य योजनाएं शुरू की और महिलाओं के लिए दाई दीदी क्लिनिक योजना। तो वो हर वार्ड में जाते हैं, जहाँ श्रमिक बहुल क्षेत्र है वहाँ जाते हैं और निश्चित स्थान है, निश्चित समय है, वहाँ जाते हैं, इलाज करा के आ जाते हैं और उसमें भी लगभग 20 लाख लोग लाभ ले चुके हैं। तो इस प्रकार से स्वास्थ्य के सस्ता कैसे हो और उसका ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लाभ कैसे उठाएं, ये हमारी कोशिश। तीसरा, शिक्षा। आप पिछली सरकार में करीब 3000 स्कूल बंद कर दिए, 3,000 क्षमा चाहूंगा, 3000 स्कूल बंद कर दिए हमने। अच्छा, नक्सली लोग ब्लास्ट करके स्कूल बिल्डिंग उड़ा दिए थे, सारे स्कूल सड़क के किनारे आ गए थे। अब स्थिति ये है कि इसी साल जब जून में हमने 16 जून को स्कूल की शुरुआत की तो 260 स्कूल जो नक्सली क्षेत्र में जो स्कूल बंद पड़े थे, 15 साल से बंद पड़े थे, उन सबको शुरुआत की। तो एजुकेशन देने का काम। और फिर यहाँ के बच्चे भी अंग्रेजी पढ़े तो स्वामी आत्मानंद अंग्रेजी स्कूल हमने शुरू की, जो प्राइवेट स्कूल की तुलना में कि किसी प्रकार की कमी ना हो, तो वहाँ स्टाफ और उसके बाद जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उस प्रकार से डेवलप किए। लगभग 300 स्कूल हमने 2 साल में शुरू की। पहले तो हमने 52 से शुरू किया था, फिर 71 हुआ, फिर 171 हुआ, डिमांड बढ़ती, इस 76 और बढ़ाए, तो लगभग 300 स्कूल संचालित हमने किए। करीब 1.25 लाख बच्चे उसमें पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं। तो इसमें गरीबी रेखा के नीचे जीवन यापन करने बच्चे हैं, वो 25% को लेना अनिवार्य है। और फिर लॉटरी सिस्टम हमने कर दिया कि भाई किसी के अप्रोच से नहीं हो, लॉटरी से हो, तो जो आएंगे, जितना आवेदन आए उसमें से लॉटरी निकालें। और इतना आवेदन ये है कि एक सीट के विरुद्ध में 10 आवेदन, एक सीट के विरुद्ध 10-10 अतिरिक्त मांग रहे हैं। हमारे पास उस प्रकार शिक्षा की व्यवस्था, मेडिकल फैसिलिटी आप पिछले 3 साल में देखेंगे, यदि 15 साल के पिछली सरकार में देखें तो 4 मेडिकल कॉलेज वो लोग खोले, हम 3.5 साल में 4 मेडिकल कॉलेज खोले, एग्रीकल्चर कॉलेज, हार्टिकल्चर कॉलेज या हार्टिकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी। तो कॉलेज भी हम लगातार बढ़ा रहे हैं, यूनिवर्सिटी भी बढ़ाएं, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी भी बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। तो एजुकेशन में भी हम लगातार, हमारी कोशिश है कि हमारे बच्चों को अवसर मिले और स्वास्थ्य की दिशा में हमने काम किया।
Thank you. अब मैं Dr. Rajan say, I want to come to you, Dr. Rajan, because the Chief Minister has laid out in some ways what economists might say is a big fiscal kind of initiative or initiatives which would obviously cost money. I think in February this year, you wrote a piece for Project Syndicate, I think, which talked about there being no free lunch. In the Chief Minister's remarks, what stands out to you first in terms of what you thought that, oh, this is a really good idea? And then as an economist who does, worry about deficits and debt, what stands out to you on that front? And then the next part, I think we'll be going to, and we'll get into more of the basic income kind of schemes and benefits transfers. But as an introductory thing, what did you think of what the Chief Minister was saying?
पहले तो वो चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब कह रहे हैं कि टारगेट कर रहे हैं, किसानों को टारगेट कर रहे हैं, आदिवासी को टारगेट कर रहे हैं, और उनके लिए टारगेटेड स्कीम्स हैं। जैसे किसानों के लिए वो क्या मूल्य समर्थन, राजीव गांधी वो क्या
इनपुट सब्सिडी कर सकते हैं।
नो वो बेसिक इनकम सपोर्ट जो कहते हैं, कितना है 9,000 रुपये साल में। और मैं उसके बारे में थोड़ा बात करता हूँ पहले। वो जो सपोर्ट सिस्टम है, तो मेरा एक छात्र है जो उस पर काम कर रहा है, वो चेक कर रहा है कि क्या किसान उस पैसों के साथ क्या कर रहे हैं। तो उन्होंने ये स्थापित किया है कि किसान निवेश करते हैं, इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। कैसे इन्वेस्ट करते हैं? 9,000 तो ज़्यादा नहीं है। वो कर्ज लेते हैं बैंक से, और वो कर्ज ले सकते हैं क्योंकि ये जो पैसे आ रहे हैं वो परमानेंटली आ रहे हैं। तो बैंक समझती है कि हाँ, इनके पास पैसे हैं, और अगर बाढ़ हो या सूखा हो तो तब भी इनके पास पैसे होंगे। और किसान भी जानते हैं कि वो कर्ज चुका सकते हैं, और इसलिए कर्ज लेते हैं, क्योंकि अगर कर्ज चुका नहीं सकते हैं तो बैंक उनका जमीन छीन लेगी और प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा। तो इसलिए ये डिमांड साइड से किसान कर्ज ले रहे हैं, ट्रैक्टर खरीद रहे हैं, सिंचाई पे इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, तो उसके साथ उत्पादन बढ़ जाता है। तो वो कहते हैं कि अगर 9,000 मिल रही है तो उसके साथ 150% ज़्यादा इनकम हो जाती है, क्योंकि निवेश करते हैं और निवेश के साथ ज़्यादा मासिक आय हो जाता है। तो that is a scheme which is working, and that is a scheme which gives the farmer the ability to grow his income even more by giving him confidence that if he borrows, he will not be, especially खेती में काफी जोखिम है ना इस प्रदेश में. So that risk farmer doesn't want to take, and so this gives them the confidence to invest. That's a good scheme, and I think you can see it working. There are other schemes. ये जो आदिवासी के साथ जो मैं समझ रहा हूँ, उनके लिए मार्केटिंग भी आप कर रहे हैं, और मार्केटिंग के साथ they can actually sell their products, and there's a lot of products the Adivasis can make, and if you can create a market for them, because that step from creating the product to actually selling it, that's the step they can't take. If you can fill that gap, you're actually increasing their value. So I think these targeted schemes are very good, and they're increasing. And of course, in a state where there are relatively poor people, your first job is to help them, because after that everything else comes. First, help the poorer get richer, and so that I think is very, very commendable. Now, one question I would ask on the education front, I think these schools are very good, but ये कोविड के कारण जो गरीब छात्र हैं, वो स्कूल 2 साल का लॉस हो गया उनका, तो उनके लिए आप क्या कर सकते हैं?
उसके लिए हम लोगों ने एक तो ऑनलाइन पढ़ाई शुरू की, ऑफलाइन भी किया, और उसके बाद बहुत सारे शिक्षक है वो मोहल्ले में जाकर पढ़ाने लगे. बहुत सारे हम लोग जो नए किए, तो उसमें राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भी उसके सराहा गया कि बुलटू के बोल इस प्रकार से हमने ऐप बनाया और लोगों तक पहुंचाया, और मोहल्ला में जाके पढ़ाने लगे. तो मोटरसाइकिल वाले गुरुजी, तो कभी और किसी गुरुजी के नाम से बड़ा प्रसिद्ध. हालांकि ये बात सही है कि इससे नुकसान तो हुआ है. क्लास में जाकर पढ़ाई करना और घर में रह के पढ़ाई करने में बड़ा अंतर है, लेकिन फिर भी हमारी पूरी कोशिश थी. हमारे शिक्षकों ने भी बहुत मेहनत की, और करीब 2 लाख शिक्षक जो हैं वो अपने अपने विभाग के बारे में उसके लेक्चर हैं, उसको उन्होंने लोड किया, रिकॉर्ड भी किया और लोड भी किया, और बच्चों तक पहुंचाने की कोशिश भी की. तो ये काम हम लोगों ने उस समय किया था, ताकि कम से कम नुकसान हो बच्चों को.
कोविड पे और इस एजुकेशन के पे थोड़ा याद आया कि जिन दिनों कोविड का ये वेव चल रहा था, लोग कह रहे थे कि छत्तीसगढ़ में कुछ अच्छा काम हो रहा है. आप लोग छत्तीसगढ़ में क्या कर रहे थे जो आपको दिख रहा था कि मुल्क के बाकी हिस्सों में होना चाहिए था, नहीं हो पाया किसी वजह से?
देखिए, पहले फेज में हुआ ये कि ये कोरोना है जो हवा के मार्ग से आया, हवाई जहाज से आया पहले फेज में. तो हमने उसको आइडेंटिफाई किया कि कौन कौन लोग हैं जो हवाई यात्रा कर, खासकर यूके से जो आए. पहला केस तो वही मिला, यूके से जो पढ़ने गए थे बच्चे वापस आए, वही कोरोना पहले मिला. तो उसको पहले आइडेंटिफाई कर ले, कितने लोग विदेश से आए हैं, कितने लोग दूसरे प्रदेश से आए हैं, वो सबको ट्रेस आउट करके, और उसके बाद पूरी सीमाओं को सील कर दिए. गांव वाले तो अपने गांव के बाहर में कटीले जो पेड़ है उसको काट के रास्ते में रोक दिए थे, ताकि हमारे गांव में कोई घुस न पाए. फिर हमारे यहाँ मजदूर जो दूसरे राज्यों में, जम्मू कश्मीर में सबसे ज्यादा गए थे, 47,000. तो वो लोग आए, तो फिर 7 लाख लोग आए. तो 7 लाख लोग आए, तो उसको रोकना कहाँ है? उसकी इलाज की व्यवस्था, क्योंकि क्वारंटाइन भी रखना है उसको 21 दिन का. फिर सैंपल आएगा, टेस्ट होगा, सैंपल लिए, टेस्ट हुआ, रिपोर्ट आए, तब उसको घर जाने की अनुमति होती थी. तो जितने भी पंचायत हैं, जितने स्कूल है, करीब 21,000 हमने क्वारंटाइन सेंटर बनाया, और उसने जितने दिन वो रह रहे हैं उसको फ्री में उसको भोजन कराने की व्यवस्था. वो तो यहाँ टाटीबंद में आपका किए थे. तो हुआ ये कि जित 7 लाख लोग आए, उसके रहने खाने पीने की व्यवस्था, उसकी इलाज की व्यवस्था, और जब वो हो जाता था कि कोरोना नहीं है, तब फिर उसको घर में जाने देते थे. नंबर 1. दूसरा, जब ये व्यवस्था किए तो दूसरे प्रदेशों में जब ये पता चला, तो ये छत्तीसगढ़ बीच में है, चाहे वो तमिलनाडु से आए, चाहे वो आंध्र प्रदेश से, तेलंगाना से, महाराष्ट्र से, गुजरात के लोग, ये लोग भी जिनको उत्तर प्रदेश जाना है या झारखंड जाना है या उड़ीसा जाना है, तो इसी रूट से करते थे। तो ये जहाँ बैठे हैं उसे 5 किलोमीटर दूरी पे एक चौक है, टाटीबंद चौक। तो जो किराया करके आते थे वो यहाँ तक आते थे, और यहाँ तक के उसके बाद उनको ये पता था कि छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार अब हमारे प्रदेश की सीमा तक छोड़ देंगे, चाहे उड़ीसा हो, झारखंड हो, उत्तर प्रदेश हो, बिहार हो, उस सीमा तक के छोड़ने की व्यवस्था करेंगे। हम हमारी भोजन की भी व्यवस्था करेंगे, हमारी जूता चप्पल की भी व्यवस्था करेंगे, इलाज की भी व्यवस्था करेंगे। तो ये विश्वास पूरे पड़ोसी राज्य के लोगों को हुआ। सेकंड वेव में जब ऑक्सीजन की कमी आई, पूरे देश में हाहाकार मचा। लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ में जितने भी हमारे, चूंकि ये सौभाग्य है कि हमारी स्टील प्लांट है, स्टील प्लांट पे ऑक्सीजन की जरूरत पड़ती है, तो जो जितने भी इंडस्ट्रियल ऑक्सीजन उत्पादन कर रहे थे, हमने तत्काल उसको मेडिकल ऑक्सीजन उत्पादन करने के लाइसेंस भी दिए। और हमारे प्रदेश के लिए तो हमने पूर्ति की करवाई ही। पड़ोसी राज्य चाहे महाराष्ट्र हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, चाहे राजस्थान भेजना है, पंजाब भेजना है, दिल्ली भेजना है, यूपी भेजना है, सब जगह हम भेजे। तो ऑक्सीजन पहुंचाने का भी काम हम लोगों ने किया। तो देश में मतलब जहाँ दिल्ली में जो हाहाकार मचा था, हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में उस प्रकार से न रेमडेसिविर के लिए कोई लाइन लगा, न किसी प्रकार की दवाई की। बल्कि हमने क्या किया कि जितने भी हमारे, सबसे ज़्यादा जब कोरोना मरीज बढ़ने लगे तो शहरों में ज़्यादा दबाव पड़ता है, बड़े हॉस्पिटलों में ज़्यादा दबाव पड़ता है। तो जितने भी जिले मुख्यालय हैं उसके सराउंडिंग में जितने हॉस्पिटल थे, वहाँ जितना बेड लग सकता है वो सब बेड लगवाए। हमारे पास स्टाफ तो थे, डॉक्टर भी थे, साथ ही उसमें ऑक्सीजन की सब व्यवस्था करी तत्काल। 8 दिन के भीतर में सारे, तो जैसे साझा क्षेत्र है अब वो शहर से दूर है, अब सब लोग शहर में आते हैं। 50 बेड का हमने कोरोना सेंटर बना दिया। मेरे क्षेत्र में यहाँ से 15 किलोमीटर दूर में वहाँ 40 बेड का बना दिया। तो हर क्षेत्र में इस प्रकार से हमने कोरोना हॉस्पिटल के रूप में कर दिया। तो वो जो गांव के लोग हैं जो शहर में आते थे वो आना रुक गया। तो शहर के लोगों को इलाज कराने की भी आसानी होगी, गांव के लोगों को भी आसानी होगी। तो इस प्रकार से मैनेज हम लोगों ने किया। तो उस प्रकार से दूसरे राज्यों में जिस प्रकार से, उत्तर प्रदेश में जैसे गंगा में लाश दबाए, हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में उस प्रकार की स्थिति नहीं बनी थी।
In fact, I don't know if any other country had this example of dead bodies floating down rivers, and it was very distressing. Dr. Rajan, we have this unique opportunity where we have a policymaker who still has, I think, 1.5 साल अभी आपके इलेक्शन में है roughly.
हाँ, 1.25 साल 1.5 साल.
Or you were earlier talking about a service economy in some way. So I'm getting away from the topic of basic income for a moment, because ultimately, everybody is looking to see how we can create jobs, how we can have a better economy, how we can have a more equitable economy, how we can reduce poverty. And this is a state which is very poor. Can you, in some ways, think of your example of this chip factory that takes up so much money, and instead policymakers could consider higher investments in health and education, and why that is important? Because for a state, for example, with 37% malnutrition, that means when these children are growing up, when they do grow up, they become adults, their brains are not well formed because they've been malnourished. What would you say to the Chief Minister in terms of allocation of scarce resources for a state?
No, I think the question is how can you generate employment locally, नहीं? और मुख्यमंत्री बात कर रहे थे about how specific investments can help. तो अगर रूरल इंडस्ट्री बढ़ाना चाहते हैं तो आप क्या करेंगे? अगर वैल्यू एडिशन बढ़ाना चाहते हैं और इतना सारा एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्ट्स यहाँ पे हैं, तो अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट करना चाहिए यहाँ पे तो किस तरीके से करना चाहिए? आप क्या कहेंगे उसके बारे में?
बहुत अच्छा सवाल है। और पहली बात तो ये है कि हम वो चीज उत्पादन कर रहे हैं जो हमारे यहाँ हमको जिस चीजों की आवश्यकता है, तो हमारी आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति हो जाए उस रूरल इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क से। दूसरी बात ये है कि हमारे यहाँ जो चाहे एग्रीकल्चर में हो चाहे फॉरेस्ट हो, जो चीजें हैं उससे जुड़े हुए प्रोडक्ट हम बनाएं, उसके बेचने के लिए हम लोगों ने सी मार्ट भी बनाया है और दूसरे शहरों में भी हम अपने शॉप खोल रहे हैं, और नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में भी किस प्रकार से जाएं वो हमारी कोशिश। दूसरी बात यह है कि हमारे पास अब सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि कोई भी यदि इंडस्ट्री लगाए तो सबसे पहले जमीन की आवश्यकता पड़ती है, फिर पानी की आवश्यकता पड़ती है, फिर बिजली की आवश्यकता पड़ती है। हम हर गांव में 10-11 पंचायत हैं, हर पंचायत में हम ये बना देना चाहते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ जमीन भी है, हमारे पास हैंड्स भी है, आप जो ट्रेनिंग देना चाहते हैं उसके लिए भी ट्रेनिंग की भी व्यवस्था है, और फिर बिजली की भी व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं, पानी की भी व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं। आपको जमीन खोजने की जरूरत नहीं, आप सामान क्या चाहते हैं वो बता दीजिए, हम आपको बना के दे देते हैं। आप पैकिंग आप का रहेगा, आप अपना सिंबल लगाना है वो लगा दीजिए, जो लगाना है लगाइए, हम तो उत्पादन करके आपको दे देंगे। ये भी हम कर सकते हैं। ये तो रूरल इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क की बात होगी। अब बचत जो इंडस्ट्री पॉलिसी है उसको भी हमने इस प्रकार से बनाया है कि सारे उद्योगपतियों कई बार हमने मीटिंग किया, उसके बाद 2019 की उद्योग नीति हमने बनाई, तो हमको बाहर जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ रही। यहीं के जो इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं वो काफी एमईओ कर रहे हैं और प्लांट भी लगा रहे हैं, और हमारी पॉलिसी ये है कि 60% से लेकर 150% तक के हमारी 10 साल में सब्सिडी है। तो मैंने उद्योगपति से बात की, इस पॉलिसी से फायदा क्या होगा? बोले साहब देश में बहुत एनपीए हो रहे हैं उद्योगपति, आपकी पॉलिसी में कोई उद्योगपति एनपीए नहीं होगा। हमने उस प्रकार से भी पॉलिसी बनाई है तो लोगों को रोजगार ज्यादा से ज्यादा मिले। कोरोना काल में सबसे पहले जो उद्योग का पहिया घुमा था हमारी छत्तीसगढ़ में घुमा। आपको याद होगा 21 मार्च को लॉकडाउन हुआ था, ताली थाली बजवाया था, मोमबत्ती जलवाए थे, और उसके बाद 22 तारीख से लगा 22 अप्रैल को खुला। हमारे यहाँ 23 तारीख को सारी इंडस्ट्री शुरू हो गया, क्योंकि हमने मजदूर को जाने नहीं दिया था, यहीं रुको, खाने पीने की यही व्यवस्था करो, क्योंकि मतलब प्लांट चलाना है तो आपको इंजीनियर भी चाहिए और स्किल लेबर भी चाहिए, सेमी स्किल भी चाहिए। तो हमारे यहाँ के छत्तीसगढ़ के जो औद्योगिक जो मजदूर हैं वो बाहर गए नहीं थे। यहाँ से टोटल उस समय कोरोना काल में 16,000 लोग गए थे छत्तीसगढ़, 7 लाख लोग आए और 16,000 गए यहाँ से। तो हुआ क्या कि हमारे उस समय का आप रिकॉर्ड निकाल के देख लें, पूरे देश में सबसे मतलब स्टील कहीं उत्पादन हुआ था छत्तीसगढ़ में हुआ, और यहीं से पूर्ति हुई, चाहे सीमेंट हो चाहे स्टील हो, सारे उत्पादन यहीं से हुआ।
मानिए आज 2022 में हम इस सिचुएशन में हैं, मुझे लगता है कि आप ये कह रहे हैं कि भाई गवर्नमेंट हमारी अभी ठीक चल रही है, हम जो काम कर रहे हैं वो लोगों के लिए कर रहे हैं, लोगों के लिए अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। अब आगे को चैलेंजेस तो आएंगी, 2 बड़ी चैलेंजेस जो हर किसी स्टेट को फेस करनी पड़ेंगी, पूरे हिंदुस्तान को फेस करनी पड़ेगी, पूरी दुनिया को। एक चैलेंज है टेक्नोलॉजी का और दूसरा चैलेंज है क्लाइमेट चेंज का। क्लाइमेट चेंज पे ये है कि 2018 में एक वर्ल्ड बैंक रिपोर्ट आया, उसमें ये कहा गया कि अगर ऐसे हालात रहे तो 2050 तक लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड्स इंडिया में ओवरऑल गिर जाएंगे, और जो स्टेट सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्टेड होंगे वो होंगे मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ और महाराष्ट्र का विदर्भा रीजन। तो क्लाइमेट चेंज तो अब आ नहीं रहा है, वो तो आ गया है। एक तो आपको उसके लिए कुछ करना पड़ेगा, सोचना पड़ेगा अभी से ही। दूसरी बात टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे जैसे टेक्नोलॉजी जॉब्स पे इम्पैक्ट करेगी, आपको ये भी उसके लिए भी कुछ सोचना पड़ेगा। उसमें मुझे लगता है डॉक्टर राजन, you were talking earlier about a workforce that adapts, a society that adapts to changes. And societies that adapt to changes are those that are well educated, that are healthy, that are well trained, that are skilled. From your experience, looking at what you've seen around the world, can you give us some examples that the Chief Minister can benefit from in terms of what kind of models exist where people are taking these challenges into account, especially on technology, for example, how to create that workforce that is adaptable to face any challenge. मानिए 5 साल में आपका job redundant हो रहा है, but your training is such that you can adapt to that. Skills, कोई ऐसी फिर the governments can help. Do you have some examples to share with the Chief Minister and with the audience?
इसके एग्जाम्पल्स तो बहुत ही कम हैं, एक एग्जाम्पल है डेनमार्क। डेनमार्क में जो वर्कर्स हैं फैक्ट्री में, वो तो हर महीने, हर क्वार्टर, 3 महीने में एक बार जाते हैं कंसल्टेंट के पास और पूछते हैं हमें क्या सीखना चाहिए। ये नहीं कि हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं और उस काम में जो हम सीखते हैं वो काफ़ी है कि नहीं। वो पूछते हैं कि अभी आने वाला जो शॉक्स हैं उसके लिए हम कैसे प्रिपेयर करेंगे, जो नए टेक्नोलॉजीज आ रहे हैं उसके लिए हम कैसे तैयार करेंगे। तो वो कंसल्टेंट पूरे उद्योग को देख के, बाहर देख के, अंदर देख के, पूरे दुनिया में देख के बताते हैं हाँ आपको ये कोर्स करना पड़ेगा। और फिर वो फैक्ट्री एम्प्लॉयर जो है उनको फंड करते हैं, वो बाहर जाके सीखते हैं और फिर वापस आते हैं। वो जो स्किल्स जो सीखते हैं वो जो काम कर रहे हैं उसके लिए कोई फायदा नहीं है, लेकिन आने वाले शॉक्स के लिए फायदा है। प्रिपेयर करते हैं वो वर्कर्स को। तो दैट इज फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग, उसके लिए एक नाम है एक्टिव लेबर मार्केट। Active labor market. They're trying to prepare the workers for the work of tomorrow, even though it has no use today. And the employer is paying for it. The employer is paying for it because that's the way they keep the workers. And the workers are then prepared for the next shock that comes. Okay? That is an extreme version, where you are trying to keep the worker engaged all the time. The other extreme is where you don't invest in the worker at all. They're doing the work, and then one day you say, I have to close the plant down. GM, General Motors, closed down its plant in Lordsville. The workers didn't know how to use a computer because they had never seen the need to do it. It was not part of their job, and they hadn't learned how to use computers. In this day and age, you have workers who don't know how to use computers. They have no job alternative because every job requires computers. So that's the extreme. One way you're preparing for the job that is to come, one you're not even preparing them for the technologies which are already commonplace. We have to find a way to go in between. I think the important thing is to give the employer an incentive to invest in their worker. And for that, we have to worry about the way our labor laws are structured. At one extreme, employment is at will, contract labor. You have no incentive to invest in the worker because next year you will fire them anyway, and you get some new workers. So contract labor is not working. You're not investing. Other side is permanent workers, because they become permanent. And then again, they're not working very hard. You're relying really on the contract labor. We need something in between, which gives workers some longer term employment, but doesn't necessarily make them permanent. But the longer they stay in the work, the more rights they get, the more pension they get, the more security they get. If we can do that, then those workers will be workers that the company can invest in because it knows they're going to stay. It doesn't have to fire them every week. Something like that will help us invest in our workers. We need to invest in order for them to be capable of surviving those shocks.
Okay, before I go to the Chief Minister, let me get your thoughts on climate change. How serious a problem is it really, especially for a country like India, especially in economic terms?
It's a huge problem. I mean, we're talking about agricultural shocks. They'll get just bigger and bigger. Flood, drought, all the usual things we're thinking about will get worse. And our farmers don't have that much buffer. As the Chief Minister said, if one year you have this thing, you get knocked out. 1 year you have drought, 1 year you have floods, you get knocked out. So because our people are poor, climate change has so much more effect than if they were rich. And of course, we are going to be at the center of, the monsoon is going to be deeply affected. Our glaciers are already, melting. weather is going to become, we've got temperatures of 50 degrees plus in Delhi now. So we are going to be very affected. That means we have a strong reason to push the world to do something on climate change.
And if the political leaders say that, look, we have the PM Kisan Yojana, or we may have the Rajiv Gandhi Kisan Nyay Yojana, are those going to be enough to have a sustainable response to climate change?
Those are supports, samarthan, but they're not substitutes for income. 9,000 per acre, average holding is about an acre. No? Average farm holding in India is acre and a half. So 15,000 is not going to be enough if the crop fails. We really need to, obviously over time you hope the farmer gets richer, goes to value-added work, all that. But you also hope that we somehow do something about climate change so that we don't have those enormous shocks which otherwise would come.
तो अब आपने
क्लाइमेट के बारे में तो पूरा ग्लेशियर तो आपके जम्मू कश्मीर में है। आप इतना गर्मी मत करो कि वो पिघलने लगे।
हमारे तो सारा
पिघल गया। मुख्य रूप से बात यह है कि आज कार्बन उत्सर्जन जो हो रहा है और उसके कारण से क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है। तो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग 1 डिग्री टेम्परेचर बढ़ा तो पूरे पंजाब, हरियाणा और उत्तर प्रदेश में गेहूं का उत्पादन है वो 20% की गिरावट आया इसी 1 साल में। 1 डिग्री बढ़ने से 2 डिग्री हो तो समझ लो फिर वो 40% गिरावट। तो गेहूं के उत्पादन में भारी गिरावट आने वाला है। दूसरी बात यह है कि जो कार्बन है उस कैसे हम उसको खाद के रूप में चेंज करें, बदलें। जो हमारा वर्मी कंपोस्ट है, हमारे पैराली जो जलाने की बात हो रही है, हम रोकने की कोशिश उसी माध्यम से कर रहे हैं। तीसरी बात यह है कि लगातार जो पानी हम लोग जमीन से धरती से निकाल रहे हैं वो भी कारण है कि जमीन की नमी कम हो रही है और उसके कारण से वेजिटेशन भी कम हो रहा है। उसके कारण से जंगल जल्दी गर्मी आने से पहले ही पेड़ पत्तियां उससे झड़ जाती है। तो हम लोगों ने उसमें कार्यक्रम बनाया है, नरवा कार्यक्रम, और करीब 12,000 हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में 30,000 नाले हैं और 30,000 में 12,000 नाले हैं। हमने पिछले 3 साल में उसका प्रोग्राम बनाया और रिचार्जिंग की व्यवस्था की और उसके कारण से हुआ कि जंगलों में हरियाली भी बढ़ी है। हमारे हाथी खूब है तो हुआ कि जिन जंगलों में ठीक ठाक ढंग से हम लोगों ने काम किया नरवा में, तो पानी भी मिल गया, उसको हरे चारे भी मिल गए। तो हाथी वो 6 से 7 महीने से हिल नहीं रहे वहां से, उन जंगलों से जहाँ जहाँ पानी खाने पीने की व्यवस्था हुई। तो वो इंसान के लिए भी जरूरी है, पशु पक्षियों के लिए भी जरूरी है और जंगल के लिए भी जरूरी है। तो क्लाइमेट चेंज जो हो रहा है तो उसमें बहुत जरूरी है कि अभी अब सरकार पहले शौचालय बनवाई, अब घर घर में नल जल योजना, पानी की व्यवस्था पर नहीं कर रही केंद्र सरकार। यदि पानी की व्यवस्था पहले करते तो शौचालय बाद में बनाते, तो वो हुआ नहीं। अब
मैंने सोचा जब आप क्लाइमेट चेंज का जवाब देना शुरू किया आपने, मैंने सोचा आप कहेंगे कि क्लाइमेट चेंज नहीं हो रहा है, हम चेंज हो रहे हैं। तो किसी बड़े बड़े साहब ने कभी कहा था ऐसा। एनीवे, इसके बाद एक हिसाब से ये जो हमारा डिस्कशन था, हम अब उस जगह पे पहुंचे हैं जो एक हिसाब से इस टॉपिक, इस हमारे सेशन का जो टॉपिक है।
मैं एक सवाल पूछ सकता हूं मुख्यमंत्री से? ये जो आप डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन कर रहे हैं, वो आपने जो पंचायत को पावर दिए हैं ये सैंड माइनिंग को कंट्रोल करने में, तो आप डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन के बारे में क्या सोचते हैं? कौन से पावर्स नीचे जा सकते हैं पंचायत को?
देखिए, अभी हम लोगों ने पंचायती राज तो हमारे यहाँ लागू है, पेशा कानून 1996 से बना हुआ है। नियम बनाने का काम अभी हमने किया, मतलब 1996 के बाद से उसे नियम बने नहीं थे, तो उसको पंचायतों को, ग्राम सभा को अधिकार संपन्न बनाना। तो उसमें खासकर ये जो पेशा है वो जो अनुसूचित क्षेत्र है, हमारे यहाँ करीब 146 ब्लॉक है, जिसमें से 85 जो ब्लॉक है वो अनुसूचित मतलब ट्राइबल के लिए आरक्षित है। तो उन ब्लॉकों में जो पेशा कानून जो नियम लागू होगा तो उसमें ग्राम सभाओं को अधिकार दिया गया है कि उनको क्या क्या काम करना है, जंगल में उसके आवंटन के लिए, वहाँ की कानून व्यवस्था के लिए, वहाँ के जो माइनर मिनरल्स के लिए उनको अधिकार दिया गया है कि वो बेचें ना बेचें, कैसे करना, उसको उपयोग किस प्रकार से करना, वो सारे अधिकार दिए गए।
वो कैसा चल रहा है अभी?
अभी देखिए, पहले तो ये था कि धड़ल्ले से चल रहा था, अभी बीच में हम लोगों ने उसमें ऑक्शन सिस्टम किया, ऑक्शन में भी कुछ शिकायतें आई, लेकिन एनजीटी का उसमें पालन तो हो रहा है, बिना एनजीटी के क्लियरेंस के बिना वो खुदाई नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, कहीं कहीं वायलेशन की शिकायत होती है उसमें कार्रवाई हो जाती है। लेकिन ये है कि नदी भी बचाना जरूरी है, और नदी यदि बचाना है तो रेत उसमें होना जरूरी है, तो नहीं तो फिर वो भूमि क्षरण भी होगा, और इसलिए मकान बनाने के लिए रेत भी चाहिए, वो भी जरूरी है। बिना नहीं तो आज तो तमिलनाडु में या वहाँ हो रहा कि समुद्र से निकाल के पीस के फिर उसको मिला रहे हैं सीमेंट में और तब मकान बना रहे हैं। वैसे हमारी छत्तीसगढ़ में वो स्थिति नहीं है, हमारे यहाँ नदियों में नालों में रेत खूब है, लेकिन उसको मतलब ठीक ठाक ढंग से उपयोग करना चाहिए, बेतहाशा नहीं होना चाहिए, नहीं तो नुकसान होगा।
We will have audience questions.
Yeah, we can take a few questions if
But
you'd like.
let me just finish with one last question.
So we have 15 more minutes, so go ahead.
Okay, good, very good. So our topic, actually, we started with Rajiv Gandhi Kisan Nyaya Yojana, but that is just one initiative and many that the government took. So, but that did give us this idea that there is possibly a discussion around the country, around the world, about minimum basic income. What is your view, Dr. Rajan, on, the Congress party had at one point come up with the Nyaya Yojana that we wanted to implement. It was 6,000 rupees per month, I think, per family. What is your view on, cash transfers of that sort? If you do like them, should they be conditional? Should they be unconditional? What is your view on minimum, basic income or universal basic income?
So I think that you have to give poor households enough cash that they can take care of some minimum requirements, including education, including healthcare. I would say, by and large, you should rely on them to make reasonable choices. You don't want to say, आपको इस पे खर्च करना है, उस पे खर्च करना है. Let them decide. They're wise enough to decide. But I think it should be targeted. And how much depends. I don't know if 72,000 a year is the right amount. But I don't think it should go to everyone. We can't afford it. We can't afford it. I think it should be very targeted, and it should be enough for a reasonable investment in children, in healthcare, etc. Because the ultimate aim is not to keep them on that income, is to help them grow out of that income so that they can have, better jobs, better chances in life. So I would say targeted, not conditional. Don't put too many conditions. Once you put conditions, then you create the conditions for corruption, this, that. Not too many conditions. But it has to be enough for basic needs. But the idea is not to keep them permanently there. The idea is that they grow out of it so that somebody else can benefit from it.
And are there examples around the world where entitlements were given and then taken away from people?
You don't take them away, they grow out of it. Means it comes down as they make more incomes outside.
Okay, I see.
So you won't, taking away is not possible.
Not possible.
But they grow out of it, and it has to be smooth. So that they don't suffer a huge cost if they get a better job.
Okay. आपकी क्या राय है इस बारे में, जैसे न्याय योजना थी या जैसे पीएम किसान योजना है जिसमें आप पैसे ट्रांसफर करें लोगों को, उनको बेनिफिट दे रहे हैं, तो आपकी जाती राय क्या है ऐसी चीजों?
देखिए, सबसे पहली बात यह है कि यदि आप केवल पैसा ट्रांसफर कर देंगे किसी को भी, तो वो एक उपभोक्ता बनेगा, वो और वो मार्केट को सपोर्ट करेगा, लेकिन वो गरीब का गरीब रहेगा। लेकिन यदि आप उसे उत्पादक भी बनाएंगे, उत्पादक बनाने के लिए आप सपोर्ट करते हैं, जैसे हम पीएम जो किसान सम्मान निधि है और हमारे में अंतर क्या है?
हाँ, ये बताइए।
अंतर ये, वो कोई किसानी करे या ना करे उसको पैसा मिलेगा पीएम सम्मान निधि में। हमारे में ये है कि वो किसान मेहनत कर रहा है, उसमें उत्पादन कर रहा है और वो बेच भी रहा है, तो उसे खरीदने की भी व्यवस्था है ना। भाई आप प्रधानमंत्री क्षेत्र में चल दीजिए तो 1100 रुपए क्विंटल में धान बेच रहे हैं, हमारे यहाँ हम 1900 रुपए क्विंटल में धान खरीद रहे हैं और उसके बाद 9000 रुपए दे रहे हैं प्रति एकड़। तो जो मेहनत कर रहा है उसको पैसा दे रहे हैं। इसी कारण से मैं शुरू में बताया कि हमारे किसानों की संख्या में वृद्धि हुई, उत्पादन में भी और रकबा भी। जो खाली पड़ी हुई जमीन थी उसमें खेती करना शुरू कर दिए, तो वो मेहनत करने लगा। जब हर इंसान यदि मेहनत करने लगेगा तो निश्चित रूप से राष्ट्रीय उत्पादन भी बढ़ेगा, राष्ट्रीय संपत्ति भी बढ़ेगी उससे। आप खाली बैठे बैठे दे देंगे तो वो उपभोक्ता बन सकता है, वो राष्ट्र के विकास में सहयोग नहीं कर सकता। यदि वो उत्पादन कर रहा है उसको सपोर्ट आप करोगे, जो मेहनत करने वाले उसको थोड़ा सा अपलिफ्ट कराएंगे, उसको थोड़ा सपोर्ट करेंगे, तो निश्चित रूप से उसका उपभोक्ता भी बनेगा, उत्पादक भी बनेगा।
तो एक हिसाब से ये कंडीशनल ट्रांसफर हो गया, जिसमें अगर आप किसानी कर रहे हैं तो आपको ये पैसा मिलेगा, क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपने पैरों पे खड़े हो जाए। लेकिन डॉक्टर राजन जैसे एक्सपर्ट आपको कहेंगे कि इसमें करप्शन का खतरा होता है।
नहीं, हम तो डायरेक्ट पैसे दे रहे हैं।
आप डायरेक्ट पैसा इसमें कम चांस है।
जमीन के अगेंस्ट
जमीन वो तो रिकॉर्डेड है, जमीन है।
अच्छा,
और जैसे हम माइनर फॉरेस्ट प्रोड्यूस हम समर्थन मूल्य में खरीद रहे हैं, उसका वैल्यू एडिशन कर रहे हैं, इसमें क्या करप्शन होगा? उतना सामान तो हम उससे खरीद रहे हैं।
अगर कोई वहां से कहे कि भाई हम इसमें कोई ऐसा चांस है कि कोई कि हम तो किसानी कर रहे हैं लेकिन कर नहीं रहे हो, ऐसा हो सकता है?
वो तो धान बेचने आएगा ना।
हाँ, आई सी।
सोसाइटी में धान बेचने आ रहा है, वो तो रिकॉर्ड में है। इसलिए मैं बताया कि 2017 में 15 लाख किसान थे, आज वो किसानों की संख्या बढ़ के 23 लाख है। धान का रकबा 22 लाख था हेक्टेयर में, आज 30 लाख हेक्टेयर है। धान 70 लाख मीट्रिक टन था, आज 98 लाख मीट्रिक टन हो गया। तो उत्पादन भी बढ़ा, जमीन का रकबा भी बढ़ा, किसानों की संख्या भी बढ़ा, पैसा भी लगा।
और इसी में ये डिफरेंस है मेरे ख्याल में। तेलंगाना के हमारे जो AIPC के लोग थे वो बात कर रहे थे कि रायतन बंधु जो उनकी स्कीम है उसमें आप कुछ करें ना करें आपको पैसे मिलते हैं, तो लोग बेसिकली पैसे ले रहे हैं, जमीन है लेकिन काम नहीं कर रहे। आपकी स्कीम मेरे ख्याल में उस लिहाज से इम्प्रूवमेंट है, लेकिन मुल्क को पता चलना चाहिए कि किस तरह से छत्तीसगढ़ का क्या, मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि आपका कोई अलग मॉडल, थोड़ा मुल्क को सीखना चाहिए एक दूसरे स्टेट से। अगर आपका कोई अगर अच्छा काम हो रहा है तो हमें ज्यादा फिर उसको थोड़ा, मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि हमें प्रोपेगेंडा करना चाहिए, लेकिन थोड़ा मार्केट करना चाहिए ताकि बाकी स्टेट्स को फायदा आ सके, कि नहीं?
बिल्कुल होना चाहिए। हर प्रदेश में किसानों को यदि आप इस प्रकार सपोर्ट करेंगे, उसके उत्पादन, उसे खरीदी की व्यवस्था, मान लो आप जम्मू कश्मीर से आते हैं, वहाँ सेब यदि खरीदने की व्यवस्था कर दें तो किसान क्यों दुखी रहेगा? और उसको वैल्यू एडिशन करेंगे तो रोजगार भी मिलेगा और ज्यादा कीमत भी मिलेगा।
तो इससे मुझे कुछ मेरे दिमाग में ये ख्याल आता है कि छत्तीसगढ़ का भी अपना एक मॉडल है। ये मुझे समझाइए, छत्तीसगढ़ी कल्चर, ये कल्चर क्या है? ये छत्तीसगढ़ी जो आपने एक आइडेंटिटी यहाँ पे, मैं सुनता हूँ कि छत्तीसगढ़ में कुछ छत्तीसगढ़ी आइडेंटिटी एक हिसाब से थोड़ा हट के हमारे इकोनॉमिक्स के टॉपिक से, लेकिन मैं इन सम वेज लिंक्ड है। तो ये क्या है? ये
छत्तीसगढ़ के
हमारे बाकी लोगों को बताइए।
देखिए, छत्तीसगढ़ की पहचान सांस्कृतिक पहचान है। मान लो आप जम्मू कश्मीर से आते हैं, जम्मू का अलग है, कश्मीर का अलग है, लेह का अलग है, अलग अलग ट्रेडिशन है। तो हमारे यहाँ भी उसी प्रकार से यहाँ की ट्रेडिशन है, यहाँ की संस्कृति है। और इसमें आप देखेंगे कि आदिवासी 32% हैं और बहुत सारी उसकी जातियाँ हैं। तो उसके अलग अलग, जैसे आज जो नृत्य किए वो बस्तर के हैं, लेकिन पूरे बस्तर में इस प्रकार से नृत्य नहीं होते। थोड़ा थोड़ी दूरी में अलग अलग जो उपजातियाँ हैं आदिवासी, अलग अलग नृत्य है, अलग अलग सीजन में उनके नृत्य होंगे। और छत्तीसगढ़ की हमारी जो संस्कृति यहाँ यदि कहेंगे तो हजारों साल पुराना है। तो हमारी संस्कृति प्राचीन होते हुए भी हर युग में इसका अपना महत्व रहा है। यदि बौद्धकालीन भी बात करेंगे तो भगवान बुद्ध के बाद यदि संतों में आप देखेंगे नागार्जुन का बड़ा नाम है बौद्ध, तो नागार्जुन का कार्य क्षेत्र यही छत्तीसगढ़ रहा, सिरपुर रहा। यदि राम के कार्य बात करें तो सबसे ज्यादा समय भगवान राम ने वनवास के समय यही गुजारा, क्योंकि ननिहाल है यही। कृष्ण भी यहाँ आए, आरंग में यहाँ उनका आना हुआ था। तो हर युग में आजादी के समय भी कहेंगे तो राष्ट्रीय जितने भी हुए उसमें हमारी भूमिका रही, चाहे 1857 के गदर हो तो हमारी भूमिका थी, शहीद वीर नारायण सिंह से लेके आप ज्ञान सिंह की बात करें, सब लोगों ने उसमें भाग लिया। और फिर साहित्य के क्षेत्र में देखें, सबसे पहला जो उपन्यास है ठाकुर जगमोहन सिंह, सबसे पहले हमारे यहाँ लिखा गया। तो साहित्यिक, सांस्कृतिक, पत्रकारिता आप कहेंगे तो सबसे पहली शुरुआत छत्तीसगढ़ से। यदि आप लोहा बनाने की भी बात करेंगे तो वो कम टेम्परेचर में कैसे बिना रस्ट के लोहा बनाने की विधि हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में, चाहे वो कला के क्षेत्र में हो, चाहे साहित्य के क्षेत्र में हो, चाहे वो टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में हो, हमारी छत्तीसगढ़ की अपनी भूमिका रही है। तो हमारी जो संस्कृति, छत्तीसगढ़ की संस्कृति बहुत समृद्ध रही है, लेकिन हम लोग बहुत लो प्रोफाइल वाले लोग हैं, कम में संतोष करने वाले लोग हैं। हमें थोड़े में हम लोग संतुष्ट हो जाते हैं, हमको बहुत ये इकट्ठा करके रखो। ये संत ऋषि परंपरा के लोग हैं यदि कहा जाए छत्तीसगढ़ के लोगों को, थोड़े में संतुष्ट रहे, प्रकृति के साथ रहते हैं, मस्त मौला लोग हैं और बहुत ईमानदार लोग हैं, सहज सरल लोग हैं।
अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा बोला आपने। अब 2 लास्ट इंटरवेंशंस, पहले मैं डॉक्टर राजन के पास जाऊंगा और आपको मैं टाइम दूंगा। आपका जो लास्ट इंटरवेंशन है उसका मैं आपको पहले ही बताऊं। मैं आपसे ये कहूंगा कि जब हम, मुझ जैसे लोग जब जॉब इंटरव्यू के लिए जाते थे, हमसे जॉब वो इंटरव्यू में पूछते थे, वेयर डू यू सी योरसेल्फ इन द नेक्स्ट 5 to 10 years, उसी तरह से मैं आपसे पूछूंगा, वेयर डू यू सी योरसेल्फ इन छत्तीसगढ़ इन द नेक्स्ट 5 to 10 years, लेकिन दैट विल बी द लास्ट क्वेश्चन। आप सोचिए उस पर। Dr. Rajan, this is obviously a unique opportunity. Again, I thank you, and we have one more session with you tomorrow. We are so grateful. To the Chief Minister, if you had to give him one suggestion, something that you think Chhattisgarh should be looking out for, what is it that you would tell the Chief Minister? What should he be doing while he is the Chief Minister? He's the leader of the state. What can he do that would benefit Chhattisgarh or maybe the country? What is it that, or what should he be, what should he as a senior leader of the Congress party, one of the main opposition party here, what should we be thinking about when we think about India, when we think about Chhattisgarh? What should we be watching out for?
See, I think to give good advice, you have to know the state well. वो बाहर से आके थोड़ा एडवाइस देना वो अच्छा नहीं है, क्योंकि मैं पहले यहाँ पे 2015 में आया था 2 दिन के लिए, अभी 2 दिन के लिए हूँ, 4 दिन में क्या एडवाइस दूंगा वो तो।
But you know India well.
India, I know reasonably. I'll tell you what's on my mind.
Okay.
What's on my mind is, I really fear we are losing our children because of what happened in COVID. I think Chief Minister gave us some thoughts on how they're helping, but I think whatever help we give, we need to give more. Because those 2 years, children haven't been in school. They've forgotten so much. Getting them back to school, if we just put them, they were in 2nd grade, we put them in 4th grade. I think they will not be able to keep up. And many children will find they don't understand what's going on in class, they will leave, they will drop out. And this will be more in the case of the poor children. We have so many Adivasis in this state. The problem will be more there. I really think we should be checking to see how they're doing. Lot more of these, ये जो एसर करती है या प्रथम करती है, go in, check what they're learning, and see if they need more help. Because otherwise, we're going to lose this whole from class 1 to class 12. All those children have suffered 2 or 3 years worth of education loss. And if they just move on without recognizing that, it'll be a real problem because they'll be so weak. I think there's a good chance of helping them by putting more resources to work. And that'll create some jobs for some time, but I think it's the most important investment we can make across the country. I know Tamil Nadu is trying to do it, but even Tamil Nadu is having, it's not that easy. They've recruited some 2 lakh people to help the existing teachers in order to bring the students up to speed. And they found 5 lakh children had left the schools.
Wow.
So this is a big problem. I would say we need to face this problem in India. Otherwise, we have a lost generation.
Now, आपने तो notice लिया होगा इस चीज का. But now, please think about it. One quick step would be to do a kind of an assessment to where we are, baseline assessment कि क्या हुआ है, reading levels में क्या हुआ, and that can be done relatively quickly. At least problem का पता होगा. Unfortunately, what I see in India is that at least the government doesn't seem to, at least the central government doesn't seem to accept that there are problems. जब आप data को छुपाएंगे, जब आप problems को accept नहीं करेंगे, then you cannot really solve those problems.
I haven't heard much talk in Delhi about this being a problem.
Well,
I think in the states you can
that is
see
a problem.
that they're seeing this as a problem. But Delhi is not talking about it. It's talking about we'll create some electronic resources. But you also need to see what's happening in the schools and exactly
testing, baseline testing, I think. तो आपने तो अपने जवाब सोच लिया होगा कि 5-10 साल में आप खुद कहाँ देखते हैं और छत्तीसगढ़ को कहाँ देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं कहाँ रहूंगा तो ये तो पार्टी तय करेगी और जनता तय करेगी, मेरे हाथ में कुछ नहीं है। छत्तीसगढ़ कहाँ जाए ये जरूर सोचता हूँ। छत्तीसगढ़ में हमारे पुरखों ने जो सोचा था समृद्ध छत्तीसगढ़, ये चूंकि शांति के टापू है, एक बार छत्तीसगढ़ आ जाए ना तो उसके बाद छत्तीसगढ़ छोड़ते नहीं है। तो वो जो वातावरण है और हमारे आदिवासी उन्मुक्त जीवन प्रकृति के साथ व्यतीत करने वाले, तो उसी प्रकार के शांति भाईचारा का वातावरण फिर से बने। दूसरा, समृद्धि आए, जिस प्रकार की जिस समय हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं किसानों के लिए, मजदूरों के लिए, आदिवासियों के लिए, तो सबके यहाँ समृद्धि आए और फिर उनके पास समृद्धि होगी तो फिर आगे जनरेशन उसकी मतलब स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा की व्यवस्था हम कर ही रहे हैं, आगे वो क्या करना चाहते हैं वो उन पे छोड़ना चाहिए। लेकिन वो क्या, वो सपना तो देख सकें, उसके घर में इतनी संपत्ति तो रहे कि वो बच्चे आगे जाना है, उसके उसना आधार तो हम खड़ा कर दें तो फिर आगे खुद बढ़ जाएंगे।
चलिए, this is a good note to end on. That unfortunately we don't have time for questions, I'm told, right? So and the Chief Minister has to leave. Thank you very much. बहुत शुक्रिया आपका.
जी, धन्यवाद.
Dr. Rajan, thank you so much. This is an illuminating discussion. A round of applause. Thank you.
Before we conclude, I'd like to request Honorable Chairman Dr. Shashi Tharoor to please come on stage. We have a small memento, sir. A small memento here. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a 30-second commercial break while you reset the stage. We're going to continue, as I said, without any tea or coffee break. The next session will be the AIPC National Executive in introduction. Thank you. दो और सेशन है।
अरे गौ माता के गोबर लाया, अरे गौ माता के गोबर लाया, अरे गौ माता के गोबर लाया,
चमका दे।
ओ सीएम नहीं है,
ओ सीएम नहीं है,
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर काहे सुन ले संगवारी।
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर काहे सुन ले संगवारी।
अरे किसान मन के कर्जा माफी, किसान मन के कर्जा माफी, अरे किसान अरे गौ माता के गोबर ला,
जे सोना कस चमका दे।
अरे गौ माता के गोबर ला,
जे सोना कस चमका दे।
ओ सीएम नहीं है,
ओ सीएम नहीं है,
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर का काहे सुन लेते संगवारी।
ओ सीएम नहीं है, मोर काहे सुन लेते संगवारी।
अरे किसान मन के कर्जा माफी,
किसान के साथी।
हर किसान मन के कर्जा माफी, भूमिहीन किसान के साथी 2500 दिलवा देश।
ओ सीएम नहीं है मोर बेटा है, सुन लेते संगवारी।
ओ सीएम नहीं है मोर बेटा है, सुन लेते संगवारी। अरे दाई दीदी क्लिनिक लाला के,
माँ बहिनी के लाज बचा के।
अरे दाई दीदी क्लिनिक लाला के, माँ बहिनी के लाज बचा के, घर घर सब सुविधा देश।
ओ सीएम नहीं है, ओ सीएम नहीं है, ओ सीएम नहीं है मोर भैया है, सुन लेते संगवारी। ओ सीएम नहीं है मोर भैया है, सुन लेते संगवारी।
मानेल पढ़ी संगवारी हो, काका है तब भरोसा है।
Okay, I'll start.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a rather interesting and inspiring day for us. This session essentially is an opportunity for us to just compare notes. So, Chairman, starting with you, it's now, most people don't know this, it's more than 5 years that we've actually had AIPC, because if you remember, we began thinking about AIPC a lot longer than 5 years and spent a lot more time operationalizing it. Would you
The official establishment on 24 Akbar Road, 2nd of August,
5 years.
2017.
But what about the story before that?
The story before that, as I briefly mentioned in my remarks this morning, involved a fair amount of sort of persuading the party of the usefulness of this exercise. And I have to say that initially, I think there was some understandable skepticism, and especially when the government is yours, you're in power, you don't really seem to see the need to do more than you're already doing. If what you're doing is good enough to bring you to power with an enhanced majority, why do you need to keep improving? That, I think, was implicit there. So I don't think, frankly, the idea kicked around a bit here and there, but nothing really worked. During the second term, there was a little more traction. And I think it's partially because, frankly, we had been a bit shocked by the scale of the party's defeat. And there was a greater willingness to entertain new ways of reaching out to new sections. So from the party leadership's point of view, it was a way of adding a new constituency to the Congress. From my point of view, I was thinking much more in terms of the kinds of families I knew who were from professional backgrounds and felt alienated from politics. I thought, let's get them back in and get them into a situation where they can have some contact with the Congress leadership. And in that way, we can build a bridge, a meaningful bridge between the two sides. And I'm very glad that in the end, Rahulji found that a persuasive argument. And by the middle of 2017, he was already planning a number of revamped and revived institutions in the Congress. So some of the existing ones were to be reshaped and revived, and then two new departments were created. One was the All India Professionals Congress, and the other was the Indian Overseas Congress, one headed by me, one headed by Sam Pitroda. And those were both ways of looking at new constituencies for the party in the 21st century.
So I wanted to just come to you, Salmanji. As a professional, you've had a very interesting profile. The fact that you come from Kashmir, the fact that you've spent so much time at the World Bank, the fact that you've even contested elections in a part of India that unfortunately today is not really known to be a safe haven of comfort and growth. Going from all of that to where you are today and wherever you will be in the next 10 years, what are your comments and observations?
Well, my life has been a pretty strange journey, but sometimes despite your best efforts, life basically has its own kind of path for you, and I think in more recent years, I've basically embraced it. AIPC has been in that sense. For me, it was just perhaps at a time in my life where I was not able to devote time, full time to retail politics. I did contest in Baramulla and all that. And this seemed to me, AIPC seemed to me to be the right thing for me. Why? I was interested in politics. I've been interested in politics ever since my father went to Parliament in 1983. So I've always had this goal that I should be in politics. I wanted to be in politics. I thought this was a wonderful profession in that sense. But for a variety of reasons, mostly personal reasons, I couldn't kind of do the kind of retail politics that I actually love. I love going and speaking in public. I love shaking hands. I love babies, holding babies, all the things that politicians do. And I love trying to help people. So all the things that a politician should be like, I was that, but I couldn't continue that. But this AIPC was that ultimately became my sweet spot, because this, I'm a professional. I spend my life, doing that kind of work. And then I had this as an outlet for politics. And, frankly, being part of this department, being part of, and being part of Congress, I think I have been able to view my, or express my views quite freely in public, in private. I think there is a certain level of influence that all of us have. And I think it's gratifying to some extent that people do listen, not every time, but they do listen. And you have some impact on party politics, on the country's politics. And, I am deeply concerned about the direction India is headed in. I'm very, very concerned. I think Dr. Rajan obviously was very forthright in his views, but to some extent a little diplomatic, because he is, after all, a political party's kind of event. I am very concerned, and I think because of AIPC, in some ways, I see this as a platform where we can voice our opposition to the direction that RSS and BJP are taking the country in. And I'm grateful for this opportunity. And I'm grateful, by the way, to our AIPC fellows, because I say this every time that I come out of these meetings, Zoom meetings, etc., and I'm constantly amazed And let me tell you, I've said it many times. I'm constantly amazed by the kind of people who have joined AIPC, who continue to associate with the Congress Party through AIPC, despite the difficulties that the Congress Party finds itself. I think the Congress Party is immensely lucky to have these people, the kind of people who we have in our audience, the kind of people who are at home, who are not able to join us for a variety of reasons. The Congress Party is lucky that we have. So I do hope that the Congress Party gives more opportunities to AIPC fellows, and we will be fighting for that going forward.
Thank you very much. Zarita ji, I wanted to come to you and then come to Rajiv ji. One of the most, if you remember how we met, Chairman and you and me, I think we should tell people, if you could tell people that story. And then, I think Chairman, if you remember, we had commented on Zarita ji's organizational skills. And even now, Raghuram ji was leaving and he said, you're a what? A force. Did you not say that?
Yeah, he actually said that.
So, ma'am, aside from the story of how we've met, if you could share with our AIPC family that, I wanted to ask you, being a female professional and a female leader, and someone who always leads from the front, most recently your work in Tripura, before that in Uttarakhand, what's that journey like? Because a lot of our female colleagues here are inspired by your story and your success.
I knew you would pose something so difficult. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 29 and a half years, touching 30 years in politics. Sometimes it amazes me, how did I last so long? I remember it was in 2018, during the Meghalaya elections. I was told that Dr. Shashi Tharoor was coming to Shillong to campaign. And prior to that, I was in charge of Dr. Tharoor's elections for the Lok Sabha, but we only conversed over the phone. And he knew I had a weird name, but he had actually never met me. And I messaged him that, sir, I'm your, I'll be in charge for your entire tour program. And then he said, okay, so then he asked me to coordinate with Alim. So I was coordinating with Alim, and there I was, I was in Guwahati, and Dr. Tharoor arrived in Guwahati, and as any girl or as any woman would do that, I stood there with 100 red roses at the escalator to welcome Dr. Tharoor. So that was the first time how I met Dr. Tharoor. I heard his name as a girl. I grew up watching his videotapes on the Heart Talks. I still remember that used to come on BBC. And everybody used to tell me after that tour that it seems you've become a bodyguard of Dr. Tharoor, because I had such a tough time keeping everybody away from Dr. Tharoor because he was absolutely being mobbed at every step that he took. So, and that still continues, and I enjoy my job, absolutely enjoy. Besides that, yes, I had to make a comeback to Delhi. I had just lost my assembly ticket, and thank you, Dr. Tharoor.
Well, I should explain by way of background that when we established AIPC, I had come up with the structure of the chairman and 4, in effect, deputies. That is 4 people for the 4 zones of the country, Northeast, Southwest. And North was Salman, South was Dr. Geeta Reddy, who sadly fell ill after checking in her bags yesterday at the airport and had to check out and is in hospital today. Dr. Geeta Reddy from then Undivided Andhra. And then we had 2 colleagues who are no longer part of AIPC. East Zone was Gaurav Gogoi and West Zone was Milind Deora. And both of them left the organization at different times because they were given other appointments by the Congress Party. So Gaurav Gogoi became secretary in charge of West Bengal, I remember. And I remember saying to Rahul Gandhi, you didn't mention this to me. I suddenly don't have a coordinator. So it was our first anniversary celebration when this news was given to me. And immediately thinking of someone from East Zone, Zarita's name came to mind. So that's the background. Because I had traveled with her in Meghalaya and I'd seen her first-rate organizational skills, I knew she was the right person to pick that up. Rajiv ji came a bit later because Milind was appointed to be Mumbai Pradesh Congress Committee chief a little later. And when that happened, Milind was not only at that point the deputy chairman, but also was treasurer. And we didn't have any other posts for treasurer. We wanted one of the 4 regional coordinators to be the treasurer. And I thought of Rajiv, who had extensive experience in Rajasthan politics, a long-term congressman. And he then took over as treasurer, and Salman took over as deputy. So we've had the 50% continuity in the leadership and 50% new, and these two are the fresh blood we're very happy to have in the IPC.
Coming to Rajiv ji, sir, you've had a very distinguished career both in politics and in business. So for many of our people here, you are the quintessential professional for progress in terms of the success you've had in both forms of your life. Can we compare that note a little bit, and can you explain to us, some of our colleagues here, what that journey has been like and what AIPC has been and what is already been?
अगर आप हिंदी में कहना चाहते हैं तो हिंदी में बताइए, जैसे आप चाहें.
बहुत अच्छी बात कही आपने आलिम कि एक तो एज कोई बार नहीं है. If you are a professional, I joined this scheme after completing my 6 key years. So never shy, like you are not 30 years old. So for professional Congress, if you believe in the ideology of Congress party, if you believe in secularism, if you believe in equality, if you believe in social ideas what Congress party has, आपके लिए हमेशा घर खुला हुआ है. सबसे पहले मैं शुरू करने से पहले बताऊंगा कि छत्तीसगढ़ के संग मेरा पुराना रिश्ता है. मेरी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है 2-3 दिनों से. मैं 30-35 साल पहले क्षितिज यहाँ पे आया था क्योंकि मेरे को ट्राइबल आर्ट का बड़ा शौक है. और वो एज ए प्रोफेशन, जैसे आलिम ने बताया, मैं ट्राइबल आर्ट से मैंने बिजनेस शुरू करा था मेरा, ट्राइबल ज्वेलरी से. तो कलेक्ट करने के लिए डॉक्टर थरूर मैं यहाँ पे आया, रायपुर आया. रायपुर कम्प्लीटली चेंज हो गया है. तो जो बघेल साहब कह रहे थे वो लगता है कि डेवलपमेंट यहाँ पे हुआ है. मैं रायपुर से गया, यहाँ पे कोई जगह है जगदलपुर और बस्तर, और मैं आदिवासियों के बीच में 1.5-2 महीने रहा. ये हाट बाजार की बात करते हैं, मैंने हाट बाजार बहुत सारे देखे हैं. और ऐसे हाट बाजार जिसपे ट्राइबल्स ऊपर पहाड़ी से उतर के नीचे आते थे और जो सामान लेके आते थे उसका जो पुराना सिस्टम है, बार्टर सिस्टम, वो सामान के बदले में कुछ उगा के लेके आते थे, उसके बदले में चूड़ियाँ खरीदते थे, बिंदी खरीदते थे. वो भी मैंने टाइम देखा है, फोटोग्राफ से मेरे पास. और मेरे पास शायद छत्तीसगढ़ में किसी के पास इतना आदिवासी ज्वेलरी का कलेक्शन नहीं होगा छत्तीसगढ़ की ज्वेलरी का. यहाँ के बोटे और पनुआ और सब चीज़ें मैं कलेक्ट करता हूँ. छत्तीसगढ़ से मेरा बड़ा रिश्ता है, तो मैं बड़ा नॉस्टैल्जिक हूँ. मैं यहाँ पे आया, आज आपने बुलाया और इतनी खातिर तीमारदारी करी है छत्तीसगढ़ के लोगों ने. मैं सबकी ओर से आप सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ और सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई. I started my political career when I was in college in 1972. It's 50 years now. I was the Youth Congress president of Rajasthan University Youth Congress. And then there was a session in Delhi when Priya Ranjan Das Munshi was the chairman of Indian Youth Congress. So I attended that session in Delhi Mavlankar Hall. I was the only one, the first one from Rajasthan to become an NSUI member at that time. After these 2-day session, there was a meeting organized by Rangarajan Kumar Mangalam. He was the NSUI president. I was 17 years old. उन्होंने कहा कि आप NSUI में काम करोगे. हमने कहा तो डिमोशन है, यूथ कांग्रेस NSUI में आना पड़ेगा. बोले नहीं, NSUI नई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बन रही है. बट आई वॉज वेरी यंग. मैंने 6 महीने तक उसको एक्टिवेट करा. देन गहलोत जी मुझसे 5 साल बड़े हैं, वो जोधपुर से उन्होंने यूनिवर्सिटी का चुनाव लड़ा था. वो आए, वो पहले प्रेसिडेंट बने, मैं उनका जनरल सेक्रेटरी बना. तो तब से NSUI और उसके बाद मैं PCC मेंबर, AICC मेंबर 6-7 बार और 3 बार मिनिस्टर रहा. लेकिन प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस में आने के बाद मुझे सही सेटिस्फेक्शन मिल रहा है. क्योंकि जो सलमान कह रहे थे कि जनता के बीच में जाना, लोगों से मिलना, लेकिन हम 21वीं शताब्दी के भारत पे हैं. राजीव गांधी जी ने 21वीं शताब्दी की कल्पना करी थी. 21वीं शताब्दी की जो पॉलिटिक्स है, क्योंकि वो सेंचुरी की पॉलिटिक्स, वो 1947 या 50s की पॉलिटिक्स नहीं हो सकती. थिंग्स चेंज हो रही हैं पूरी दुनिया के अंदर. हम अमेरिकन राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव देखते हैं, जो अभी यूके में हो रहा है वो हम देखते हैं, कैसे पार्टी के लीडर चुने जाते हैं। तो आपकी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल, आपका सोशल मीडिया, आपका इलेक्शन मैनेजमेंट, आपका इलेक्शन मैनिफेस्टो, व्हाट यू वांट टू गिव टू द सोसाइटी, आपके क्या थॉट हैं, कैसे टैक्स कट्स होंगे कि नहीं होंगे, प्रोग्रेस के लिए क्या आपके पास क्या थीम है, वो कौन कर सकता है? कोई हार्डकोर पॉलिटिशियन नहीं कर सकता, एक प्रोफेशनल कर सकता है। आपकी जो ताकत है उसको आपको समझने की आवश्यकता है। इम्पॉर्टेंट बात क्या है कि व्हेन यू आर इन कॉलेज, व्हेन यू आर स्टडीइंग मेडिसिन और इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, वहाँ की लोकल पॉलिटिक्स होती है, चुनाव होते हैं, चुनाव लड़ते हैं, बट यू कम इन प्रोफेशन, मोस्टली प्रोफेशनल्स दे स्टॉप थिंकिंग अबाउट पॉलिटिक्स। और अभी जो पूरी कंट्री में जिस तरीके का वातावरण बना हुआ है, उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा आवश्यकता किसी की है तो वो प्रोफेशनल्स की है, क्योंकि आप में जोश भी है और आप में होश भी है, जो बहुत सारे लोगों में नहीं होता। कईयों में बहुत सारा जोश होता है, बहुत कुछ करते हैं, बड़ा डिस्ट्रक्टिव होता है। तो जो होश वाले लोग हैं उनको आने की आगे ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि जो देश की जो स्थिति है, मैं डॉक्टर थरूर लोगों से बात करता हूँ रोज़, हर दिन 300-400 अच्छा पैसा कमाने वाले प्रोफेशनल्स और बिजनेसमैन इस देश को छोड़ के जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो टैक्स टेररिज्म है पूरे कंट्री के अंदर, द वे थिंग्स आर मूविंग, आपको अच्छी तरह से मालूम है। ऐसे समय के अंदर यू आर द पीपल हु आर द रियल ओपिनियन मेकर्स। आप लोग जो कोई बात कहते हैं, आपके टीम के लोग सुनते हैं, आपके जूनियर सुनते हैं, आपके क्लाइंट सुनते हैं। आप जो बात कहते हो सोसाइटी का एक एक जना सुनता है, क्योंकि आप डॉक्टर हैं, वकील हैं, इंजीनियर हैं, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हैं। तो हमको अपनी पावर को पहचानने की ज़रूरत है। और ये डॉक्टर थरूर का जो सोच था कि प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस देश में होनी चाहिए, मेरे ख्याल से ये एक दूसरी आज़ादी की लड़ाई है, क्योंकि हमारी जो पहली आज़ादी की लड़ाई थी 1947 से पहले, उसमें चाहे गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले हों, चाहे बाल गंगाधर तिलक हों, चाहे पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू हों, चाहे महात्मा गांधी हों, सारे के सारे बहुत पढ़े लिखे विद्वान, वकील, डॉक्टर्स, राइटर्स, प्रोफेसर्स, वो लोग सब राजनीति करते थे। और बाद में एक समय आया कि अगर आप पढ़े लिखे हो तो राजनीति आपके लायक ही नहीं है, आपको बिना पढ़े लिखे होना जरूरी है। 8, 10, 12 बच्चे होने चाहिए, बड़ा सारा परिवार होना चाहिए। नहीं, सही बात कह रहा हूँ मैं, बिल्कुल लोगों की सोच फर्क थी। लेकिन दुनिया बदल रही है, एंड द वर्ल्ड हैज बिकम अ ग्लोबल विलेज। जो अभी कहीं पे हो रहा है वो आपको ही सुनने को, देखने को मिलता है। हमको कई बार लगता है हमारे यहाँ क्यों इतनी डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है, जैसी अभी हम यूके में देख रहे हैं कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर कौन बने उसके लिए आपस में पार्टी के अंदर आपस में कितनी बातचीत हो रही है, कितना ओपननेस है। तो ये जो बातें हैं, कैसे सिलेक्शन हुए, कैसे आप जगह बनाएं, कैसे यू पार्टिसिपेट करें, कैसे आप इलेक्शन मैनिफेस्टो के अंदर काम करें, उसके बाद कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में कैसे काम करें, अगर चुनाव लड़ते हैं, चुनाव जीतते हैं, चुनाव नहीं लड़ते हैं, अब मेरे लिए काम कर रहे हैं, सलमान सूद के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, रीता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, या डॉक्टर थरूर के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी मैनेजमेंट सबसे बड़ा काम है आज की तारीख के अंदर। लोगों के पास आपको 5 साल बाद जाना पड़ता है, आपको बताना पड़ता है कि आपने 5 साल के अंदर क्या करा। तो मेरे ख्याल से अभी तक हमारी पार्टी ने भी, हम सब ने भी प्रोफेशनल्स का जो रोल है उसको बहुत कम माना है। खुशी की बात है कि आप अपना खर्चा करके, अपना काम छोड़ के 2 दिन के सम्मेलन के लिए यू हैव कम टू रायपुर। दिस शोज योर कमिटमेंट, दिस शोज योर लॉयल्टी, दिस शोज योर डिटर्मिनेशन। सो कीप इट अप। अब नाउ हमको आगे इस कन्वेंशन से जाने के बाद हमको एक नई ताकत के रूप के अंदर पूरे देश के अंदर कांग्रेस पार्टी के अंदर छाना है। आपको कोशिश करनी है कि कैसे जब पार्टी के चुनाव हो उसके अंदर भी आप भाग लें। और आने वाले समय हम सोचेंगे कि शायद कन्वेंशन 5 साल बाद हुआ है, उसकी तो बहुत बहुत बधाई, मुबारकबाद डॉक्टर थरूर को और पूरी टीम को। लेकिन अब ये रेगुलरली अगर 1 साल नहीं तो 2 साल के अंदर एक बार हम लोग आपस में मिले, एक दूसरे को मिलने का मौका मिलता है। और मैं जब डॉक्टर थरूर से पहली बार मिला था, मैं तो इनसे बहुत प्रभावित था। इसलिए मैंने इनसे कहा कि जिस दिन भी आप कोई जिम्मेदारी लेंगे तो मुझे आप जिम्मेदारी दे देना, क्योंकि मैं उस वक्त मैं बड़ा डबल माइंडेड था, मेरे पास बहुत सारा काम था। आई वॉज प्रदेश कांग्रेस पार्टी का वाइस प्रेसिडेंट था 14 ईयर्स से, 7 बार पीसीसी मेंबर रहा, 6 बार एआईसीसी मेंबर रहा, मिनिस्टर रहा। लेकिन तब भी मैंने कहा कि आप मुझे जो जिम्मेदारी देंगे, आई वुड लाइक टू वर्क विद यू, आई विल बी वेरी वेरी हैप्पी। और अभी भी मेरे में उतना पैशन है कि मुझे बुलाएं तो मैं रात को 12 बजे पैदल चल के भी दिल्ली जा सकता हूँ। तो बिल्कुल ये ऐसा ही होना चाहिए और लीडरशिप के प्रति हमारी सोच ऐसी होनी चाहिए। जी आलम।
मैं आपके साथ में थोड़ा सा ऐड करना चाहूंगी that so when I joined politics I was just 17 and I started from the booth level. So to all the women here, I think you want a career in politics, AIPC cannot be a better launching ground for you. I mean, nothing better than AIPC. And AIPC does know how to recognize talent, I should tell you this. And I had the opportunity to be in charge of 13 states. That's the maximum in the entire AIPC. And compared to all my other colleagues. And I've traveled all my states, and believe me, the scope of work and the people that I've met, I cannot explain to you how open they were when they actually understood what All India Professionals Congress is actually about. And through the work that I did in All India Professionals Congress and over the last 4 years that I've been with All India Professionals Congress, and I thank the entire team, especially Dr. Tharoor, for allowing me to be a part of this family, that I too got promoted. But I'm still staying along with the family till the family decides to send me off. But so far, I'm still stuck with you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take some questions. Anyone, any final comments? No? Okay. So we've got the mics here. Okay, can we get the lights on, please? Lighting? Yeah, okay, so we've got quite a few hands. So, right, let's first start over here because these hands were up, right? First, you, sir, introduce yourself and your name, and then we'll go to you. We'll take a couple
Also
of
tell
questions.
us where you're from, huh? Which AIPC chapter?
Mike. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, myself, Tarun Kumar Sonwani, and I am not a member of this AIPC. I am just a student and working as well. So मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है सर कि जैसे सर बोल रहे थे राजीव सर थोड़ी देर पहले और शशि सर से भी है कि सर जब भारत आजाद हुआ तो उस समय हमारे जितने भी मिनिस्टर थे, जैसे आप जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का एग्जांपल ले लीजिए जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे, और सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल और डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर भी, सभी के सभी बहुत ज्यादा उन्होंने पढ़ाई की थी और वो वेल एजुकेटेड थे। तो सर आपको क्या नहीं लगता कि अभी जो मिनिस्टर्स हैं तो उनमें सर ऐसा कुछ होना चाहिए कि एजुकेशन को ही ज्यादा महत्व दिया जाए? मतलब मेरे कहने का मतलब ये है कि जो ज्यादा एजुकेटेड है वो सामने आए, रेदर देन जो कम एजुकेटेड है उनके लिए भी रखा जाए। बट ऐसा है कि क्योंकि उस समय देश की जो हालात थी 1947 में, हम टोटली बैंकरप्ट थे, अंग्रेजों ने जो हमको लूटा वो तो लूटा ही, बट हमारी स्थिति नहीं थी कि हम देश चला सके। बट हमारे पास ऐसे लोग थे जिन्होंने देश चलाया। तो आपको नहीं लगता सर कि एजुकेटेड लोग ज्यादा आए रादर देन ऐसे लोग आए जिनके 10 बच्चे 12 बच्चे जो सर बोल रहे थे, या फिर उन लोग आए? तो मैं ये आंसर चाहूंगा शशि सर से और राजीव सर।
Thank you. Next over there, right next to.
You get the government you deserve.
बोलिए।
तो
नमस्कार सर।
क्या होता है कि हम जैसे लोगों को चुनते हैं तो पहले तो हमको ये बीड़ा उठाना पड़ेगा कि हमारी सोसाइटी में ज़्यादातर लोग एजुकेटेड हों। स्वतंत्रता संग्राम जो हो रहा था वो इलेक्शन का प्रोसेस नहीं था। उसमें जो लोग पढ़े लिखे थे उन लोगों ने सोचा कि अंग्रेज़ों का जो मुकाबला करना है उनको उनकी बुद्धि से हराना पड़ेगा। आपको एक मजबूत तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी पूरे देश के अंदर। आपको मालूम है कि गोलमेज सम्मेलन हुआ, उस पर गए, महात्मा गांधी से लेके नेहरू जी ने जो बातें करी, जो लिखा, जो अखबार उस वक्त छपे। मैं साउथ अफ्रीका जाके आया, मैंने प्रिंटिंग प्रेस देखी जहाँ पे गांधी जी होते थे, फिनिक्स उनके इलाके के अंदर। तो जो उस वक्त जो लोग स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में आए वो स्वयं प्रेरित थे, वो सेल्फ मोटिवेटेड थे कि हमको जाके इस देश को आज़ाद कराना है। उसके बाद जो हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बना, जो हमारी डेमोक्रेसी का जो सिस्टम बना, उसके अंदर बहुत सारी भीड़ चाल हो गई और बहुत सारा मोमोक्रेसी हो गई। डेमोक्रेसी की जगह जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, धीरे धीरे आपको आवाज़ उठानी पड़ेगी। अच्छे पढ़े लिखे लोगों को आपको चुनना पड़ेगा, उन नेताओं को आपको फॉलो करना पड़ेगा, अपने आप पॉलिटिक्स सुधरेगी। आप जब इस बात को आप लिखोगे, आप बोलोगे, निश्चित रूप से समय आ रहा है। तभी मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ कि अब दूसरी आज़ादी की लड़ाई है ये आज़ादी की लड़ाई है, क्योंकि देश को हर साल पीछे लेके जा रही है जो इस सरकार की जो नीतियां हैं, जो रूढ़िवादी तरीका है, जिस तरह से डिवाइड कर रहे हैं वो धर्म के नाम पे, जाति के नाम के ऊपर। हमको लग नहीं रहा कि हम 21वीं शताब्दी में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, हम हर चीज में पीछे जाते जा रहे हैं। ऐसे समय के अंदर कांग्रेस के हर व्यक्ति को आवाज उठानी चाहिए, और आपसे बेहतर कोई उसके लिए नहीं है।
चेयरमैन, देखिए बात ये भी है कि 1945 के चुनाव तक हमारी इलेक्ट्रेट बहुत लिमिटेड थे, क्योंकि ब्रिटिश के नियम के अनुसार सिर्फ एजुकेटेड लोग और प्रॉपर्टी ओनिंग लोग को वोट दिया जाता था, और हमारे देश में करीब 15-16% पढ़े लिखे थे हमारे देश में, तो एजुकेटेड लोग बहुत कम थे। 1945 में हमारी पॉपुलेशन आंकड़े तो मेरे ख्याल में 300 मिलियन 30 करोड़ थे, लेकिन सिर्फ 3 करोड़ को वोट दिया गया, बाकी सब जनता के पास वोट भी नहीं था। तो नेचुरली जब इलेक्टोरेट भी एजुकेटेड हो तो सारे नेताओं भी एजुकेटेड प्रोफेशनल्स थे, और जो राजीव जी ने कहा बिल्कुल सही है। हमने जो संविधान में लिखा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में, कि सबको वोट मिलना चाहिए अगर वो पढ़े लिखे हो या नहीं, तो नेचुरली कॉम्पोजिशन बदल गए, और सिर्फ पढ़े लिखे लोग नहीं तो राजनीति में अगर आपको साधारण आम आदमी का वोट चाहिए, आप खुद उस बैकग्राउंड से आए, तो आपको वोट मिलना शायद ज्यादा इजी था। तो इसलिए हमारे लोकतंत्र में हमारे क्लास कॉम्पोजिशन, एजुकेटेड लोगों की कॉम्पोजिशन भी बदल गए, और एक्चुअली ये हुआ कि सिर्फ वो लोग थे जो ये स्वतंत्र संग्राम में भाग लिए थे, उनके परिवार के एजुकेटेड लोग राजनीति में कंटिन्यू करके चले, और बाकी सारे नए एजुकेटेड लोग वो अलग रहना पसंद किया। कहता है कि ये हमारे इलाका नहीं, हमारा फील्ड नहीं है, उन लोगों को छोड़ दो। मुझे अभी भी याद है जब मैं पॉलिटिक्स में ज़रा सा इंटरेस्ट ले रहा था, एक्चुअली मैं अपने कॉलेज में भी राजीव जी की जैसे मैं स्टूडेंट यूनियन प्रेसिडेंट था, लेकिन मेरे पिताजी और उनके दोस्त क्या कहते थे, देखिए तुम तो क्लास में फर्स्ट हो, हर परीक्षा में अच्छे मार्क लेते हो, तुम ये समझ लो राजनीति सिर्फ उनके लिए है जो परीक्षा पास नहीं कर सकते हैं, तुम परीक्षा पास करते हो जाके कुछ अच्छा काम ले लो। तो ये एटीट्यूड जो हमारे एजुकेटेड क्लासेस में थे, इसको बदलना छोटी सी बात नहीं है, लेकिन अभी ग्रेजुअली चेंजेस हो रहे हैं। और एक चीज और है कि जब कोई भी राजनेता बनता है ना, उसका बेटा को पहले वो अच्छा एजुकेशन देता है। खुद उनके पास शायद एजुकेशन नहीं होता, शिक्षित तो हो सकता है लेकिन ज्यादा नहीं, फिर भी उनके बेटे, अब मैं बहुत उदाहरण दे सकता हूं, मैं किसी के नाम को लेके किसी का अपमान नहीं कर सकता हूं, लेकिन मैं बताता हूं कि जो अभी 70-80 साल के कई नेता हैं जो बिल्कुल अनपढ़ नहीं कह सकता, लेकिन ज्यादा पढ़ाई नहीं की हर पार्टी में, लेकिन उनके बेटे सब देखिए अच्छे स्कूल, अच्छे कॉलेज, शायद विदेश में भी पढ़े हैं, और वो बेटे जब राजनीति में आते हैं ऑटोमेटिकली यू आर गेटिंग अ मोर एजुकेटेड सेक्शन इनटू पॉलिटिक्स। बस यही हमारा डिटेल जवाब है आपका कमेंट के लिए।
धन्यवाद। हम 2 या 3 सवाल एक टाइम लेंगे, तो सर पहले आप, फिर उसके बाद आप, और फिर यहाँ बोलिए सर, आपका शुभ नाम और आपका।
सर
जी,
मेरा नाम राजेंद्र सिंह
फिर उसके बाद।
राजपुरोहित है, मैं जोधपुर एआईपीसी चैप्टर से आया हूँ, और मेरा एक सवाल थरूर साहब से और अरोड़ा साहब से है कि जैसे आज का सेशन इतना अच्छा हुआ है, ये इसमें हमारी भागीदारी था कि हमारी भी इंटरेक्शन आप सबके साथ हुई, ऐसा अगर कल कोई सेशन आप करवा सके तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा, ताकि हम लोग इतनी दूर से आए तो हमें आपसे पर्सनल इंटरेक्शन होकर के कुछ।
हाँ, और आपसे हम सुनना चाहते हैं। इस सेशन के बाद सारे सेशंस में आपको ज्यादा मौका मिलेगा। नेक्स्ट सेशन एक्चुअली हमारे स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट सारे आएंगे, करीब 15-20 स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट्स होंगे मंच पे, और आप लोग उनके साथ भी, उनसे भी सुनेंगे और उनको भी कमेंट दे सकते हैं, और कल भी ऐसे बहुत सेशन।
थैंक यू सर।
जी सर, आपके पास जो माइक है, बोलिए बोलिए। माइक माइक
वो वाला माइक दे दीजिए, वो वाला माइक।
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rajat Abhinav, and I have come from Bhopal chapter.
I want to know how AIPC appoints a state president. And my second question is, what was the need for AIPC to include us in Congress party? I think last year I got a message via mail that you can join Congress. So this is these two questions.
So would you like to take the first one, sir?
Yeah, I mean, on the question of appointments, I do want to stress, we want to move towards increasing democratization and have people elected. But in the initial stage, in consultation with the Congress party leadership, it was decided that we should appoint. And the reason was very simply, we have to get the organization established. जैसे मैंने आज सुबह भी कहा था कि एक नया संगठन एक बहुत पुरानी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर स्थापित करना छोटी सी बात नहीं है और मेरे ख्याल में अगर ऐसे ये शुरुआत में कंट्रोल नहीं हुआ होता we would have had a problem. तो इसलिए all the state presidents and indeed all the coordinators are appointed. In the case of the coordinators, they're formally appointed by the Congress president on my recommendation. And in the case of the state presidents, they're appointed by the national executive and we sign the appointments together. One rule that we have insisted upon, which no other department had before us, is that of the three principal office bearers, the same model that we have nationally and in the state level and in the chapter level is president, vice president, secretary. We said of the three, at least one must be a woman. And that is something we have stuck to, the result that we have a very, very wide and dispersed presence of women throughout our organization, both at chapter levels and at state levels. Now, eventually, we want to move towards an election model. We are quite prepared to be ahead of the rest of the party in doing that because in our case, our membership is very clear. Every member has a number, is identified as an assigned chapter and so on. And therefore, you'll have a clear-cut electoral college when elections come. But the party has asked me not to do it right now. Eventually, that's the way we will go and we'll get you to you. On the question of joining the Congress, strictly speaking, the Professionals Congress is a department of the Congress. So in any case, by joining AIPC, you have been assimilated into the Congress. But I think what the offer was, Alim, if I'm not mistaken, was to become a
formal member. When you become a fellow of the AIPC, you're associating with the Indian National Congress. But when you take a formal membership, you get a little Congress ID card. That makes you a formal member of the party. And the reason for this is very simple. Many of you who work with certain companies that have governmental contracts are prohibited from formally becoming members of political parties. But by affiliating, which is your democratic right, you're not taking formal membership of a party. We leave it to you to determine. Also, I need to stress this, and I cannot stress this more, your fellowship with AIPC is a completely confidential transaction between you and us. There are many people who are part of AIPC, and their family doesn't even know that they're part of AIPC. They don't, because they believe very strongly in this, they have things to protect. We maintain confidentiality. It's up to you to determine if you want to broadcast your association with us or not. But we're not going to force you to do anything.
I want to add a little bit on this appointments at the state leadership level. Let me just give you some examples of how things happen and how things are evolving. Election is obviously something that we would ultimately want to get to. But the evolution that I've seen is initially when we set up AIPC, we went to the state Pradesh Congress committees, sought their inputs, because ultimately, you know, at the state level, you have to work with the party infrastructure. So we would take recommendations, we would talk to maybe the general secretaries in charge, maybe the PCC presidents, because we didn't know people at the state level, we were just setting things up. Over time, what has happened is that people have risen through the ranks to basically take on leadership roles. For example, I mean, Delhi seems like an obvious one where Amitabh was a chapter leader and ultimately became president of Delhi. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to promote from within. So that if you do good work, that should be recognized. We don't always have to go to the PCC chief then or the general secretary and say, can we make this person the president, this person the vice president or the secretary? Because you are then our own people, you're demonstrated that you're doing a good job and you take on those leadership positions. So I think that is what we're trying to do. It doesn't always work that way. Sometimes what happens is that succession takes place because the party leadership tells us that there is a gap and we need to fill it. and we have to accommodate the party. But for the most part, I think regional coordinators have the flexibility to say that, look, we have a vacancy in the state leadership. We have chapter leaders who are performing really well, and why don't we just promote them? And I think at that point, we can independently say, no matter what the PCC chief says or anybody else says, we can say that this person's done a good job, is an AIPC person, and will be promoted from within.
Yeah, I do want to stress the appointments are made by AIPC and not by the PCC. The PCC's input is welcome, but no PCC chief has ever allowed a veto on our appointments. And I'm proud to say I've personally appointed some people against the wishes of the then PCC chief, and they're still heading the AIPC state chapters, and the PCC chief is long gone. So I'm not worried about standing up for AIPC's institutional integrity.
Can we take a few questions from here, then from here, and we'll come back here. So can I just see some hands? Right. Sorry, once. Rukshmani ji, okay, you've got the mic. Go ahead. After you, we'll go to ma'am here, and then the gentleman here. Yeah, go ahead.
मेरा नाम रुक्ष्मणी कुमारी है और मैं राजस्थान स्टेट की प्रेसिडेंट हूँ। मेरा सवाल डॉक्टर थरूर से है। सर, पहले तो मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि आपने मुझे प्रेसिडेंट की जगह दी। वैसे तो मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी बैकग्राउंड से आती हूँ, पर मेरे इन लॉज की फैमिली में कोई कांग्रेस पार्टी से नहीं था सर। पर मेरा सवाल है सर कि 2023 में राजस्थान में इलेक्शन है और मेरी इच्छा है कि मैं एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से इलेक्शन लड़ूं। तो क्या सर एआईपीसी के जो लीडर्स और मेंबर्स और फेलोज हैं, क्या एआईसीसी या आप लोग कोई हमारा एक कोटा है, जैसे यूथ कांग्रेस का, एनयूएसवाई का, क्यों नहीं सर हमारा भी कोई कोटा हो? तो मेरा निवेदन है कि सर आप अध्यक्ष जी को लेटर लिखें कि हमारा भी एआईपीसी का कोटा होना चाहिए, वेरिफिकेशन करें, सर्वे कराएं, सभी तरह की जो होता है वो करें, बट कुछ ना कुछ परसेंटेज एआईपीसी लीडर्स के लिए होना चाहिए, फेलोज के लिए, कि हम भी नेतृत्व कर सकें, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है ज्यादातर यहाँ लोग होंगे जो राजनीति में आना चाहते हैं और इलेक्शन लड़ना चाहते हैं सर। तो आपका क्या जवाब रहेगा सर?
Can I just take this other question as well from the...
Sir, this is a common question actually. On behalf of all the state presidents.
You can associate. You can associate. Ma'am, please introduce yourself.
You must hold it closer.
हाथ ऊपर करो. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am. Yes.
Hi, good evening. This is Sangeeta from Tamil Nadu. I'm the state secretary. Thank you all here, and thank you, fellow people. All right, my question is, I'm looking at how do we network within AIPC, because that's something I've not found happening at all. I mean, for me, it is completely a new set of people here, though I've been an AIPC member for like 6 months only. But that 6 months is a big period. And we are looking at the national election coming up in a year and a half, and we don't have much time. So I'm looking at, networking with people, like we have migrant workers working all over the country. Like I have so many people in Tamil Nadu. When we had COVID, we didn't know whom to reach out to. We really didn't know that we had a counterpart, say, in Manipur or Mizoram or some place where we could call them to see how we can help the families who work here. So this is something I really feel that as AIPC professionals, we need to be networking really, really hard and to, bring it up to the people to say that, hey, we are here as professionals to help you guys.
Thank you.
I think that's an excellent point too. Very Rukmini ji ki prashna, and many of you are interested, so I'll answer in English as well. The truth is that there is no quota. There is no established percentage of, as very often there is for Youth Congress candidates, where in many state elections it has been said that 10% or 15%, whatever, will be people from that background. We don't have that in AIPC. But whenever AIPC serving colleagues have expressed interest, we have supported them with letters to the Congress president as recently as some of the state elections of last year. But I do want to say that we have not always succeeded. Very few of our people have made it so far. So I'm very happy to convey the wishes of all of you. But there are two factors to be borne in mind. One is, as Rukmini ji herself said, your own acceptability and popularity, for example, in local surveys and so on. And the second factor is, frankly, how well you're known within the party. Because even if I write a recommendation letter to the Congress president for Miss X, and then Miss X, they ask the PCC president or the screening committee chair, and that person says, never heard of her, that'll be the end of Miss X for a candidacy. So you have to understand that while you are working for AIPC and within AIPC, if your ambition and desire is to be a Congress party candidate, I can tell you that you will also need to cultivate good relations with the parent party and party leaders. And I say this because I know in this room are a number of people whom I have recommended who did not get tickets. And therefore, the reality is that we can't guarantee anything. All we can tell you is our goodwill you can take for granted, but the party's decision always takes into account various factors, including your winnability.
डॉक्टर थरूर की बात का 2 लाइन में है, मतलब खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि खुदा बंदे से पूछे बता तेरी रजा क्या है. तो खुद को इतना मजबूत करो आप कि देने वाला टिकट दे आपको आगे बढ़ के.
Just, I want to ask you, I mean, how many people in the room sitting on that side have contested an election? There are a few hands. You see, it's not that nobody, people have contested, but most people have not, and many people are interested. One way to really strengthen our opportunities is to actually have something called an election academy, where AIPC can facilitate some training from those who have won, in other places, so that you understand what goes into fighting elections. Because fighting elections, trust me, I've fought an election. It's after fighting for 2 years, basically 2-year campaign in Kashmir, going through almost 50 villages, so many events. It's a very big deal, and I think we need training, frankly, and I think that would also improve our chances. And I think this academy idea, I met this guy who beat the chief minister of Uttarakhand, right? Young guy. We met him at Devendra Yadav's residence.
His name is Bhuvan Kapri.
Yes, wonderful guy. We could get those kinds of people. Abhishek Dutt in Delhi keeps winning his municipal corporation elections. Very good people. There's a lot to
Shashi
learn.
Tharoor keeps winning
Shashi Tharoor
Trivandrum.
keeps winning his elections. So, I think there's a lot to learn, and I think that would also help. I think it won't just be our letters, but I think if we have a totality of effort, then it might work.
Also, before you get a ticket, there's still other things you can do. Many AIPC people have been accepted as spokespeople, as television panelists. Many people have been asked to contribute to some of the research findings of the AICC research department. So you can certainly, while being an AIPC, help AICC and INC with some of their work and their inputs. And if you want to volunteer for that, happily do so. We have some of our AIPC presidents are in fact official spokespeople of the parent party.
As a matter of fact, sir, I have been as a national media panelist from AIPC. I have also been the convener of the National War Room 2014, 2018, right? 19. And I have been in charge of war rooms in most of the election-going states, be it Assam, be it Bihar, be it Mizoram, be it many other states. So I think AIPC does give you an opportunity. You just have to know where to find it. And with a background like AIPC, I think we have a very, very long way to go. You just have to know, where to just put that right pin, and then and you'll get it.
And just a second, there are many opportunities that are going to open up in the communications department. So the new communication, because everybody in the Udaipur Chintan Shivir basically felt that Congress's communication strategy was not working. So there's a total revamp of the communications department, and they're going to be looking for many spokespersons, including in regional languages. Frankly, you people have very good opportunities. If you want to do that kind of work and that kind of party work, organizational work is very important, and that can actually elevate your profiles. And that could also be take you closer to the tickets.
So we've got 2 people with mics. If you can please ask your name and your question.
शशि थरूर साहब, मंच में बैठे सभी महानुभावगण, मैं प्रमोद तिवारी हूँ। छात्र राजनीति से हम लोग ऊपर आए और कांग्रेस पार्टी के डेडिकेटेड होल टाइम काम करने वाले वर्कर हैं हम लोग। सारा दिन सुनने के बाद ये समझ में आया, सुबह मैं जब घर से चला तो मुझे आपका कार्यक्रम पहली बार अटेंड किया, आपसे मुलाकात तो बहुत बार हुई। तो क्षितिज जी के बारे में भी हम सोचते रहे कि स्टेट के लिए किस तरह से ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और क्या खड़ा हुआ है और कौन से विचारों पर बात होगी। रघु राजन साहब को सुनना है, कुछ उनसे पूछना है। एक बात 6 घंटे लगभग हो गया और आप लोगों से दूर हटने का मन नहीं हो रहा है। सुनने की जिज्ञासा इतनी गहरी है। आजादी की लड़ाई हुई और आजादी की लड़ाई में फ्री ऑफ कास्ट अपना तन मन धन सब कुछ लेकर हमारे पुरखों ने, आप सभी के पूर्वजों ने ये लड़ाई लड़ी, देश आजाद किया। उस वक्त भी अभी थोड़ी देर पहली बात आई कि आजादी की लड़ाई में किसी ने फंड दिया नहीं, सबने अपना अपना लगाया। जो जितना कम लगा सकता था, कोई ज्यादा लगा सकता था। कांग्रेस पार्टी का डिमोलाइजेशन लगातार ऑन एंड, कांग्रेस पार्टी को उखाड़ना, कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं के बारे में दुष्प्रचार करना, ये पार्टी के सेल के अंदर की चीजें लड़ नहीं पा रही। आई थिंक जैसे मैं बोलता हूं, बिहार से हम उखड़े लौटे नहीं, राजस्थान से गए थे आज आए, पंजाब में थे चले गए, उत्तर प्रदेश में हम आ ही नहीं पाते। गठबंधन की सीढ़ी हम चढ़ते हैं, वापस लौट जाते हैं। तो डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, बिजनेसमैन, छात्र राजनीति से निकला हुआ नौजवान और एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में काम किया हुआ बड़ा इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट, वो भट्टी में तपा हुआ है, आग में। वो सारे लोग, आई थिंक मैं समझता हूं, वो बैठे हुए हैं और थरूर साहब उन लोगों को आपने जोड़ा हुआ है। तो इस सेल से हमको बहुत ज्यादा संभावनाएं हैं। हम लोग तो बूथ लेवल का वर्कर तैयार करके 15 साल के बाद आज छत्तीसगढ़ में लौटे।
आपका प्रश्न
और
पूछो प्रमोद जी।
प्रश्न मेरा प्रश्न इसी में है। मैं जो बोल रहा हूं साहब, उसी में प्रश्न है, मैं भाषण नहीं दे रहा हूं। मैं तो ये कहने जा रहा हूं कि आज घर से हम निकले हैं तो कोई ना कोई कुछ ना कुछ चाहेगा ही, और ये एक अच्छी मनोभावना है कि आपके कोई कोटा हो, बहन जी ने कहा जैसे कोई कोटा हो या आपका रिकमेंडेशन हो। आपने कहा खुद को इतना बुलंद कर कि खुदा तुझसे पूछे तेरी रजा क्या है। तो आपका ये जो मंच है और आपका जो मार्गदर्शन है, ये मार्गदर्शन हमें वहां तक ले जाए। और ये सारे लोग अपना खुद का पैसा लगाकर, इंक्लूडिंग मैं भी शामिल हूं, हम अपना खुद का पैसा लगाकर ही पार्टी का काम करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन ऐसा कुछ भी चाहेंगे कि फ्रीडम फाइटर के घर में कि ये बदलाव कैसे आए। हमने देखा कई फ्रीडम फाइटर के घरों में, या कुछ दिन पहले मैंने पढ़ा चंद्रशेखर आजाद जी की माता जी, वो उनके घर में खाना नहीं बचा। तो आज की जो पीढ़ी है, जैसा थरूर साहब ने कहा, चेंज आ गया। तो आज की पीढ़ी ये चाहती है कि मैं अगर कुछ करने जा रहा हूं या जा रही हूं तो उसके बदले में आने वाली पीढ़ी मुझे याद करे, वो मुझे मिल जाए। बस
बहुत अच्छी बात कही आपने। आप ये जो डॉक्टर थरूर ने जो पहले आपको बोला, उनका उसका एक मकसद ये भी था कि अभी एआईपीसी एआईसीसी का एक डिपार्टमेंट है, ऐसे बहुत सारे डिपार्टमेंट हैं और अगर एक डिपार्टमेंट को कोई कोटा मिलता है तो सबके ऊपर लागू होता है। ऐसा होना बहुत मुश्किल है। और जो हम लोग, जो आप जो बात करें, बहुत अच्छी बात कही है आपने। जिस दिन एआईपीसी की ताकत, आज 10,000 लोग हैं पूरे देश के अंदर, जब इलाकों में पहुंच जाएगी आज यूथ कांग्रेस की, तो उसकी बात अलग होती है निश्चित रूप से। और डॉक्टर थरूर से ज्यादा बड़ा कोई वकील हमको मिल नहीं सकता। ये लिखते ही नहीं है, बड़े जोर दे के रिकमेंड करते हैं, किसी का नाम रिकमेंड करते हैं। तो मैंने इनके भेजे हुए लेटर्स देखे हैं और ये जरूरत पड़ती है तो मिसेस गांधी से, राहुल गांधी से खुद बात भी करते हैं अपने लोगों के लिए। लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली पार्टी में कोई सिस्टम नहीं है, क्योंकि एक डिपार्टमेंट के संग करेंगे जरूरत तो सबके संग करना पड़ेगा। शायद ये कारण होगा।
थैंक यू।
We'll take one question here.
एक चीज
1 minute, sir.
मुझे
1
पता है कि अब रघुराम राजन से भी प्रश्न पूछना चाहता था, लेकिन आपको पता है कि वो सेशन जरा लंबा हो गया और इसलिए हमें कैंसिल करना पड़ा आपका क्वेश्चन, लेकिन अच्छी बात है कि आप इतने अच्छे बोले, धन्यवाद.
We'll take one question.
I have a question.
One.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
no.
sorry, Alim.
We'll take
Okay.
a question from here and then
No,
from you. sir.
I was the first one who put my hand up. Okay,
Just a
so I
minute,
have
sir.
the right. I
Sir,
came
sir.
all the way from Bangalore to ask this question. Okay.
No, 1 minute. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Okay, can we have both the questions?
A little
Ma'am,
bit. I will not take much time, please.
ma'am, he raised his hand
Oh,
first and
no.
then you.
No, okay, fine, no issues,
Okay,
no
ma'am.
issues, please,
Okay, ma'am.
please.
Okay. So my question is simple. Gandhi knew how to get us independence, but Nehru knew what kind of India he wants to build, right? Gandhi really didn't know. Today, Raghuram Rajan told his vision for an India, probably after the next independence, right? Which we have to get. But we are not discussing how to get there. Otherwise, it just remains a dream. So I believe AIPC's role is to come up with a strategy, probably, and work as a think tank for the party to bring it back to power, right? But what is not clear to me is that what is the mandate of AIPC? Is it going to be a service organization like Sevadal, or is it going to be like a think tank? If it is think tank, how are we going to collect all the ideas, refine it, and get there? Get to power, right? Get back to power. Is there any effort towards that going to happen? Thank you.
Your question, ma'am. And I'd like to
Thank
answer
you,
that
Honorable Dias. My question is to Dr. Shashi Tharoor and Professor Shilpa Dikshit Sharma from the Agra chapter, Uttar Pradesh, UP West. I second what Rukshmani Kumari ji said, that women who are really interested in coming into politics, they need to be supported and thrusted upon by the AIPC, especially by you, sir. Because, once when you're a member of the AIPC, the people usually do not look upon to you as though you're really into politics. But me being a professor, if I really want to leave something and I want to come into active politics, I'm contributing my little bit to whatever I can to the AICC. I'm writing for Congress Sandesh. I am into the AICC training department a little bit, also trying to learn the ideology under Sachin Rao, sir. But then, there is something that is missing out here when you're a member of the AIPC as a female, and when you stand up to speak, and they say you speak somewhat like Dr. Shashi Tharoor. So, some kind of a complex that develops, which does not allow people like me to come up there. So a little bit of trust from all you gentlemen if it comes up. It really would be a great impetus to the women force in politics. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm delighted by that. I think this is something we very much want to do. And there's obviously the channel through your own state heads to get to, if I don't know you, haven't had direct contact with you, at least that way I can get to know about your work and contributions and give you the support you need. As for this larger question, it's a tough question to answer, and I'll tell you why. When we established AIPC, the mandate that was given was for us to be a bridge with the professional community of the country. That was it. There was no thing beyond that. Then as we started establishing that bridge, creating our units and getting them to work, a number of good things and a number of bad things happened. I haven't discussed the bad things, but one of the bad things is we started off with the assumption that AIPC would kind of be the Rotary Club of the Congress Party. You know how the Rotary Club works. You have individual chapters, various professions are represented in each chapter, but basically thereafter, within the broad brush mandate of the Rotary, they all do what they want. They are supposed to take their own initiatives, conduct their own activities, hold their own conferences. And when we announced to AIPC that's what should happen, we discovered some people enjoyed that freedom and did very interesting things on their own initiative. Some sat on their hands and just waited to hear from headquarters as to what they should do. So as a result, we had a very uneven development. In some cases, for example, I happen to be a member of the Trivandrum chapter, just an ordinary member. And I can tell you that they meet a minimum of once a month, sometimes twice a month, every single month since they were established. Now, that is not true of every chapter in the country. But when I look at some of the other states, I hear of states where neither the local chapters nor the state chapter has held any meeting for a year. Now, that is no good, because then obviously how do you create an effectiveness for your organization? All of these things mean that it has been difficult to create a uniform pattern. We finally become a little more directive from headquarters than we used to be in order to get people into more activities, encouraging the states. I really thought when I first created the organization with the title Regional Coordinator, that all they would have to do is to coordinate because all the work would be actually done locally. In practice, the regional coordinators have had to be much more hands-on, much more directive, chasing after state presidents, making sure chapters are active, and that has become a very significant development. The think tank concept is always there, but there is already an official think tank at AICC, and that is the AICC Research Department. Very often, some of the work that AIPC individual chapters has done has taken on the quality of think tank efforts. I mentioned some examples in my speech this morning. The AIPC Delhi did a very good study on air pollution in Delhi. The AIPC Tamil Nadu did an extremely good work after the impact of demonetization and GST on the textile mill workers in Tirupur, with extensive on-the-ground research and we've had studies. AIPC Kerala did a remarkable survey of engineering graduates and established something that many of the employers' organizations have been telling us, that the majority of engineering graduates are in professions that don't require an engineering degree. So either what they're studying is not relevant or what they're studying is not what the marketplace needs. These are all very important insights. And all these three examples I gave, I have used in my political interventions in Parliament, either in speeches or in question hour or in 0 hour. The party in turn has taken these inputs and formed, when they give policy guidance to our MPs speaking in Parliament and so on. So to that degree, we have been able to contribute as a think tank, but that's not the only thing we've done. So when during COVID, I have Rajivji going around distributing essential supplies, water and so on to hospitals. When I have another AIPC in Kerala conducting a drive to collect infrared thermometers and then distributing them to various clinics. Where during floods in Kerala, when we had various AIPC chapters sending relief, that's not think tank work. So you can argue that we are a think tank and also a service organization. We are a professional body, but we're also doing social service type work. We are doing reflective things. We're also doing discussions. In fact, a lot of the interesting things that happened during COVID, as I mentioned this morning, took place online, and professionals were much better and more adept at using the online space than many other Congress departments. Many other departments were largely absent or silent until in the second year of COVID, the Youth Congress stepped out on the streets with their excellent oxygen campaign. But till then, I would say the most active department of the Congress was the AIPC throughout the first year of COVID, because we did so much online. There were so many good discussions. Hello Doctor was mentioned this morning, so the doctor's medical helpline that I mentioned. Yes, we did studies on the impact of COVID on tourism, on different sectors and submitted them. So we're doing this kind of work, don't get me wrong, but it cannot be typecast as just being a think tank or just being a social delivery organization. We've done both. Finally, on the question of how to win elections, that is not our department. And I should make that very clear so that no one has any misconceptions. Professionals are adept at understanding their fields of expertise. They can analyze certain policies. They can, for example, take any government policy. Nothing is preventing a chapter. You don't even have to ask us at headquarters. If a chapter says there is a government policy that has just been announced, let's say free kitchens, let's say Kisan, PM Kisan Yojana, whatever, and we want to study the impact in our constituency or our district or our city, whatever it may be, you're free to do that. That will be a very valuable input, no problem. But that is up to you as an initiative. We're not expecting anybody in the AIPC to be the top available expert on how to fight an election. That's not supposed to be our strength. Maybe because we have professional qualities to offer, the party might invite us to fight an election. But how to win the election is not AIPC's job. That's the organization's job, and is all the people with the experience of decades of fighting elections that the Congress relies on. So even if we started giving them a strategy paper, at best it will be an input into their reflection. We will not be the ones determining how to fight, because that's not supposed to be our strength. Our strength is to channel ideas by professionals, to give professionals an opportunity to be in contact with politicians and to bring the two together. But just to make it very clear, we do want Congress to come back to power, but our job is more to have a good idea of what to do once they manage to come back to power. rather than saying, we will tell you how to come to power, because they will only take seriously people who have experience of fighting and winning elections over many years.
Can I just add to that one point? First and foremost, thank you to you and everyone else who has traveled a great distance to be here. We appreciate it. All of the above. Zarita ji, what were you doing in Uttarakhand?
You want me to elaborate that?
Just in one line, what was your responsibility in Uttarakhand?
My responsibility in Uttarakhand was as media in charge, AICC, to coordinate media.
Rukshmani ji, what were you doing in the Uttarakhand election? Manifesto? Yeah. Shitish Bhai, what were you doing in the Uttarakhand? Manifesto? Okay. AIPC's coherent, identifiable contribution. Guys, I am also a fellow of AIPC. I also have to go and argue and fight and push and pull and whatever it is to get space for us. The undisputable truth is that the AIPC's coherent value add to the Congress party is manifestos. Whether it is the 2019 manifesto, whether it's the Karnataka manifesto, whether it's the Goa manifesto, West Bengal, Uttarakhand, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, n number of manifestos. It's a coherent document. You can physically hold it in your hand. You say you vote for Congress because of what is written in this document. You vote for us, we're going to do this for you. This document is what brings governments to power to a certain extent. That is an identifiable thing you can hold in your hand, you can read, and only a professional who's passionate can do it. Because you know what professionals have to do? They have to take time off work, go off to far off places, sit down and talk to people, and the only thing motivating them to do it is their passion. The party recognizes this. Like this, we have to identify specific deliverable activities to create more opportunities for our fellows. Guys, we're going to take 6 more questions. Let me finish. We're going to take 2 questions from here, 2 questions from here, and 2 questions from here. I know many people have questions. We also have sessions tomorrow where you will have members of the National Executive where you can ask. So please don't feel that you did not get to ask a question. The young gentleman here first, your question, and then Anis Saab here. This gentleman here, and that gentleman back there. And I'll come to this group in 1 second. Sir, ask your question. Here. The young guy, he's been standing.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Good evening, sir. So my name is Prafuldev Sahu. I am currently 18 years old. So first of all, very excited to meet you. Really impressed by your vocabulary. And I have listened to your speech, which you, in the UN, you made a speech. I was really impressed by that. And so,
thank you.
So my question to you is, like the majority people of our age group, they are not that much into politics. Like, honestly speaking, they either talk about cricket or Bollywood or rap songs, like stuff like that. And so what can be done to create awareness? As we know, the majority population of this country is the youth, and we are full of energy, we are full of enthusiasm, and no one discusses about politics, at least in our age group. So
thank you. I think you're absolutely right. Mind you, I'm also interested in cricket, and I'm sure there are members of AIPC who are interested in Bollywood. But the truth is that we also have a political passion, or we wouldn't be doing what we're doing. I remember the first time that a student, a class 12 girl, said this to me. I'm not interested in politics. I looked at her and said, the problem is politics is interested in you. Suna, that's the point, that politicians are making decisions which will affect your life, whether you're interested or not. How do you know what your choices are which university you'll go to, what subjects you'll study, what kind of jobs there'll be? Politicians have made all those decisions for you. It's politicians who've decided that there can be private universities, or that there should be more resources given to your government university, if that's the one you're going to. If you want to influence these policies, you better care. It's politicians who've decided whether to open up the economy or close it, and therefore which opportunities exist in the marketplace. You know that from the 90s, when liberalization came, a whole bunch of new jobs came into being in India that didn't exist before that, because we became participants in globalization instead of being a protected economy. So politicians are constantly making decisions that affect your daily lives. How can you be uninterested? Surely you must have, what is politics? Politics is an effort to define the nature of a better society for your country and to work to bringing about that better society. So you should demand of your politicians that they have ideas. What kind of India do they want? You should demand of your politicians that they have policies. How will they bring about that kind of India? What kind of, are they pro-capital? Are they anti-capital? Do they want business to be free? Do they want the government to control everything? Do they want educational institutions to have autonomy? Do they want to tell every university what to do? All of these things affect your life. So you should have an idea what politicians stand for and vote for people whose policies you believe, you agree with, or are in your interest. That's why you should be interested in politics. And frankly, every time I get a chance to talk to young people, this is what I tell them. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Tharoor. I'm Vandana Mishra. I am the state vice president from Himachal.
Hi, Vandana.
And I'm an advocate by profession. And initially, I was really not in for joining AIPC, like one advocate earlier also, I think, said, when Dr. Rajan was there, because I've never identified politics and the work that I do really. My question to you is, what prompted me to get into politics was that I saw this huge surge of right wing, not only in our country, but throughout the world. And I, as a professional, did not like this whole trend. And I think this is my question to you for your party at large, that I think one thing is that we need to have a very robust, strong framework to break the fascistic mold that we are being pushed into and forced into. And how is it and the second question to you, sir, is how do you think that we as AIPC professionals in our whatever field that we are in, I'm not primarily politically inclined, but I do a lot of public interest litigations and I try to contribute in that way. How do you think we can break the fascistic mold? Because this is very disturbing, and this whole trend of how the direction in which our nation is going is very disturbing. So we as professionals, how do you think we can contribute to break that, sir? Thank you.
Well, I think you have the answer in your question already, which is that we must each contribute in our own fields to begin with. In your case, if you're helping people fighting unjust cases foisted upon them and so on, you're already doing a great job. In my case, for example, my other life is as a writer, and I found that most of my books in recent years have dealt with these themes of democracy, of nationalism, a book on the Prime Minister and his style of governance. Each of these things are ways of trying to open the eyes of readers to what exactly is wrong. Even my book called Why I'm a Hindu actually is an explanation of the kind of Hinduism that can resist the Hindutva approach of the BJP and that challenges the claims of the Hindutva movement. So all of these things are things that I've tried to do as a writer and an intellectual. I hope that other members of AIPC in their own fields can make a contribution. You can talk to your friends, you can talk to your co-workers, you can enlighten people. When you find people are complacently going along with something, you can challenge their assumptions. Do you realize what this means? When lies are being circulated on WhatsApp groups, you should risk the frustration of being challenged by your friends by saying this is simply false. Don't believe it. You're being snowed under. I mean, how many of you have received WhatsApp forwards assuring you that the Gandhi family are really Muslim? I mean, what is all this? But it's just going around, and it's going around very malicious and deliberately because that's part of a political tactic. So we need to stand up in our own circles, in our own family lives, and our own professional lives, and do the best we can in our own fields. I think what you're doing with PILs is a great thing. What you're doing, if you can defend victims of unjust cases who can't afford their own defense, please do it. Those are all very important things. At the end of the day, our contribution has also got to be to bring people to power who are able to resist this kind of tendency. That's where I know a lot of professionals have expressed frustration. People they voted for on the ticket of Congress or Congress allies, having then defected to the BJP and so on, has been a source of great frustration for people. I understand that. But that is also part of the nature of what's happening in the country, that you're seeing a sort of political force that's sucking up all sorts of other elements that traditionally were not associated with them. And I feel strongly too that if we can do our work better, we could be able to raise consciousness of what's the right thing to do. I'll ask my colleagues if they'd like to add to that. That's just a personal view. Salman?
No, I just one thing that I really feel we need to do more of is to stand together. I think you asked a question about networking, and I don't think you got a response. And I think
That's true.
we need to create more networking opportunities within AIPC that would actually tell us that, just a few seconds back, there was a round of applause when we were talking about how we need to stand against these kinds of hate ideologies and right-wing extremism. That just tells you that we are all concerned. What happens, the way they win is when we think we are alone. Let's not do anything. We're alone. They're more. We're alone. Meanwhile, they still have not touched that 50% mark in national kind of elections so far. That means there are more Indians who still, after all this media, after all this money, after all these WhatsApp forwards, they still have not been able to get the majority of the country to their side, right? Despite everything. And we in the Congress, we have no resources. Our party organization is in disarray. Let's be honest about it. Even then, look at you. You're here. All of you are here. Despite all the difficulties, all the challenges, I think what we really need is to stand together, and be a force and show people. Because the more we are together, the more people see us, the more we express our views, others will get encouraged. I was telling Dr. Rajan today, I said it is very good. In fact, in the last year or two, I've noticed Dr. Rajan, Kaushik Basu, who's another eminent economist, they've been very vocal about this issue of majoritarianism and how that can hurt India. Okay? Now, these people have basically left all pretensions of how much they kind of oppose the current government or this ideology. That gives encouragement to people like me. I can be, that gives encouragement to other people. Similarly, if you take a stand in your own life, that'll encourage somebody else. And that majority that is still not with the BJP will grow, I'm pretty sure. But we need to create some networking platforms in AI.
Well, on the networking, Salman, one of the ideas that occurred to me, and we never had a chance to implement it with COVID going on for the last 2.5 years, is that just as we are having our first national conclave now, we could encourage each of our coordinators to do a regional conclave, and possibly our state presidents could think of doing state-level conclaves, get all your fellows together. We also had, and I should say this to Sangeeta of Tamil Nadu, we also really made an effort to have an interactive website. There were some technical flaws, but we also found no one was using it to give their comments and feedback. Then we tried to create verticals, sort of vertical chat rooms, so all the doctors could chat with each other, all the lawyers could chat with each other, all the finance professionals, irrespective of which chapter they belong to. Even that, we found participation rather weak. So ultimately, there's an old English cliche, you can take the horse to water, but you can't make it drink. If you all want to network, you also have to make an effort. Now, Alim has come up with the idea that maybe we should do this through WhatsApp groups instead. Create a WhatsApp group of all the doctors in AIPC. Create a WhatsApp group of all the lawyers in AIPC, and then you all talk to each other. And then certainly the coordinator of that group could perhaps give any valuable ideas or proposals out to the national executive, and we could see whether we can take those forward. These are all ideas we can pursue, and now that life is coming slightly more back to normal post-COVID, we can pursue each of these ideas.
First and foremost, I'm very glad, Vandana, you actually ended up joining AIPC, so thank you for taking my advice.
Yes, thank you.
Suresh, please come on stage.
Yeah, the website needs some updating. We'll ask our web developer to come and have a chat with you. Okay, at the end of the day.
So what we will do is we will postpone the next session to tomorrow, which is of the state presidents, because we will postpone the session of presidents to tomorrow so that we can actually give proper time for that. What we will do is we will take another 15 more minutes. I had a lot of questions. I don't want anyone to feel like we're not hearing you out. We will take more questions, but my request to you colleagues, please, there are many people, please make your questions brief, and to the national executive, we have to take as many questions. So, Ansari Saab, first 1 second. Ansari Saab, you have a question? After you, we will take the question from our colleague from Gujarat, who's also come from there. Then we will come here. There are two gentlemen who've got their questions. Then we'll come here and we'll go back there. We've got 15 minutes. We'll ask your questions. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Anis Ansari, Chairman, Ex-Officers Organization, UP Congress Committee, Uttar Pradesh. Sir, I'm submitting my plea to Dr. Shashi Tharoor, not because he's the chairman of AIPC, but also because he's a very popular and grounded politician across the parties.
Thank you.
My question is one of the simplest ones. In your eyes, sir, what are the 3 or 4 major steps that Indian National Congress should take to defeat BJP in 2024?
Well, I personally believe that these have been staring us in the face for some time. Strengthen the organization, particularly the grassroots portions. I mean, I'm told there are many, many districts where the Congress has pretty much disappeared from existence. That was never the case before. We need to revive them, find people, give them opportunities and work. Secondly, we do need, I think, to keep the party active between elections. So it's not only an election fighting machine. In between, it should genuinely be a social service organization. It should go out amongst the people of its area, see what help it can do. Obviously, in times of distress like COVID, there's a big challenge. Other kinds of things we can do. Third, of course, we do have to get our message out. What do we stand for? Whether it's through writing articles, making speeches, writing books, which some of us can do, or just going out and making speeches, having family get-togethers and gatherings where you can communicate, take questions. There needs to be much more grassroots contact getting our ideology out. And finally, I think there has to be some freshness and renewal in the party leadership at all levels. We need new blood, we need fresh blood, we need people with time, commitment, involvement. We need some fresh faces. We need to have that sense of renewal to keep the blood flowing in the party. So those would be my top 4 things.
So, sir from Gujarat.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Dr. Nidat Bharot, I am president of Gujarat, just recently appointed before a few days. Sir, instead of question, I would like to have interaction of the point that as we are a professional Congress, there are many professional agencies. For example, Bar Council, for example, Medical Council, for example, Pharmacy Council, Engineering Council, and lot more. There are issues of some professionals pending with the councils. Is it possible for us to go and interact with the council people stating that we as a professional Congress are here for Chartered Accountant, Council, to Bar Council for their issues? That will create a big impact among the professionals who are working in the field.
Absolutely. You're supposed to be doing that. We encourage you to do that. In fact, I mentioned this Hello Doctor initiative, the online 24/7 helpline. That was done with the Medical Association, Indian Medical Association, which is the premier organization in the country of our doctors. You can certainly do that with chartered accountants. You can. In fact, I have addressed Uwais Ali Khan, was sitting there. He had got me to address the Chartered Accountants Association of India in Delhi when they met there. So you can do these different things. These existing civil society organizations could be very useful because also when you get your message out there, the same members of those organizations might want to join you at AIPC as well. So please continue that, Neeraj. I welcome that initiative.
I might like to add that because of the work we had done during COVID, and Dr. Geeta Reddy's work, and Dr. Shravan Reddy's work here, and so many others, Dr. Jailal, who was the president of IMA, as soon as he retired, took membership of AIPC, and he's a national medical coordinator, not someone who's been out of things. The day, Doctors' Day, peak COVID, whole country's in lockdown, Doctors' Day, customarily, Prime Minister of India and the IMA president do interactive session. You remember that, Chairman? 5 minutes later, President IMA is doing an interactive session with Dr. Shashi Tharoor because they were that grateful for the work that AIPC and the Congress Party did for doctors. 2 questions, gentlemen here, and then the one gentleman in the back. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, hi. Myself, Dinesh here, representing from Tamil Nadu AIPC. And good evening to one and all, everyone here, and honorable chairpersons. And this is not a question, but just an interaction, like, how the politics is happening in India. Like, there is a variation between the northern side of politics and the southern side of politics. And we could see the students' politics and the youth politics is like very aggressive and active in the northern side, but comparatively to the southern side, like it's very sluggish or not active, to be honest. And how, as an AIPC, we can, get all those student wings or the, the schools or the students' colleges, like we can get on to those, level of people or the first time voters or the second time voters to get into these wings. And one more thing is like, as we are into more of media is like one of the powerful tool now here or across the globe for any kind of politics here. But when it comes to the Tamil Nadu or the Congress, compared to the other parties, like what I feel is like, the Congress IT wing or the media participation like is very less or slugging, to be honest. And comparatively, we are not able to give the right level of counters or justification for whatever the allegations or whatever the the cooked up stories by the BJP. So how are we going to overcome all those things? And what is the steps that we are going to take it forward here for the first time voters and the second time voters?
Well, on
And-
student politics, definitely nothing stopping you from interacting. Again, it varies from state to state. So even in the south, Kerala has a very active and thriving set of student groups on all parties. So there's the SFI, there's the ISF, there's the NSUI, the KSU as it's called, etc. And they're very active, and some of them can indeed feed into our work. But in Tamil Nadu, that is not the case. By all means, you can reach out from your chapter, whichever one it is in Tamil Nadu, you can reach out to the people in your area, in universities and colleges, and say, come and attend our sessions, have a discussion on a particular burning issue that you are hosting as an AIPC discussion, but invite the students. They may come, you may well find potential material there, no problem. On the, what was the second part of your question? Forgive me, Dinesh. It was about media. I must say that there have been various opinions expressed over the years, and attempts were genuinely made by the party to improve their media performance. I believe I've seen some fairly positive changes. First of all, there was a sea change between the pre-2014 Congress media handling, which was appalling, and the post-2014. I think earlier there was this attitude that we were in power, we should keep media at a safe arm's length, and there was an unwillingness to engage the media. In fact, I was criticized a lot for my openness and my tweeting and all that. And then they realized that that was actually what was required, because the BJP did all that and won. So after 2014, there was already one major change when the Congress became much more media friendly and paid more attention to it. And recently, as you know, just this year, there's been a new change. A new communications team has been appointed, and they're trying to be very active. So I hope you'll find an improvement. Part of the problem may be that it's not equally distributed in all the languages. So in English and Hindi, which is what they do out of the Delhi headquarters, they've become very energetic and very prolific, especially on social media, but not only, press conferences, everything. But when it comes to, for example, whether Tamil has good AICC messaging, or whether Gujarati has good messaging, I don't know. And frankly, I'm not sure headquarters knows either. A lot of this requires people with initiative in these states taking the national messaging and putting it in their own language. And that is something that perhaps we need to get better at. Because certainly the BJP does that, and they do it very well.
How many more questions and comments?
Quite a few.
Wow, it just tells you, there's a lot of pent-up energy, and people still, despite being here for hours and hours.
Yeah, it's 6:26.
Wow, congratulations.
So go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Hello.
1 second. If we can have you ask your question, then the gentleman here in the blazer, then Sujata ji. We'll take 3 in one shot, and then we'll go to the next 3. Then we'll come to you, sir. Go ahead.
Hello, myself Kanhaiya Chandrasekhar Pandey. I am from Bokaro Steel City, Jharkhand. First of all, I would like to Johar. Johar. I would like to ask a very important question from AIPC Jharkhand. Sir, your people know that before 2 years, people were losing their lives due to lack of hospital beds. People were losing their lives due to lack of oxygen cylinder, important medication like remdesivir. And just after 2 years, आज हम हॉस्पिटल बेड के लिए नहीं, बल्कि धर्म के नाम पर और जाति के नाम पर लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। महोदय शशि थरूर सर जी, मुझे आपसे एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट प्रश्न पूछना है कि जो इस देश में सबसे बेहतर चिकित्सा को पाते हैं, वो CGHS के अंतर्गत आते हैं। मैंने बहुत पहले भी ये सवाल को उठाया है कि CGHS के अंतर्गत आते हैं। CGHS के अंतर्गत 1300 लोग हैं, जिसके लिए भारत सरकार 38.5 लाख लोग हैं, जिसके लिए भारत सरकार 1300 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करती है। अगर हम पूरे साल में देखें तो लगभग 3,376 रुपए होती है और महीना में 281 रुपए। तो क्या हम प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के पीछे 281 रुपए खर्चा करके उन्हें सीजीएचएस के तरह से हेल्थ फैसिलिटी नहीं दे सकते हैं? मेरा ये सवाल है सर।
Thank you. Can I request the gentleman in the blazer? Yeah, your question, please.
Good evening. I'm Nitin Rathi from Haryana. I'm a practicing lawyer in Punjab and Haryana High Court.
Speakers, sound. Speaker ठीक से नहीं चल रहा है. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. You got my name.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, after 2014, every group and every gathering is now a debate in a sense. Like wherever we sit with friends, with family, with co-workers, we have to debate, and ultimately it gets to politics. So all of us, I hope I'm speaking for everyone, all of us is already a spokesperson, but many times we don't know what the message we have to put forward. So I mean, it may be above my pay grade, but it's my suggestion that, like Mr. Salman said, don't spread propaganda, but market. So I need the material, and it needs Zaria to trickle down to me somehow, like hierarchically.
Can I ask you to pass the mic? Yeah. So you're talking about spokespersons. Here's one of the strongest ones we've worked with from Uttarakhand. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Dr. Tharoor, and good evening to everybody else. मैं दो चीजें जरूर कहना चाहूंगी. बहुत लोगों को बहुत सारे डाउट्स है, इसलिए मैं हिंदी में भी बोलूंगी, इंग्लिश में भी. हमें डाउट है कि हमें क्या करना चाहिए. मैं अध्यापिका भी हूँ, एक सोशल एक्टिविस्ट हूँ. सोशल एक्टिविज्म का कीड़ा जो होता है वो ऐसा होता है कि आप बस लोगों से बातें करते रहते हैं. तो आप एक तरफ नहीं देखते, आप दूसरी तरफ देखते हैं. तो आप सबको भी मैं ये सजेशन दूंगी और ये बताना चाहूंगी जो बात अभी आलिम जी बता रहे थे. He was talking about the manifesto, and I want you all to know this. That manifesto पूरा तैयार हो गया, उसके सारे suggestions आ गए. एक दिन इनका फोन मुझे आता है कि सुजाता जी आप तैयार रखिए अपने सारे पॉइंट्स जो मैनिफेस्टो में जाएंगे. और मैं आपको बता रही हूँ ऐसा मैनिफेस्टो हिंदुस्तान में पहली बार बना जिसमें पर्यावरण को रखा गया. सोचिए जरा, पोल्यूशन, एनवायरमेंट किसी मैनिफेस्टो में आज तक नहीं आया. उसके लिए मैं पूरी तरीके से आलिम को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ, सलमान सोज जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ, डॉक्टर थरूर को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ, और जरिता जी को. जरिता जी, मैं ये जानबूझ के ये बातें बोल रही हूँ क्योंकि इस तरह के बहुत सवाल आए हैं. नेटवर्किंग की बात आपने करी. एक दिन एक मैसेज देखा रात के समय मैंने जरिता जी का. उन्होंने लिखा था त्रिपुरा में मार काट मची हुई है, इसके लिए बात को फैलाओ. एंड यू नो, आई जस्ट आस्क्ड हर व्हाट इज इट, एंड शी सेड मेक अ वीडियो इन बंगाली. मेरी बंगाली बहुत खराब है, but I made it, and it did reach certain people. So that is networking. But in addition to that, what I can see is that a lot of people have a lot of pent up energy, and they are right. They need to know what is it that they go out in the public and tell people, about our programs, or how to explain to them when it comes to religion or nationalism. This is what probably a lot of people want to know. So in addition to saying that you be on the ground as an activist, I always am there fighting it out. अगर कहीं पे बच्चों को मारा जा रहा है तो और उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया है तो मैं वहां मौजूद रहूंगी. मुझे नहीं देखना कि क्या हो रहा है. जेल में तो डालेंगे, क्या कर लेंगे, किस जुर्म में डालेंगे, ये वो बच्चा नहीं जानता जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहा है. लेकिन आप और मैं इस बात को जानते हैं कि हमारा जब तक जुर्म नहीं होगा हमें वो जेल में नहीं डाल सकते. So we've got to use our power for that. And I thank AIPC for giving us that opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chairman, you want to respond to those points?
No, I think that's fine. I think sometimes it's best that what they say should just be applauded and echoed.
Can we get the mic?
I think there was a question that I didn't answer earlier, but
There's yeah. So one to Aditya and then to Gehlot sir. Either one, fine. Please introduce yourself.
मेरा नाम आदित्य विक्रम है और मैं स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट एआईपीसी झारखंड से आता हूं. मैं शुरुआत किया यूथ कांग्रेस से, जिला कांग्रेस से, पीसीसी सेक्रेटरी भी हुआ, और विद द ग्रेस ऑफ जरीता जी एंड डॉक्टर शशि थरूर आई वाज अपॉइंटेड द एआईपीसी स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट. मेरा सवाल एक ही है सर. अल्टीमेटली जैसे रुक्ष्मणी जी ने कहा, हम सब एक ही टारगेट के लिए जमीनी तौर पे लगे हुए रहते हैं, महीनों भर, सालों भर लगे रहते हैं कि हमें चुनाव लड़ना है. तो हम अपेक्षा भी करते हैं कि ये एआईपीसी एग्जीक्यूटिव जो दिल्ली में है,
हमें मजबूती से सपोर्ट करे, क्योंकि जो भी डिपार्टमेंट कांग्रेस पार्टी का है, चाहे वो AIPC हो चाहे OBC हो, पार्टी जो सबसे पुरानी पार्टी हमारी पार्टी है उसे स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए काम कर रही है। मुझे एक और बात कहना है, क्या हम स्टेट में इंटरैक्टिव सेशन स्टेट वाइज हम लोग रख सकते हैं? और अगर चुनाव लड़ना है तो जमीनी तौर पे उतरना पड़ेगा प्रोफेशनल कांग्रेस को भी। तो हमें बूथ स्ट्रेंथनिंग प्रोग्राम करना चाहिए, कार्यकर्ता सम्मेलन करना चाहिए। क्या हम ये कर सकते हैं? ये आप मार्गदर्शन कृपया हमें दीजिए, ताकि आने वाले समय में मजबूती से हम चुनाव भी लड़ सके और अपनी आवाज दिल्ली तक पहुंचा सके। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। गेहलोत साहब।
Good evening, sir. Most of the things I wanted to say have been covered by some of my friends, but then I would like to add certain things to what I wanted. First, on networking, and as rightly said, how many people use website which has been. Sir, with all humbleness, because that being a little bit of my subject as well, I'll say that our website and our entire networking thing, and I'm specifically talking of the electronic networking, which is very fast and reachable to every corner of the country in no time. That can really be made very, very strong, and it's not being used because it's not strong.
It's not being used because
it's not strong enough, and the way it can be handled, it is not being handled. So I don't want to criticize anyone on this, but we really need to work in this direction. It's a very, I'll say, it's a very normal kind of a job, and I have many examples which can be. And I
would be
offered
grateful
my
if you'd speak to a web developer.
Can I make a suggestion, sir? We have a lot of tech talent in the ranks. Can we form a small technical advisory committee whose job is to just keep the website, and you can help us as well? You can help, or you can augment some of the work we do. We can give you some of the responsibility.
I'm thankful to Alim. He's always been taking my suggestions. I keep giving him a feedback.
See, that way
for this.
we have some way of
yes
providing a remedy.
But
not-
still, I'm not. We
Thank
are not yet satisfied. Anyway, coming to my next suggestion, sir. My next suggestion.
Also, we have tea and coffee for you as well as soon as this is done. It's there outside. Please don't.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sir, I also agree with Salman So sir about the academy, the training academy, but I wanted to suggest that this could be a little extension and more interactive with the district Congress committees at the chapter level, that training cells in every chapter be made. Of course, once trained by the Central Training Academy, it could percolate down. If you could prepare a roadmap right now, maybe 5 years down the line will be AIPC fellows would really be training. Not only, sir, we don't talk about the entire thing starts with ground level, and I say Nagar Parishad ke chunav, I'll say choti nagar panchayaton ke chunav, and all those people who get elected do not actually are trained, and they do not really know. Once a person becomes a councillor, he does not know कि वो करना क्या है उसको. And I think AIPC is one platform which can provide them that kind of an assistance, and that is how firstly we can become their advisors, then probably we start teaching them, and then we are one of them, and that is how the importance of AIPC over time will build up with the main Congress stream. That can be a long-term strategy for AIPC to follow.
Thank you. Can we get this mic?
Hello. Sir,
This
just
side.
one small suggestion. Just one small suggestion, sir. About the membership. I'll say of the first 2 or 3 years supposed to be dedicated to building up the organization across the country. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we've not been able to do so. But I think we should dedicate first, now probably next 6 months, that we have a AIPC chapter in every district of the country. or maybe every MP constituency of the
Ideally,
country.
every Lok Sabha
Every
constituency.
Lok Sabha constituency of the country. And once that happens and our networking is very strong, the exchange of ideas would be very simple, and we'll all love to be together physically once in a year, whatever it is.
Thank you. Gentlemen there.
I think that's a very good
my
challenge
colleague
we
there.
should give to all our state presidents. Those who don't have a chapter in every Lok Sabha constituency, they should come back to us with their plan to do that.
So,
Hello, Alim.
Jharkhand and
Go ahead.
Chhattisgarh are nearly complete. Kerala
Hello,
also,
everyone. Very good evening. This is Karthik Reddy from Telangana. I'm recently appointed as Secunderabad chapter president. First of all, I would like to thank the APC Chhattisgarh team for organizing this wonderful event, and also to our leader Rahul Gandhi ji for his brainchild initiative, and our chairman Shashi Tharoor ji, and our South Regional Coordinator Geeta Reddy Garu. Yeah, sir, my question to you is, what is our stance on the reservations? I mean, I know it's a sensitive topic, but what is our stance on reservations in the public sector? Because as you said, as you have been interacting with Raghuram Rajan sir, that highly qualified educationists are applying to a lower jobs, because it is harm to our country. So there is a saying also, I mean, intellectual silence is harm to our country. So what is our stance on it, sir? And also, I would like to cite an example, sir. I mean, on Nirbhaya incident, which shook the entire world in Delhi, 2012, our leader Rahul Gandhi ji nurtured Nirbhaya's brother and made him a pilot, because he knows how he's an educated professional, highly qualified. And when compared to our present PM Modi ji, when asked about the unemployment, he answered saying that, see, outside this office, outside this auditorium, those the guy who is selling the mirchi bhaji or pakoda, is that not employment? So this is the difference, sir. So I just want to, I mean, ask you this question. Thanking you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we take the point from?
Alim, I think we've lost control of the.
Yes.
Unless we answer some of these questions, we'll never
yeah.
remember them. I'm
Sure,
sorry.
go ahead.
So
This is the.
I will address Aditya's.
So we'll do this,
Yeah,
and we'll do
so-
one last round of questions.
So
after that.
let me answer this one, and Salman will answer Aditya's, and I was hoping Rajiv would answer the other one that came. But anyway, whatever else, some of you may have to remind us, there were too many questions without answers to keep straight. And I should also say something briefly about the media thing. I think that's an excellent suggestion. We'll convey to Jairam Ramesh, the new media in charge, that the party line that is announced every day in the press conference by the Congress should be put up on the AICC website. And we would in turn have, Alim will have the responsibility of ensuring that all of you have a link to that website, so that anybody who actually wants to know what the party stand is will have a way of getting it. And ideally, Alim, it should be searchable, so that people, if they want to know what's the policy on Jharkhand or whatever, they can do a search for Jharkhand and find all the statements made on Jharkhand. So that, I think, is really worthwhile. We'll convey it to the media department, and Alim will make sure you have the link. But I do want to say that one very important insight you offered is, even when you're discussing with your family, you want to know what the parties were. That's excellent. When I used to head the communications for the United Nations, I would say to people, we would meet every morning, decide the party line on a number of big issues, and then I would send it to every UN office around the world, because I said, even the fellow in Beijing attending a cocktail party should know what the line is on this issue, and not only somebody addressing the media in New York. And that's exactly the right message. We should all be aware, and we should be able to speak up. So we'll get that out there. Thank you. Sorry, the question you wanted me to answer, Salman, was the, what was it? There are too many questions, one after the other.
This was the question from
Reservations.
Reservations. So reservations, I'll tell you, I understand your concern, and I've also had it from when I've addressed the NSUI, some student or the other always stands up and asks about this. The sad truth, let me put it very bluntly, is that reservations were created as a response to millennia of discrimination. And now it's reached a stage that it's become what is called the third rail of politics. You know, in the metro system, there are two rails on which the wheels run, and in between there is a third rail on which the electricity runs. And if you touch the third rail, you're electrocuted. Now, in politics also, there are some subjects that are like the third rail. If you touch it, you're fried. It doesn't matter what the logical arguments might be and so on. So I must say that at the moment, the position of all political parties is don't touch reservations. It is also true that when Ambedkar ji first wrote it into the constitution, reservations in that stage only for the scheduled castes and tribes, it was meant for 10 years, and thereafter it's been extended indefinitely. When it came to the Mandal reservations, which took the total up to almost half, there was no time limit given, and that too now is untouchable indefinitely. So you must understand that it's part of Indian society paying back for past wrongs. I understand the result is that many feel aggrieved that people who are in the general category but have higher marks tend to lose out to people from other categories. That is part of the system, and we'll just have to live with it for the foreseeable future. There was an interesting Supreme Court judgment in 2015 on the Jat reservation case, in which Justices Nariman and Gogoi went on to become Chief Justice later, wrote an amazing judgment saying that they will no longer consider reservations based on birth alone, that is on caste alone, that they wanted the